Not every heroine is destined to be the light in the story that will be discussed. So, our young lady was overshadowed by her little sister, whom everyone affectionately called Marianne. This girl attracted people so easily that no one could take their eyes off her. The young princess's appearance perfectly suited the role that was given to her. Unlike her, the heroine lacked attractive appearance and pleasant manners. So, from childhood onwards, she spent most of her time in complete solitude. And only Marianne continued to smile at Alice, who was so unlucky to be born different. The daughter of the Edenbell family often heard unpleasant gossip from the maids about her, but Alice had enough courage to silently endure all the ridicule for the sake of her beloved family. Only Marianne was the light in the heroine's life, always sincerely rejoicing in her presence. So every damn day of her life, the lady found the strength to smile. She couldn't let her younger sister be sad, no matter how hard it was for her because of the gossip. But everything changed in an instant, and the heroine's past life crumbled like fragile glass. She adored Marianne with all her heart, and she often acted as if she were older than her years. The girls regularly had tea parties in the garden, enjoying each other's company. But this time, a terrible misfortune overwhelmed the heroine, who was not prepared for anything like this. Before her eyes, the youngest princess began to bleed, because her tea was cruelly poisoned. At that moment, Marianne's eyes filled with pain from betrayal, because she suspected her sister. But Alice had no idea how something terrible could happen to the sweet princess. None of the aristocrats doubted that the culprit was one of the daughters of Emperor Edenbell. This is how the heroine's peaceful life ended, because she was taken into custody like a criminal. In this dark place, time passed completely differently, and the lady felt as if she had spent an eternity here. Her food left much to be desired, but the girl did not refuse even such meager food. Alice was slowly going mad from despair and hopelessness, because she was not guilty of anything, but misbelieved that her family would soon release her, and it would become clear to everyone that she had done nothing. So the heroine consoled herself with the thought that she needed to hold out a little longer until her family arrived. But it wasn't her relatives who took the girl from the dark captivity of the cold dungeon. That day, the lady especially enjoyed the rays of the sun, which she saw for the first time in a long time. At that time, she had no idea that this would be her last chance to enjoy the bright light. Until now, Alice had hoped that she would finally be found innocent and released. The girl should have guessed from the knight's behavior that the charges against her had not been dropped. The guards treated the princess as rudely as if she were from the lowest family in the empire. The heroine didn't even think of resisting, which only made it more painful for her to fall to the floor. The lady didn't even want to think about why her family allowed her to be treated so rudely, while no one from the imperial family even smiled at the sight of their relative. Unlike them, the girl was ready to share a sincere smile, because she loved everyone. The only thing that scared her was that there was no sign of Marianne, who had been poisoned, but the girl was completely fine, as her condition was quickly stabilized. Only this was important for Alice, who had been worried about her poisoned sister all this time. But the heroine had no idea that no one had forgiven her personally, considering her the culprit of the poisoning. At that time, the girl had no excuses, because someone had set her up very effectively, and Marianne's treacherous smile made it clear to the heroine who exactly was behind the fake poisoning. But none of the relatives even suspected that Alice had actually been cruelly set up. They all sincerely hated the girl who tried to kill her dear and beloved sister. No matter how close they had been to Alice before, no one was going to communicate with her anymore. So the lady could not see a drop of pity in any of her relatives. Everything was perfectly fine with Marianne, but for some reason, no one forgave Alice. Even Emperor Aeol believed that one of his daughters had committed such a treacherous deed, while the heroine did not fully believe that such a crime was really attributed to her. But the ruler was merciless towards the princess, whom he considered guilty. The lady found herself under the crosshairs of cruel glances that gave her only condemnation and hatred. Although the girl did not deserve anything like this, no one wanted to believe her words. The first to break down was the older sister, Adriana, who loved little Marianne more than anyone else. If this lady had the opportunity, she would personally agree to take Alice's life. What hurt the girl most was that she could not prove that she had not harmed her sister in any way. Even Relis, who had previously been close to the lady, no longer wanted to even look at her. All the heroine's attempts to defend herself were useless, because no one wanted to listen to her. The relatives decided that Alice was the culprit and were now waiting for her to confess. So the lady had no choice but to accept her hopeless situation. The situation was further aggravated by the fact that the emperor found a witness who was a treacherous liar. The maid reported that she had witnessed with her own eyes that tea party, which almost became Marianne's last. There wasn't a drop of envy on Alice's face then, but her assistant lied about that too. The heroine had no idea that her accusations would turn out to be so well fabricated. Now no one in the family will ever believe the girl, no matter how hard she tries. It was obvious to everyone that it was Alice who put poison into little Marianne's mug that day, and the great emperor could never in his life forgive even his daughter for such betrayal. Moreover, his assistants managed to find the very same vial of poison that was used, but Alice saw this white substance for the first time in her life, which was found in her room. Only now did the heroine realize what a difficult situation she had found herself in against her will. The lady could only shed bitter tears, because none of her relatives needed her truth. She condescended to beg for forgiveness and trust, since there was nothing else left for her to do. But even her closest brother remained just as cold and distrustful of the girl. Before, the elder Lachias always listened to his younger sister, who was so similar to him. But this time, he hit the lady so hard that her cheek burned with pain from the slap. The girl never did anything bad to others, but this was not enough for the family. From now on, only the death penalty awaited Alice, since everyone believed in her betrayal and guilt. No matter how desperately the heroine begged her father to believe her, all her words flew past his heart. Her face reflected genuine emotions, but no one wanted to believe it. Only Marianne could save her sister, because she knew better than anyone how good she was. So the girl turned to her last chance for salvation, hoping for her little sister. But the girl cunningly burst into tears in front of her family, declaring that she was incredibly scared. Marianne's tears were the last straw in the cruel decision to execute the princess. This is how cruelly the heroine was betrayed by the family she always loved and respected for their actions. But now the lady felt for herself how crazy and strict her relatives were. None of them batted an eye when they sent the former princess to a painful execution. Everyone just wanted to get rid of Alice as quickly as possible, as she had become a black spot in their family. The absurdity of this situation brought a smile to the face of the girl who was about to die. In the last moments of her life, she was no longer afraid, because she was tired of experiencing emotions. No matter how much pain the heroine was in, she did not make a sound, despite the brutal execution. Before her death, Alice prayed to the goddess that she would never experience such pain again. The lady's blood spilled across the tiles, but none of the emperor's family flinched. It turned out that the gods do exist on this earth, since the heroine was given the gift of rebirth. Her older brother in the new family was eagerly awaiting the arrival of a little sister who would love him. Her mother was the empress of another country where only peace and tranquility reigned, but even so, the heroine was not ready to be born, as she was experiencing a past betrayal. She would like to become an insensitive creature, just so she would not have to experience anything anymore. But fate decreed otherwise, and now Alice has become Aisha in the imperial family of Elmir. From birth, the girl was haunted by terrible memories from her past life. She had no desire to be the princess of a state that was constantly at war with the Edenbells, so the little girl was always dissatisfied with her fate, which was reflected on her face. Despite this, her older brother, Isis Elmir, was madly in love with the girl who was recently born. He visited her every day, although there was no serious need for it. When the heroine was first reborn, she was very upset that she was human again. Her heart was not ready for the amount of love that all the members of the imperial love gave. Therefore, the newly minted Aisha constantly closed herself off from these strange relatives. But for some reason, a sweet smile still played on Isis's face at the sight of his charming little sister. The girl stubbornly tried to avoid any communication with her brother, not wanting to get close to him. But all her whims only touched the child even more, and he was ready to love his sister without any compensation. The heroine was afraid that her new family would also cruelly abandon her to her fate. However, Isis did not give Aisha the slightest opportunity to begin to doubt his feelings. The girl was surprised that her mother was not her little brother's biological mother. But the boy still loved Empress Irene very much, who replaced his mother. This woman became the emperor's second wife after the death of the first, who died quickly. But the memory of his first beloved did not darken the bright smile of the ruler of Tyrion, Elmir. Thanks to his wisdom and kindness, he quickly became known as the most diplomatic emperor. The people of the country were glad that their lives were full of happiness because of the skillful ruler. Tyrion loved both of his children, despite the fact that they were born to different women. This new family was exactly what the heroine had never even dared to dream about in the past. But because of their boundless love, the terrible memories only haunted the lady more. She still remembered well how hard it was for her to be in the cold dungeon. Then, only one person from the whole family visited Alice, who was not a traitor. It turned out to be Marianne, who had quickly recovered from the poisoning and was feeling well. But the girl didn't come to her sister with good intentions, because she had set everything up. She did not feel sorry for the elder one, for whom she personally achieved execution with her acting. Marianne was originally brought to the palace from the street because she was not a legitimate child. She remembered that day forever because she never intended to go back to poverty. And the first girl to eliminate was Alice, although she had always been kind and polite to her. But Marianne was not content with being a princess because she wanted to remain the only one of them all. The heroine herself did not notice how she fell into a cruel trap from the lady whom everyone loved. That is why relatives believed only Marianne in the story about the poisoning. At that moment, Alice noticed something devilish in her little sister, who was not like herself. For the first time in her life, Marianne showed her identity to the girl who was supposed to die. All this time, she was just pretending to be a good person, but in reality, she was terrible. This girl was easily able to arrange everything so that everyone around turned away from Alice. That's why it was so difficult for the heroine to believe that someone was ready to love her. The handsome and affectionate brother constantly repeated that he was looking forward to her birth. But inside, the lady was screaming for death because she didn't want to get close to anyone anymore. No matter how much Aisha resisted, she could not push her new family away from her. With each of their words, the lady felt a pleasant calm spreading within her. So the heroine lived 1 year in a new body, but still did not dare to speak. Meanwhile, this question worried many of the maids, no matter how faithfully they helped the emperor's daughter. The little girl herself understood perfectly well how much everyone was waiting for at least one word from her. This is because at her age, all babies already showed strong emotions and chatted with others. In fact, the heroine knew how to speak, but the fear inside her was too strong. Only the little spirits that had surrounded the lady since childhood continued to comfort her. In this life, the heroine was endowed with the ability to see and understand all spirits. So, in essence, the girl communicated, although all her conversations boiled down to mental messages. The lady could not bring herself to speak because of her terrible and difficult past. She was too afraid that no one in her family would listen to her truth again. Therefore, Aisha preferred the saving silence in which no one could hurt her. The lady completely forgot that her new family was radically different from the terrible previous one. So Irene loved the girl, despite the fact that she continued to stubbornly remain silent all day long. The woman believed that the baby would soon speak, and patiently waited for this moment. Aisha felt awkward at how much love and care her mother's gaze was filled with. Even the usually stern emperor could not help but smile at the sight of his little daughter, while the heroine tried her best to ignore the love from her relatives. But each of them persistently and patiently sought recognition from the gloomy girl. So the heroine was surrounded by care and affection, which she so lacked in her past life. None of the adults even guessed why the lady continued to remain silent. But even if they knew the truth, they still would not change their feelings towards the girl. Tyrion loved the baby so much that he was afraid to touch her with his rough hands. The man was so physically strong that he unconsciously underestimated the strength of his daughter. This behavior of the emperor seemed touching to Irene, who saw his love for his daughter. Aisha could not understand such an attitude towards herself, because she was not made of fragile glass. But Tyrion continued to treat the girl with the same care, waiting for her to grow up a little more. Only after his wife's persuasion did he pick up his daughter in his arms, feeling her warmth with pleasure. The heroine was so taken aback that she almost squeaked, but she covered her mouth in time. She rarely got to be held in her father's arms, as he was always busy with work. Even Irene could see the emperor's constraint as he tried to hold the baby tenderly in his arms. In honor of his daughter's birthday, the ruler planned to organize a large-scale event in the form of a banquet. The heroine didn't care about this, because she was going to sleep almost all the time anyway. But the little girl didn't expect that Tyrion planned to celebrate her day for a whole month. This surprised even Irene, although she fully supported all the ideas of her caring husband. The woman had never experienced such long banquets in the imperial family before, but the ruler was ready to do anything for the girl who was sitting peacefully in his arms right now. But the heroine categorically did not like this idea, which would attract a lot of attention from the outside. The little girl was absolutely sure that her mother would not approve of such large budget expenditures. But Irene was truly delighted by her husband's generosity in wanting to throw a feast. In fact, the status of the previous empress was much higher than that of the current wife of the emperor. This is why the woman was worried about how her daughter would be perceived by high society. From the moment Aisha was born, Madame always did everything to make sure that people thought only good things about her. So the month-long ball could well strengthen the little princess's position among the aristocrats. Moreover, Irene was also happy that she could finally invite her family. Caring for her daughter took all her strength, so the woman had not seen her parents for a long time. She came from the northern lands, from where people rarely came because of the difficult road. But Count Roussel certainly won't be able to miss such a banquet. So Irene will see her family. This only made the heroine feel more and more how different her family from Edenbell was. Even Marianne ended up being a terrible person who framed her own sister. These thoughts brought back unpleasant memories that caused pain to the lady, so she took advantage of the fact that she was a child and burst into tears right in her father's arms. Her mother reacted immediately and picked the girl up in her arms, wanting to calm her down as quickly as possible. Irene's face expressed genuine concern for her daughter, who for some reason felt sad. Until now, Aisha could not get used to the fact that everyone around her cared about her, but the parents were truly ready to do anything, just so that their little girl would smile every day. The Elmire imperial family was fundamentally different from the Edenbells, who were greedy and cruel. The sweet smiles on the faces of adults could easily melt the hearts of even the most unbelieving people. Therefore, with each passing day, the heroine felt more and more at ease in the company of such good people. More than once she had fallen asleep to the pleasant lullaby of her mother, who had tried for her sake. But this time, the lady's awakening came on a quiet night, when the entire palace was sleepy. The baby had hated the dark since her previous life, so she wasn't ready to fall asleep again. But at such moments, little friends who were spirits always came to her aid. Only they warmed the girl with their light in those moments when she was left alone. Aisha didn't know what she would do if the spirits weren't watching over her all the time. But this time, the spirits behaved somewhat strangely, as if they were pointing out something else to the young lady. The heroine was used to trusting creatures who had never done anything bad to her, so she wasn't scared when the spirits silently hinted that something was about to happen outside the window. The girl just looked closely at the place where some movement appeared in the air. Literally, a moment later, a handsome and stately young man appeared in front of the little girl, as if out of nowhere. This man was a spirit king named Rumias, who was worshipped by many. But the heroine didn't know anything about him, and that's why she was scared when she heard the voice in her thoughts. Panic overwhelmed the little girl's consciousness, and she had no idea how to save herself. The king did not miss the girl's emotions, which he had not at all intended to frighten. This little girl seemed funny and interesting to him, as she could understand the language of spirits. The king had never met anyone before who had access to such a skill. The spirits around Aisha joyfully greeted the ruler, who had always been kind to them. Only now did the lady realize who exactly had visited her in secret from the rest of the people. This made the miss shrink even more in fear, because she was helpless before the king. Rumius guessed that the girl was not yet ready to meet him, despite her skills. That's why he erased this conversation from her memory, so that the little girl wouldn't remember anything in the morning. No matter how hard Aisha tried to resist, she couldn't overcome the sudden desire to sleep. The girl was overcome with such calm that even an adult would not have been able to cope with it. The king slowly left the girl's room, intending to meet her only in the future. This is how the heroine forgot that she was the first person to meet the Spirit King. The next morning, waking up was not easy for the heroine, as she did not remember her dream. Aisha did not want to open her eyes until the very end, trying to understand what had happened to her at night. But the maid did not give the lady the opportunity to remember what was so important she had missed in her dream. So all the remnants of memories disappeared, along with the girl's abrupt awakening. Today, the princess was woken up so early because she had to learn to walk around the palace. Of course, the heroine had this skill, but her new body was too weak for it. That's why the little girl trained hard, wanting to walk independently again as soon as possible. The lady herself was annoyed by the fact that up until now she had only managed to take a few steps, but physical weakness did not oppress the heroine as much as her weak moral state. So Aisha didn't even think about giving up halfway, feeling strong support around her. Irene was the one who was rooting for her daughter the most, hoping that this time everything would work out well for her. Seeing the happy empress, the heroine accidentally plunged into memories again. Her ex-mother was such a stern woman that she didn't even look at her daughter, while little Alice was constantly looking for love and support from the empress. But the ruler remained cold towards the girl, who looked very much like her. Instead of love, the lady heard only words about how she should behave as quietly as possible. The empress took her daughter with her only on social occasions, pretending that they had a strong family. Although Alice felt a lie in these embraces, she could never refuse them. And now the heroine found herself in the opposite situation, when she was loved just like that. Even if the baby couldn't reach her mother, she was ready to pick her up in her arms. Irene sincerely supported her daughter, rejoicing at even her most insignificant successes. And for the sake of such a mother, the little girl was ready to try even harder to make the woman happier. But this time, luck was not on Mrs. side, as she slipped on the carpet at the wrong time. It was clear to everyone that today, the girl would not be able to reach the empress in a straight line. But Aisha had no intention of giving up, as she had already set a goal for herself. Despite the defeat, the lady found the strength to get up and set off again. Never before had the heroine so strongly desired to reach her mother on her own 2 feet. But now the girl decided that she would never back down from her difficult goal. Irene's face clearly showed her delight that the little girl had not given up halfway. Aisha began to believe that her mother's embrace would be sincere if it reached her. Unconsciously, the heroine reached out for the love that she had so lacked during her past life. A couple of days after this event, relatives began to gradually arrive at the banquet. The empress acted like a child when she saw her mother and father, whom she missed. The Roussel family was no less happy to see their daughter, who was doing perfectly well. The heroine saw her maternal grandparents for the first time, who turned out to be good people. They quickly showed interest in their granddaughter, who was famous for her beauty and incredible charm. Their reunion might have seemed sweet and warm to any outsider. Unexpectedly, Irene started talking about her parents' relationship with the neighboring state. The heroine pricked up her ears when she realized that they were talking about her former family, the Edenbells. But the wise count only agreed to talk about affairs with another empire inside the palace. Only the empress did not understand how secret this information from her father was. What worried Roussel most was that an ambassador from the Edenbell Empire would also arrive with gifts. This news seriously frightened the heroine, who was not mentally prepared to meet her acquaintances. Whoever came from the empire, the girl would definitely recognize his identity from his past life. She wasn't even frightened by the count's cries, who was worried about the appearance of opponents. The little girl was most worried about the arrival of someone from the imperial family. She couldn't even imagine how she would communicate with people who had betrayed her in the past. Overwhelmed with emotion, the lady burst into loud tears in her mother's arms, alarming her. The adults misunderstood everything, deciding that the girl was frightened by their loud speeches. Only when she found herself in Irene's strong embrace was the lady able to come to her senses a little. She found solace in her mother, although even she could not save her from her past in another family. The empress never understood why the little girl suddenly gave in to emotions in front of people. But soon, Aisha fell into a deep sleep, so all conversations about Edenbell were postponed until later. No matter how capricious her daughter was, Irene still treated her beloved girl well. Never before had a heroine received so much love as from the empress alone. It seemed that the woman would love her, even if Aisha cruelly betrayed her in the future. This made the lady feel uneasy, because she could not forget her family before being reborn into a new body. But it wasn't just the empress who loved the girl with all her heart. The same applied to her brother and father as well. The men often fought among themselves for the attention of Aisha, who attracted their attention. But in reality, peace and tranquility reigned in their family, despite all the verbal squabbles. Usually, the father gave up time with his sister to his son, since he could never wait for it. Irene always watched with a smile as Isis doted on little Aisha. Only one heroine refused to open her heart to a new family, because of enormous fears. But no one seemed to notice the girl's passivity, since it was impossible for her not to love. Isis was generally ready to shower the lady with gifts, enjoying her meager reaction. Aisha still hasn't found an answer to the question of why these people cared about her so much. It seemed to the little girl that anyone in their place would have abandoned her long ago because of such selfishness. Meanwhile, the young princess was the center of gossip, even among the most noble aristocrats. People were eager to see for the first time the girl, who had not been shown to the public before. So before the banquet, the maids tried so hard that they themselves were shocked by their beauty. They were able to dress up Irene and Aisha in such a way that they looked like fairies from beautiful fairy tales. Even the lady began to show emotions when she saw how hard everyone tried for her. But the empress still did not demand anything from her daughter, who simply needed to live. The woman was already happy that Aisha was born a healthy and beautiful child. She specially saved many surprises for the baby on this wonderful day. So for the first time in her life, the heroine saw how the streets were decorated for her birthday. Irene arranged such a celebration because she sincerely loved her quiet and beautiful daughter. The empress wasn't the only one preparing for her daughter's birthday, something she didn't immediately reveal. Young Isis also chose his most festive outfit for such a wonderful event. The boy couldn't keep silent about how beautiful his stepmother and little sister were. The prince was delighted that such a beautiful girl was born into his family. Soon all the aristocrats arrived at the event in honor of the princess of the Elmir family. Isis noticed Aisha's nervousness and did his best to encourage the little lady. So even Irene didn't have to say anything to calm her worried daughter down. The boy's warm smile could melt anyone's heart because he was sincere in his support. Therefore, the heroine made an attempt to relax in such good and touching company. This was the first banquet in her honor, and the heroine was going to enjoy the large-scale event. In the presence of her family, the girl felt protected, despite the people around her. With the appearance of the emperor, a quiet whisper ran through the people, for everyone respected him for his wisdom. The ruler was needed precisely to announce the beginning of the celebration for the birth. It was he who always gave the speech before the official celebration of the event was authorized. Therefore, the aristocrats eagerly awaited his command to freely enjoy themselves at the ball. And only one person out of all the guests could not share in the general joy for his own reasons. But the aristocrats were only concerned about the presence of the imperial family at this event. Many wanted to take a closer look at Aisha, who was famous for her beauty and irresistibility. Women have long wanted to know what the most beautiful girl in the empire looks like. And reality lived up to their expectations, as the heroine's appearance was worthy of praise. No one could argue that the baby had won the genetic lottery in this life. The ladies enjoyed watching the interaction between the beautiful brother and sister from the sidelines. Feeling their gaze on her, the heroine only grew tired of such intense interest. But it wasn't only the aristocrats who fought for the attention of the girl who was the hero of the occasion. The emperor himself wished to hold his daughter in his arms, although the prince was clearly against it. Until the very end, Isis did not want to give up his sister, with whom he did not spend much time. Aisha couldn't understand her brother's stubbornness, because she didn't care whose arms she was in at the banquet. But a silent battle broke out between father and son for the opportunity to be near the lady. The lady barely resisted the urge to remind the emperor of his recent fear of touching her. In the end, the initiation ceremony itself went well, because the lady's soul was combined with the power of light. And soon everyone moved on to the ceremonial part of presenting gifts to the young traitor to the imperial family. People were blinded by the beauty of the little girl, who didn't even try to attract anyone. But Aisha unknowingly amazed everyone around her, which only made her feel awkward. Due to her young age, the lady soon wanted to sleep at the event in her honor. But the lady's sleep was suddenly lifted when she heard that the next ambassador would be from Edenbell. The little girl immediately tensed up, because meeting someone she knew scared her the most. She still didn't know how to react to a messenger she might know well. And indeed, the miss knew very well the boy who had played with her since childhood. It was her best friend Arsene, who was the only one of them who took Alice's side at that moment. The heroine could not contain her emotions at the sight of an old friend with whom she wanted to talk. His image blurred before her because of her tears, but the girl couldn't take her eyes off the guy. The Elmir Empire has always been famous for its best knights who won wars, while the Edenbell Empire was excellent at training mages who were experts in this field. And Arsene was just one of the magicians, since he had been studying this complex skill since childhood. But even all the boy's abilities did not allow him to recognize his ex-girlfriend in the princess, and the heroine could not help but recognize the man who had spent a lot of time with her before. They were best friends, despite the huge difference in status between them. It was with Arson that the girl shared her deepest secrets in her past life. So Miss was only glad that this man was chosen as the ambassador of the empire. The magician was one of the kindest people the heroine had ever met in her life. That's why she tried not to cry at that moment, because she wanted to remember everything about her old friend. Despite the princess's emotions, the guy still delicately presented her with his useful gift. From the young man's eyes, Miss guessed that he could not recognize her in this new incarnation. But it was enough for the heroine that everything was completely fine with the magician after some time. At the very end, it was Isis's turn to present the gift, and he was already completely ready for it. Aisha couldn't even imagine what incredible thing her brother had come up with for her this time. She would have accepted any gift from her brother, even if it had been the most insignificant in the world. But of course, the prince would not allow himself to give his sister something unworthy of her. The boy smiled tenderly at his little sister, who was in for such a wonderful surprise from him. The emperor was the first to guess that his son was going to give his knightly vows to little Aisha. Isis felt that he did not need any other lady to protect. But the heroine was not prepared for the enormous responsibility that would fall on her. Aisha had heard that in the Elmir Empire, there were knightly vows for loved ones. The knight who chose his man promised to always protect him and support him in any decisions. But Isis did not expect that his decision would cause panic in his sister, who would not be ready for the oath. Only the boy's warm words calmed the heroine, who burst into tears throughout the hall, just to avoid receiving recognition. The little girl was worried that even this would not be enough to prevent her family from turning away from her. But Isis proved in a couple of sentences that the lady could trust him in such serious matters. Aisha has already managed to be convinced more than once that at present her brother is truly ready to do anything for her. This is how the heroine accepted the knightly oath from the prince, although she still doubted their future. Isis was overjoyed that his gift for the little girl was better than the others. Even the emperor appreciated his son's efforts, since few ladies could boast of having a knight. The prince had no doubts when he dedicated his entire life to the little girl who was his relative. The crowd roared triumphantly when the oath was completed, as they were glad to share this moment. Isis waved joyfully at the people who supported him, sharing his happiness with him to the fullest extent. This moment showed the heroine that from now on, her failures from her past life could end, and sweet smiles, like those on her brother's face, will continue to haunt the lady in her new transformation. Only after presenting the gifts did the parents think about putting their little daughter to bed. Isis immediately volunteered for this task, since it was only a joy for him to help the girl in any matter. But the little girl wanted to see the evening fireworks that would be launched in her honor. The parents specially prepared a whole show for their daughter, and it would be a shame if she missed it. This is how the prince managed to see such a beautiful spectacle, together with his little sister. The boy tried to create maximum comfort for Aisha, so that she would remember this moment forever. Isis himself had witnessed fireworks more than once, so he knew how amazing they were. For this performance, the emperor made arrangements in advance with powerful magicians, and soon the performance began, which the heroine would remember for a long time that evening. The little girl completely forgot about all her problems because of the beauty that she saw in front of her then. Isis was especially glad that he could share such a wonderful moment with his little sister. Seeing such a miracle, the heroine finally believed that her new family could be trusted. She could barely contain her emotions at that moment, as she was bursting inside with the desire to rejoice. The prince watched the girl with pleasure, and it was clear from her face how much she enjoyed what was happening. Isis couldn't help but say that Aisha was so beautiful that she even outshone the holiday fireworks for him. Only now did the heroine feel the strength to utter at least a word, for the first time in a long time. She took advantage of the fact that Isis was completely engrossed in the fireworks that were thundering throughout the area. The lady was sure that the boy wouldn't hear her anyway, so she decided to speak. The girl barely audibly whispered the name of the prince, who had sincerely cared for her all this time. She herself barely noticed her voice, which sounded thinly during another explosion of fireworks. But it turned out that the boy perfectly heard the only word that the little girl said to him. He was so surprised that he burst into tears, because this was exactly what the heir had been waiting for from his little sister for so long. The lady was pleased with such a reaction from her brother because she tried to surprise him with her skill. At that moment, the parents approached, who did not yet know that their daughter had started talking. Overwhelmed by emotions, Isis couldn't really explain what had just happened. Next, Irene heard her name, not expecting such a gift from her beloved daughter. Aisha was finally convinced that nothing bad would happen after her words, so she was touched by the reactions of the family, who had waited so long for the baby to speak. Even the usually calm emperor could not stand it at this moment, wanting to hear his own name. He was so happy when the lady called him dad that the man's cheeks turned pink. The happiness of this family at that moment knew no bounds, because they all loved each other. The heroine was no longer afraid of being deceived in the company of such wonderful people. She had no idea that Arsene was closely watching their joyful reunion. The boy envied the imperial family, which was so different from his rulers. He could not understand why these people exuded such warmth, care, and love. The magician always tried to make his masters happy, but something always went wrong. That's why the guy couldn't take his eyes off such a strong family. He continued to watch them until the master returned to their carriage. The old man had his own opinion on everything, and now he considered the emperor's behavior shameful. Arsene fundamentally disagreed with his mentor, who was not afraid to speak honestly about his thoughts. Unlike the teacher, the magician always kept his mouth shut so as not to say anything unnecessary. The old man saw his student's lack of confidence, so he gradually strengthened his character. The wise magician clearly saw all the pain of the guy who was unable to come to terms with the past. The old man knew well the reason why his student was so upset. Until now, Arsene could not forgive himself for the death of Princess Alice, which he learned about too late. At that moment, he was immersed in research, so he was only informed about the death of the princess. From that moment on, the magician's entire life turned upside down, as he could not come to terms with the loss of his friend. Until now, he had been imagining Alice, who usually came as a ghost in the mornings. Her sweet smile haunted the guy, who wanted to see this girl alive and well. That is why Arsene's pain was so great, because he could not forgive the rulers for their cruel execution. The master could only tell the boy how to pull himself together so that no one would know about his inner pain. Each time, it was the old man who brought the magician back to his senses, and he was sincerely grateful for such support. Therefore, Arsene honestly admitted to his mentor that he would like to investigate the death of Princess Edenbell. The old man seemed to be opposed to such a wish, as he silently turned away from the student. But a moment later, the magician heard that the mentor would help him in any matter if he tried. This gave the guy confidence that all his affairs would be completed successfully. The master only needed Arsene to continue to practice his skills under his guidance. For the first time in his life, the magician realized how lucky he was to have such a kind and understanding mentor. He couldn't change the ruling family of Edenbell to be like the pleasant Elmire family, but the guy was going to do everything to make his rulers answer for their cruel actions. The next 6 years flew by quickly for the little heroine, who studied diligently in the palace. She grew up to be a cheerful and inquisitive child who was no longer afraid of being rejected. It's all because the brother spent all his free time with his sister, even though he was busy training. Aisha always looked at the guy she had fallen in love with all her heart over all this time, with gratitude in her eyes. Isis had already noticed that the lady was reading adult literature for herself, not paying attention to fairy tales. The heroine never brought herself to admit that in reality she was already well over 20. No matter how strong and warm her parents' love was, Miss believed that her past should not concern them. The girl was pleased with the warm glances her family gave her every time they met. Even at 3 years old, the little girl opened her heart to new relatives, and therefore began to demonstrate her skills. Aisha found any learning easy because she knew how to read and write very well from her past life. But to everyone, the lady diligently pretended that she was simply a quick learner, and this amazed many in the palace. Quite soon, the princess became known as a little genius, because no other child learned so quickly. Irene could hardly believe that her previously silent daughter was making such great strides in everything she did. And Isis was sincerely happy with every achievement of the lady, even if she simply wrote his name on a piece of paper. The boy's delight instantly infected his parents, who did not expect this from their daughter. The empress grew more and more fond of the girl every day, who amazed her with her rapid learning. The heroine didn't plan to impress everyone around her, but she couldn't spend much time on known knowledge. That's why she switched from fairy tales to studying ancient languages as quickly as possible. Aisha was most interested in any books about spirits, with which she had a close connection. The problem was that even the Imperial Library had little information about them. This is how the lady came to the conclusion that it was in the ancient language that the most information was preserved. Throughout her childhood, the heroine tried not to show off all her talents, so as not to overtake the heir to the throne. But the brother didn't even think of envying his little sister, no matter how much faster she learned than him. Instead, the guy was ready to help the lady in everything, who seemed to be getting smarter every day. Eventually, it got to the point that even Isis had difficulty understanding the books that the young princess read. But the lady saw how hard the prince tried to help her, even in such difficult situations for him. Although he had little free time, Isis spent it all on walks with his little sister, and Aisha was grateful to the heir that he chose to talk to her at any moment. The girl couldn't always control herself, so she would periodically make fun of her brother, and each time his embarrassed reaction only made the heroine happier, and she experienced vivid emotions. But not everything was so cheerful in Aisha's life, because it was not for nothing that she thought about studying the spirit world. The girl still remembered her past life, and therefore collected all the information about the Edenbell Empire. According to the information she has, her entire former family lived quite happily after her terrible death. Only the spirits knew about the girl's sadness, so they did their best to mentally support her in moments of sadness. Aisha was only glad that she had such loyal friends who would definitely help her take revenge. Until now, she has not found an answer to the question of what kind of eye her cunning younger sister had at that moment. When the lady was lost in thought, she did not notice that her brother was closely watching every emotion on her face. She was completely immersed in her heavy thoughts, because revenge was too difficult a task for a child. Seeing such a thoughtful girl, the guy admitted that she seemed much older to him. The lady had nothing to say in response to her brother's assumption, because he turned out to be completely right. This time, the little girl's face showed genuine surprise, because she didn't expect Isis to come to such a conclusion. Of course, the prince could not even imagine how much his little sister had gone through. Therefore, he carelessly attributed all her oddities to the incredible genius of the young princess. Once again, the heroine cleverly turned the entire conversation to the fact that her brother also possessed amazing skills. She was so embarrassed by Isis's suspicions that she began to chatter non-stop about anything and everything. But it turned out that the prince did not think anything bad about his sister, although he guessed that she was hiding something. The guy was willing to endure as long as it took before the lady could open up to him. Aisha was pleased to realize that she was so much loved by her brother, and therefore did not doubt him. As soon as the lady returned to the palace from her walk, she noticed general excitement among the maids. The girl could not even imagine that the empress was eagerly awaiting a meeting with her again. In the empire, each season one holiday followed another, and Irene prepared for the events. And each time, the maids, in a panic, decorated the palace as quickly as possible for the next event. So the lady did not expect to meet her mother, who always diligently prepared for events. Therefore, the little girl was only more glad that the empress was able to make time for her. The woman was overwhelmed with so many things to do, but she still didn't forget about her beloved daughter. During the time that they had not seen each other, both mother and daughter had managed to miss each other very much. Irene called the little girl because she couldn't think of anything new for the next festival, and she turned to the right person, as Aisha was always ready to come up with a good idea. But before that, the lady was interested in the question of how the magician from the tower assessed her abilities. While writing the test, the heroine tried to make as many mistakes as possible to match her age, but even this was not enough, because the mother was delighted with her little daughter's knowledge. Aisha realized too late how difficult it had been for her to pretend to be an ordinary child. But the empress had no intention of putting pressure on the girl, no matter what strange abilities she displayed. The baby was lucky to be born into a family where everyone is allowed to do whatever they want. But the lady didn't expect her mother to ask her what she wanted to do in the future. Irene was ready to support any choice of the princess, because she loved her daughter madly. But the whole point was that before the heroine had not thought about anything except revenge. Irene noticed that the lady was hesitant about her answer, so she suggested that she make friends with the children. However, the girl was rightly worried that her father and brother would not approve of such a proposal. Their jealousy only warmed Mrs. Soul even more, because it was based entirely on love. The woman knew about this, so she was confident that she could convince the family not to worry about their daughter. However, even such a kind attitude did not relieve the heroine of her worries about the future. Before, Aisha only thought about how to take revenge on her former family for their boundless cruelty. But her mother's words reminded the little girl that she should live not only in the past, but also in the present. The brother was also ready to support his beloved sister in everything, although he had no idea about her plans. The lady also loved her family very much, so she did not want to drag them into her serious showdowns. Therefore, Miss focused on continuing to learn magic related to spirits. But the girl immediately encountered the fact that she could not understand a single book because of the ancient language. Only recently did the little one begin to master the basic level of the spirit language, which is why it was so difficult for her. But this did not mean that the lady would give up at this moment, because this was not even the halfway point of her journey. Instead of getting upset, Miss continued her desperate search for the right book. And finally, luck smiled on the heroine, because among all the stories, she found a retelling about the spirit world. Aisha's joy knew no bounds, because this was precisely the knowledge she had been lacking all this time. But the little girl's discoveries did not end there, because the spirits wanted the lady to pay attention to something else. They stubbornly illuminated one of the most nondescript books that Miss had ever seen before. Aisha never argued with the spirits, since only they knew the whole truth about her reincarnation and remained close. That's why this time the girl took this incomprehensible book, on the cover of which there wasn't even anything written. The little girl believed that the spirits must have had a good reason to insist on this book so much. The heroine could use any information about her friends, so she was only glad of their help. When the girl returned from the library, she was joyfully greeted by her brother, who had already missed the lady. But this time, Aisha was not happy to meet Isis, because she did not want to show him her books. She instinctively hid the books behind her back, but immediately realized that the prince had clearly noticed this movement. So the little girl had to lie that she had taken books on studying ancient languages from the library. Of course, the brother immediately sensed the lie, since he knew his sister's behavior better than anyone. So he could clearly see the excitement of the girl, who did not want to admit her secrets. The heroine was so excited that she even flinched when the guy simply called her by name. But Isis did not focus on his sister's lies, instead talking about her success in her studies. With this, the heir made it clear to the little girl that he accepts any decision she makes, even if she is hiding something. The heroine did not expect that her brother would show so much patience and affection, despite her blatant lie. Even from behind, he was completely relaxed. Although it was clear that the guy was worried about the lady, it was hard for Aisha to hide a lot about herself from her brother, but she wasn't ready to tell him anything. The little girl could only hope that Isis had not guessed about her huge secrets. Her rebirth was a huge secret that only the spirits knew about now. At this point, the heroine was sure that she would never be able to tell anyone about this. As soon as the lady returned to the room, she happily immersed herself in a book about the history of perfumes. Never before had Aisha been so interested in understanding a book in an ancient language. She was delighted to learn more and more about how all the sorcerers had disappeared. But even in this book, the girl couldn't find anything about her powerful abilities. The question still remained in the lady's head. What kind of person was she then? The most offensive thing was that the little girl couldn't consult with any adults about this. But Miss was saved by a discovery about how exactly to summon spirits for all aspiring sorcerers. If Aisha succeeds in this maneuver, she will be able to achieve a lot in a short time. Summoning a spirit for the sake of a contract depended on the power of the creature itself and the strength of the one who summoned it. Previously, the girl had no idea that she could call upon one of those who had protected her since childhood. But this book didn't say a word about how exactly to perform the appropriate ritual. This fact angered the heroine so much that she had already prepared herself to talk to the spirits. The girl was very disappointed with the book, which brazenly did not provide all the information. Once again, the spirits tenderly comforted the little girl, who was constantly watched from the side. Suddenly, the lady remembered that she had another book related to perfumes, so Aisha was instantly filled with curiosity because another chance appeared before her. This time the girl was lucky. and this book described a ritual for summoning spirits. The lady did not hesitate when she decided to take this step, which could change her whole life. Now, more than anything in the world, she wanted to test her abilities in a real case. Therefore, Aisha did everything necessary to ensure that she too would have a personal spirit. For some reason, the girl was sure that nothing bad would happen to her anyway. This blind faith helped the heroine, and soon she successfully completed the difficult call. The baby's entire body was pierced by powerful magic, but it did not bring any pain. Aisha took this as a good sign, although she still didn't know what to expect. Suddenly, the entire room was illuminated by a bright glow, in the center of which someone's outline appeared. And exactly after this, the long-awaited spirit that she had summoned appeared before the heroine. The lady immediately recognized the voice of the creature, which she had heard many times before at different moments in her life. It was this voice that most often supported the little girl when she was especially sad and lonely. So all the heroine's fears instantly vanished as soon as she recognized the spirit in front of her. In her past life, Aisha could never have imagined that she would be able to summon a real spirit. With great pleasure, the lady entered into a contract with the spirit, even though she did not even know its essence. The little spirit himself was glad that he would finally be able to spend time with his beloved mistress. This is how the princess came to have a spirit of light at her disposal, albeit of the lowest rank. This girl's name was Rue, and from now on, she will always be near the little lady. The lady was surprised that her new friend had acquired a slightly different appearance. It turned out that the spirits always acted this way when someone had enough strength to call upon them. The little spirit was extremely cheerful in nature, and his joy was only increased by the summoning. Only now did Aisha realize that she hadn't spent that much effort summoning this girl. In response, Rue explained that this only happened because of the close connection between the lady and the spirit. Since childhood, the entity looked after the princess because it liked her. The heroine was only glad that their emotions were mutual and they could talk about everything. It turned out that until the spirits are summoned, it is much more difficult for them to convey their thoughts to the outside world. That's why Rue was thrilled to finally have a different form after being summoned. The heroine's strength was sufficient to constantly maintain the call of this spirit. By chance, the spirit let it slip that even their king had somehow shown attention to the young princess. But the lady didn't remember this, because at the moment of their meeting, Rumius erased all her memories. This time, Rue was lucky, because Miss was more interested in the fact that she was popular among spirits. The girl's talkativeness played a cruel joke on her this time, since now she had to explain herself. There was so much curiosity inside Aisha that she would never let Rue go without answers. Therefore, the spirit had to admit that for some reason, only the lady could see entities without a contract. This news shocked the heroine so much that she forgot about all her other questions. The princess immediately became enthusiastic about the idea of summoning several more spirits of a different class. So Rue was forced to answer all of the lady's questions regarding the summoning of spirits. It turned out that to summon a spirit, the power of the summoner and the consent of the essence of that world were needed. If the summoner's powers are insufficient, no spirit will respond to his contract. Since Aisha was still too young, her strength was only enough for the lowest summoning of the spirit. However, even this made Rue happy, because she could finally spend all her time with her mistress. Only thanks to the closeness between them did the summoning of the spirit occur as smoothly and simply as possible. True, now the lady will have to pay with her cookies, because Rue was always hungry. While the spirit was enjoying the food, Aisha became interested in how she could increase her power. Of course, Rue had answers to these questions too, because she was not against another spirit. What surprised the lady most was that the god of light was one of the highest spirits in the world. He was revered by many, even in other empires, who worshipped the king to achieve their own goals. Rumias was believed to bring good luck and victory to knights who truly believed in him. According to legend, it was this god who once brought prosperity to the world, having come into it first. So the surprise of the heroine, who knew little about the spirit world, was quite understandable. In turn, Rue knew almost nothing about the human world, so she was surprised by the name of her king. The little spirit knew a completely different story, because he remembered the times when there were no people yet. At that time, incredible chaos reigned throughout the world, since Rumius had not yet taken control of the government. But an unknown creator created great spirits, who began to rule the world before people. Aisha had no idea that some of the human gods were actually spirits. This information was useful for the princess, who always tried to learn about her people. So much that was previously unknown was revealed to the lady as soon as she summoned one spirit. Ru was a living example of how vast the world was, not only for people, but also for spirits. But this spirit was not prepared for the fact that his mistress would have a million big ideas. Thanks to this call, the heroine was able to come up with an excellent option to help her mother. So the very next morning, the girl eagerly went to meet her parents. She wanted to have a spirit festival at the festival, but the weather turned really bad, and Ru couldn't help her mistress in any way, no matter how much she wanted to fulfill all her wishes. The heroine did not burden the spirit with her problems, so that he could enjoy life with her. Seeing the smile on Ru's face, Aisha knew she had been a good host for the spirit. Much has changed in the princess's life since she managed to summon a lower being. She obtained permission from her parents to organize a celebration in honor of the little-known spirits. And now, Ru helped the little girl in everything so that she could cope with the difficult task. The heroine believed that all people should learn as much as possible about the other world. Of course, she couldn't help but be interested in what the spirit king Rumias really was like. But for some reason, this question caused difficulties for Ru, who could usually find answers to everything. However, the little girl quickly became impressed by how good and handsome her god was. In fact, Ru could talk non-stop about the king who took care of her. Aisha listened carefully to the spirit who told her so much about Rumias. The girl herself believed that it was unlikely that she would ever meet this spirit in her life. The only thing that saved the lady from a long conversation was that Ru's attention quickly wandered. But the heroine could not help but find out whether she would be able to summon the spirit king himself in the future. It was a very serious question, although, as usual, the spirit knew the answer to it perfectly well. The princess was surprised that never before in this world had anyone summoned the king himself. It turned out that no sorcerer had enough magic to do this, and even magic stones were unable to compensate for the lack of strength in people. So the heroine had to make do with spirits of lower ranks to summon them. She still periodically thought about the past, when she thought about the changes in the present. Even then, the lady was drawn to the light, so it was not surprising that she summoned such a spirit. Before the conscription, the girl's only light was her family, who were always ready to love her. Memories of her brother made the little girl wonder what the prince was doing now. Her words were accidentally overheard by one of the maids, who had just entered the princess's room. The assistant knew very well that the guy was currently stricken with a cold due to training. But this was a secret in the palace, which the maid so easily told to the emperor's daughter. The heroine was deeply saddened by the fact that she could not even find out more about her brother's illness. It turned out that Isis himself had given such an order, and the maids obediently carried it out. The lady considered it unfair that her brother did not want to see her during his illness. Aisha understood that she could also become infected, but the prince always came to her in difficult times. Ru immediately noticed a change in the lady's mood, who suddenly became sad. The girl didn't like it when her brother hid something from her, although he rarely did that. Only now did the lady understand how Isis felt when she did not tell him the whole truth. But all this did not discourage the girl from writing a letter to her brother to express her feelings. She had never written letters to anyone before, so Aisha was very inspired by this. Throughout her life, the prince did so many good things for the lady that it was impossible not to love him. It was his behavior that became the key to the heroine opening her heart to a new family. The baby became so attached to her relative that she always wanted to be near him, and the guy completely shared the girl's feelings, since he did not forget to take care of her. All these memories helped the heroine create a touching and sweet letter for the prince. Meanwhile, Isis was lying in bed without strength, as the cold had undermined his health. What angered the guy most was that he had to miss training because of his condition. The young man tried so hard that he even practiced in the rain, which led to his illness. At that moment, the prince allowed only one person to approach him who did not sympathize with him. No matter how much Isis grumbled about his friend's seriousness, he liked this trait. This friend was Vion Belmort, who planned to become the strongest knight in the empire. The young man's character was unusually silent, which made him a good conversationalist. Only from this guy was the prince ready to tolerate rudeness, because he always came to his aid. So Isis silently listened to all his friend's indignation about the fact that he was studying in the rain. The prince himself understood perfectly well how bad an idea this had been for training in the first place. At this point, the heir was informed that a servant had been sent to him as a guest. The guy didn't expect that his sister would send one of her assistants to him at such an inopportune moment. Seeing the prince's ambiguous reaction, the servant suggested sending the maid back. Only Vian couldn't understand why his friend reacted so violently to the news about his sister. It turned out that the assistant brought a letter from Aisha for her brother, who was sick. The guy had no idea that the rumors would still reach the lady, and she would do this because of them. Isis couldn't even believe his eyes when he saw that very letter from the little princess. For a while, he looked at this object with distrust, as if he had forgotten how to write. But a moment later, the prince's joy knew no bounds, because it was a letter from his little sister. Until the very end, the guy couldn't realize that everything that was happening was actually real. He was amazed beyond belief that Aisha had tried so hard for him at such a moment. The prince already knew in advance that he would keep this letter for the rest of his life, no matter what was written in it. He was so moved that tears came to his eyes from the charm of this moment. Right now, Isis didn't need witnesses to see him read the letter. The first thing the guy did was send back the maid who had been sent to him by the princess. Only after this did the prince immerse himself in reading, which quickly drew him in with curiosity. The princess's handwriting was perfectly even and clear, so reading was easy for the boy. Every line brought a smile to his face as the little girl wished her beloved brother good health. At the very end, he realized that he had to become stronger, because this was the only way to protect the lady at any moment. He understood perfectly well that the girl, even at that age, had some secrets from him. But at the same time, Aisha's love was not in doubt, because she was sincerely happy for him. So Isis was ready to grind into dust anyone who dared to offend his dear sister. Seeing his friend's emotions like this, Vian only sighed heavily as he couldn't understand him. Despite feeling unwell, the prince was bursting with enthusiasm and a desire to write a reply to his sister. The guy tried to put as many feelings for the princess as possible into the lines on paper. This even made Belmort feel a little envious, since he didn't have any younger sisters. Isis seemed to glow with happiness from within, just thinking about little Aisha. If Vian could change one thing in his life, he would wish for a brother or sister. This is all because even as a child, the boy remembered well how lost the prince had been before. After his mother's death, he behaved as if he were not a man, but a hunted animal. Isis's face was constantly distorted by the incredible pain that was tearing him apart from the inside. But after the birth of his little sister, the prince changed dramatically and no longer worried about anything. Aisha herself had no idea how much strength she was giving to her brother by her very existence. At that moment, the little girl was busily preparing for the holiday, which she was helping her mother organize, and the maids watched the lady with pleasure, seeing how quickly she was growing up. The heroine was so happy also because she had recently received a reply letter from her brother. In it, he wrote her a little more about why they were both named that way. Even as a child, she once asked her brother to tell her everything he knew about their family. And each time the boy greeted the numerous questions from his curious little sister with a smile. What Isis was most proud of was that their parents had instilled faith in their children into their names. Even then, the prince was ready to cope with any difficulties, like a rainbow after the rain. In a couple of days, it was time for that very festival that everyone had been preparing for so long. The first day of this event always began with public prayers to the god Rumias. Therefore, all the people of the empire gathered in churches to pay tribute to their great deity. Many hoped that their prayers would be answered, and that they would receive healing. And the priests did a great job, as they helped each person achieve what they wanted. Of course, the heroine took little Rue with her on this amazing rescue of people. The girl was glad that she could now see her friend clearly at any time. Aisha couldn't understand why the priests were using the Spirit King's healing powers. It turned out that the priests did not actually take the king's abilities, but simply healed people. This is because all the spirits of light had the ability to heal any disease. So it was only the heroine who mistakenly believed that the priests took power from the greatest god himself. It took the girl only a few minutes to understand something important from this story, and now she has already guessed that, if she wants, she herself can heal other people. Rue was delighted that her owner had figured out this ability without her help. But even after confirmation from the spirit, Aisha found such an amazing skill incredible. Until now, the heroine hadn't even thought about how strong she was. But it turned out that she was quite capable of surpassing even the most skilled priest in her powers. However, the girl did not have plans to serve God, as it would have been a huge responsibility. Only Rue knew that her mistress had such talents, because she was special. Only a few summoners could boast of a large set of good skills. The priests had no connection with the spirits, so they used only a small part of the healing, all because Rumias was ready to share his powers with anyone who sincerely believed in him. The princess not only believed, but could also interact with the spirit world, which made her stronger. No matter how incredible the heroine's discoveries were, she could not yet tell anyone about them. Even to her own family, the lady was afraid to admit that she was actually a spirit summoner. This is all because Aisha first wanted to learn how to use her incredible abilities. As soon as the main event ended, all the aristocrats moved to tea. Only the heroine was not happy that she had to maintain conversations with children. The lady would have preferred to talk to her brother instead, but he was too busy with his own affairs. The girl spent the entire morning participating in the ceremony, so she didn't find time for the prince. And even now, Isis was within Aisha's field of vision, but he was too far from her. The little girl was already happy that her brother looked well, as he had managed to fully recover. This was the only reason the girl wasn't so sad that they hadn't talked yet. The lady also wanted to get closer to her brother, because she was interested in his good friend. She remembered that this guy had a great pedigree and followed in his father's footsteps, so Vian could be trusted, because he was in close contact with the imperial family. However, Aisha was not interested in handsome guys, as she was still too young for that. But the lady was also an adult when it came to talking to children, as she was already living her second life. This is how the little girl had to suffer in the company of children with whom she did not know how to speak. Among the young aristocrats, there was one lady who talked non-stop only about herself, but none of the children dared to interrupt her, as it might seem rude on their part. Although Aisha was a princess, she was also in no hurry to interfere in this stupid conversation. Instead, the lady dreamed of someone taking her away from this unpleasant company of children. And the girl's wish came true, as Vian himself suddenly called her to talk to him. The guy deliberately pretended that the princess was being called by her brother, who had already missed her. So none of the aristocrats dared to follow the lady, no matter how much they wanted to. This is how the heroine was unexpectedly saved from spending several hours in the company of small children. The lady honestly admitted to Belmort that she had almost died of boredom during this time. In fact, the guy understood all this from the girl's face, and only for that reason he rescued her from that company. The knight was embarrassed to admit that all his words about the prince were just a lie. But the heroine believed Vian, who seemed like a person who absolutely couldn't lie. This confession surprised the lady, since she had no idea that she could be of interest to the guy. It turned out that Belmort had invited Aisha along only because he had noticed the boredom on her face. He couldn't allow the princess to have a bad time on such an important day of the year for her. Aisha was surprised to realize that this man was not only smart, but also very attentive. So the lady was once again convinced that her brother really knew how to choose friends for himself. Although Vian appeared stern and gloomy on the outside, he was a good and kind guy at heart. That is why he paid attention to the princess's condition. Although there was no need for it, Belmort appreciated the approach to the holiday that Aisha personally devised. But even to him, the heroine did not admit that her inspiration was her cheerful assistant Rue. During their conversation, the guy quickly noticed that the lady was speaking too wisely for her age. Once again, the princess forgot that she was still a little child. But fortunately, Vian didn't demand any explanations from her, simply considering the girl smart. They could have continued talking to each other for a long time if they had not been interrupted by Isis's voice. All this morning, the heroine wanted to talk to her brother, so she instantly forgot about Vian. Only now did the prince have some free time, and he immediately ran to meet his beloved sister. The guy hadn't changed at all during the days they hadn't seen each other due to his protracted illness. So Aisha once again remembered the reasons why she loved her brother so much. And Isis could not forget about the letter that the lady had sent him so unexpectedly during his illness. Until now, he carefully kept in his heart all those lines that Aisha had written with her own hand. The heroine had no idea that her brother would never forget even such small gestures. It seemed to her that she had long been accustomed to Isis's selfless love. But this was not so. Every time the boy surprised the princess with something new, and today he was embarrassed because of the letter. At that moment, the voices of his relatives saved the prince from further embarrassment due to memories. It turned out that almost everyone was already assembled and were waiting for their favorite children to come for a walk. The children rarely had the chance to talk to their grandparents, so they seized the opportunity. Aisha was delighted that she could ask as many questions as she wanted to her patient relatives. She hadn't seen her grandparents for a long time, but they didn't disappoint her at all when they met. The only thing the little girl didn't expect was that Vian, for some reason, would go for a walk with them. But it soon became clear to the heroine that Belmort had personal motives for such communication. The boy wanted to become a knight, and her grandfather was one of the best swordsmen in the empire. But for now, the old man did not pay attention to anyone except his beloved granddaughter. He constantly asked the lady to pose, and she tirelessly fulfilled all his requests. It was easy for the princess to walk under the arch and bring a smile to her grandfather's face. She herself sincerely admired the beautiful plants that their gardeners had worked hard on. But the lady had no idea that this time her grandfather was not just watching her for no reason. Only a few minutes later, the girl noticed that the old man was holding some strange object in his hands. Count Roussel smiled contentedly at his granddaughter, since he had committed one little prank. It was this object that helped him with this, and now it shimmered captivatingly with all the colors. Naturally, this area could not help but attract the attention of the heroine, who was distinguished by her curiosity. It turned out that my grandfather had somehow managed to get hold of a rare photosphere to capture one moment. In all her 2 lives, the lady had never heard of a thing that could capture people's moments. So the grandfather was proud of the fact that genuine surprise was visible on his granddaughter's face. In fact, he didn't plan to hide this thing. He just wanted to make a surprise for the girl. As soon as he shook the sphere, pictures of little Aisha in flowers came to life inside it. The photosphere perfectly conveyed all the movements of the princess that it managed to remember. But what confused the heroine most was that this object even captured her sweet smile. The little girl instantly blushed from the realization that now everyone would be able to look at her, while Isis was eager to get a copy of this amazing footage. But the count had no intention of sharing such a coveted and rare photosphere with anyone. Aisha was amazed at how her relatives fought for the same memory with her. It turned out that Vian also found the fight funny, but he enjoyed watching things like that. The guy admitted that he himself had no idea why this scene made him smile, but the actions of the relatives were full of sincerity, which no one doubted. Belmort wished he had the same feelings about his family, but he didn't have any sisters, so the guy could only watch how the prince showed his love. Soon the second day of the festival arrived, which was supposed to bring even more joy to the people. Early in the morning, the lady slipped into her brother's chambers. Otherwise, she would not have seen him all day. It turned out that Vian was already with the prince, constantly following the young master. None of them were against the arrival of the princess, who made people around her smile. Only this time, Isis was plunged into sorrow due to the long-ago death of his beautiful mother. Aisha had no idea that her brother was still sad about this difficult loss for him. The boy couldn't help but think about what the first empress would say when she looked at him. Although he was happy with his life, thoughts of his mother periodically darkened it. Naturally, the girl succumbed to the excitement along with the prince, since she often shared his emotions. But despite everything, the heir was happy, because he had a good and strong family. He had cared for the princess all his life, and had no intention of changing anything in the future. Vian watched with a smile as Isis, who a moment ago had been giving in to sadness, spoke. But now the guy was ready to arrange a tea party so that his little sister would not worry about him. At that moment, the lady noticed a new servant who politely brought them drinks with good tea. The little girl was worried by the fact that she had never seen this man in the palace before. However, the lady attributed her ignorance to the fact that her parents could well have invited someone from outside. But as soon as she took a sip, the taste of the tea immediately alerted the heroine. At that very moment, Rue squealed anxiously that the lady should not have drunk that strange tea. The spirit warned the lady about this too late, since he himself did not immediately notice the setup. And now there was blood on the lady's hands, as the unpleasant process inside had begun. The outlines of Vian blurred before the princess's eyes, no matter how hard she tried to come to her senses. At that moment, the heroine was most worried about her brother, who could also have been poisoned. And it was clear from Isis's face that he, too, felt unwell after taking the new drink. The guy's whole face turned pale, and he couldn't squeeze out even one intelligible word. Aisha realized that the guy had managed to drink many times more of the drink than she ended up getting. But even the girl felt ill from the amount of poison, as its concentration was strong. Although Vian was nearby, he could not help the two children of the emperor himself. The little girl clung to consciousness until the very end, but it gradually slipped away from her. She saw her brother reaching out to her, but she couldn't even respond in that terrible moment. That's how Aisha and Isis found themselves sent into the midst of the empire's peace festival. At the same time, the emperor had to keep a straight face in front of the people so that no one would worry too much. But this news instantly spread among the aristocrats, who quickly found out about everything. Vian blamed himself most for what happened, as he was unable to help his friends. The guy was tormented by his conscience, because at that terrible moment, he was next to Aisha and Isis. Belmort trained every day in the hope that he would be able to protect the heir. But in the end, he turned out to be so useless that he was disgusted with himself. The prince was only lucky in that the empress was very close to them. Irene quickly took full command of the children's rescue efforts into her own hands, as she knew what to do. But even the fact that he quickly called for help did not lessen the knight's worries. And now, the guy eagerly awaited any results that the doctors were supposed to bring. Tyrion seemed calmer than Vian, although in reality, he was also very worried about the children. It turned out that the princess's condition had been stabilized, even though she had drunk poison. But Isis could well have died, despite the fact that he was physically more resilient than the girl. But the boy drank so much poison that the aristocrats could only pray for his health. The worst thing was that the high priest with the healing potion went on a journey yesterday, and the emperor had no more people left who would be able to help his son. The man was tormented by the horror that he would never be able to see his children again. So the ruler decided to do everything possible to save the prince and princess. But he couldn't avoid rumors that the heir's troubles were a bad sign. The emperor found it difficult to argue that this had never happened before during festivals. This is why people dared to open their mouths, discussing the fact that Isis was unworthy of the throne. This opinion was most supported by the count, who did not believe in the wise rule of Isis. But even after the death of his son, the emperor will be ready to defend his honor before other people. Tyrion always dealt with gossip easily, by first dealing with its source. So now the poor count had to justify his words to the ruler. The emperor had no intention of forgiving any of his assistants, even despite the holiday. This is exactly what he explained to the count in a few words, taking advantage of the general confusion. So the man no longer dared to say even one unpleasant word about the sick heir. But in reality, all the count's obedience was just a pretense for the ruler. This is all because he was personally involved in the poisoning, which no one knew about yet. Meanwhile, Irene did not leave her daughter's bedside, as she was very afraid of losing her. The woman did not wish for any mother to experience the fear that she was now experiencing. The priests also did not leave the girl's bedside, as it was necessary to cleanse her body. But all this took time, so it was unknown when Aisha would be able to open her eyes. The empress intended to stay by her daughter's side until the very end, although she herself was already tired. But she would not have forgiven herself if the princess had opened her eyes and there was no one in the room. At that moment, the heroine saw a very strange dream, which she had under the influence of the poison. The little girl felt lost, as nothing could be seen in the pitch darkness. However, Aisha had enough strength not to give up and try to find a way out even in this state. But after just a couple of steps, the girl discovered that something was tying her to the spot. These were the same shackles that had been placed on her during the accusation in her previous life. Although under the influence of sleep, the little girl was disgusted to experience their weight again. She looked around in panic, but could not find a way out. Moreover, under the influence of the poison, the lady's consciousness suddenly found herself in that very prison cell. In her past body, the heroine immediately remembered all those terrible feelings that she had driven away from herself. At that time, she could hardly survive in the dungeon, because no one paid attention to her. Even the water that the lady was given was stale and tasteless, but she was very thirsty. But when the princess reached for the bowl, even with such water, an unpleasant situation occurred. As a result, the bowl was completely overturned, so the girl didn't even get that much water. At that moment, the heroine thought for the first time that she would like to die as soon as possible. She no longer had the strength to endure the agonizing wait for her execution. The most offensive thing for the lady was that for some reason, no one in the family wanted to believe her. It was only because of their mistrust that the princess found herself in a situation where they threatened to execute her, and the moral pain from the realization of the family's betrayal was even stronger than any physical pain. It was then that the girl first heard someone's voice that dared to speak to her. At that moment, the lady did not recognize the spirits, since she did not yet suspect their existence. The spirits reminded the girl that she still had unfinished business in this body, but the only thing she was sure of was that she could no longer fight for the love of her family. The heroine had done nothing wrong, but the looks of her relatives told her otherwise. Since then, the lady decided that no one else would want to hear her voice and the truth about her. But the spirits reminded the princess that she could still be happy in another family. The heroine fell so deep into her subconscious that she completely forgot about her new loved ones. But even in this place, the imperial family of Elmir found her to relieve her from pain. At the sight of them, all the girl's pain dissolved into darkness, as if nothing terrible had happened. Only now did the princess remember that she no longer had anything in common with the past Alice. From now on, she was Aisha, and therefore she did not have to earn anyone's love. As soon as the heroine realized this fact, the shackles immediately disappeared from her feet, bringing long-awaited freedom. The girl was no longer afraid of anything, because all her fears were forever left in the past. She joyfully reached out to the light that opened before her after realizing her identity. But even the peaceful nature around her did not save the girl from returning from the world of dreams. No matter how long the lady ran forward, it seemed that this world had no end. So the lady got tired pretty quickly, because she still couldn't find a way out. The light loomed right before the heroine's eyes, but for some reason, she was unable to get closer to it. So once again, Miss was lost in the subconscious, although she herself was not aware of this fact. While running, Aisha became so tired that she could no longer move even a finger. However, even in this situation, the girl stubbornly tried to find a way out of this strange place. The desire to meet my beloved family was stronger than any prejudices in my head. Suddenly, the princess realized that it was not only her relatives who were the light in her life. After all their names shone inside her, since the lady possessed enormous powers. Once she understood this simple fact, a radiance gradually spread within the miss. This is how the girl summoned all the light in the area to her, along with an unattainable exit. The princess no longer doubted that she would be able to escape from her confused subconscious. She reached out with all her might to the spirits that had always protected her during her short life. It was this that helped the princess finally dispel the darkness that followed her on her heels. But Aisha no longer paid attention to her difficult past, because it did not frighten her. Instead, the girl was drawn to a promising future in which she was loved. Only memories of her family helped the princess gather her strength and open her eyes. Irene was the first to notice that her beloved daughter had finally come to her senses after her sleep. The princess herself was glad to see her mother, who never left her bed for a minute. The empress couldn't even believe her eyes at first, when everything turned out to be fine with the baby. The woman was so tired of worrying that her reactions were somewhat slow, but even so, Aisha quickly found herself in the warm embrace she had been longing for. As soon as the lady came to her senses, the first thing the priest did was check her condition again. It was almost a miracle that the princess came to her senses so quickly, although her energy had not been restored. So Irene was willing to sit by her daughter's bed for as long as it took. The woman believed that the princess could soon recover with medication, but the heroine herself was much more interested in what was currently happening to the prince. It was hard for the priests to admit that they could not completely save the heir. Their forces were not enough to stabilize the prince's condition, so he was still under threat. The lady couldn't sit still when she realized that her brother was capable of dying at any moment. No matter how grave the princess's condition was, she was going to do everything to save Isis. So the girl drank the bitter medicine in one go, so that they would worry about her less. Only Aisha had the power to save her brother, because she could summon a strong spirit for this purpose. At this moment, Vian and Tyrian were closely monitoring the condition of the sick heir. The emperor was not as thoughtful as the knight, so he heard some footsteps in the corridor. This little heroine was brought in Irene's arms, as the girl persuaded her to do so. The little girl was so worried about her brother that she didn't pay any attention to herself, but the father was horrified that the princess did not remain in bed, despite her condition. But no one could cope with little Aisha's stubbornness at that moment. That is why the Empress personally brought it to the lady, so that she would not waste even more energy. Tyrion immediately noticed that his daughter had not yet fully recovered from her sleep. But the girl was longing for Isis, so she could not lie peacefully in bed any longer. No matter how bad things were for the heroine, she would not have forgiven herself if she had not helped the prince. The heir was in such bad condition that it was clear that he would not live long. Aisha immediately realized that the priests had squeezed themselves to the maximum, but still had not helped her brother. More than anything in the world, the heroine was afraid of losing someone close to her. Isis promised to always protect his little sister, and now it was her turn to save his life. At this moment, Rue appeared next to her mistress. Since all this time she had been locked in the spirit world, but she finally got out of there as the heroine's condition was able to stabilize. The spirit was sad that he could not help in healing his beloved mistress, but Aisha wasn't offended by this, because she needed Rue's help to summon another spirit. But Rue understood perfectly well how dangerous this was in the princess's condition. In fact, the heroine knew about the possible consequences, because she was too weak, so she understood Rue's concern about not having enough mana right now. But the spirit's words gave the girl the idea that she could use the magic stone. Rue couldn't deny the fact that in that case, everything could work out just fine for her mistress. So Aisha still had hope of saving her brother, even if it was illusory. The heroine wanted to make a contract with the spirit of the middle class, because only this could save the prince. Rue was ashamed that she personally could not help the lady in healing. Now the princess was at the level of an ordinary priest, whose abilities left much to be desired. But with the spirit of the middle class, the girl should have been able to surpass these people. Although the lady planned to hide her abilities for as long as possible, there was no time to waste. She just happened to have one magic stone at her disposal, which had been given to her not long ago. The heroine will always remember this thing that Arsène personally brought for her birthday. But Rue immediately noticed that the magic in this stone had already dried up by that moment. Aisha did not expect to face such difficulties, because she was counting on the stone. Only now did she understand what exactly had helped her open her eyes in her sleep many times earlier. At this point, the girl's behavior had already managed to frighten everyone who was near her. But the lady had no intention of giving up, as she remembered that Vion might have had the magic stone. This was the last chance to save Isis, so the heroine clung to him with all her strength. As soon as the little girl received the stone, she instantly changed, which frightened everyone around her. But at that moment, the princess had no time to pay attention to her worried relatives. She worked hard to draw all the necessary outlines for the summoning as quickly as possible. Even Vion, who was familiar with magic, could not understand what the lady was planning to do. The guy didn't expect the girl to even know about his secret magical pursuits, but he did not stop her. Although he saw that the princess was having difficulty with her incomprehensible actions, something told Belmort that only Aisha's efforts could save the heir. The heroine's eyes burned with such a determined fire that no one could stop her. Within a few minutes, the princess had finished drawing a huge summoning circle, but she didn't even think about resting for even a second, because her brother's time was already running out. So Aisha began to read the spell without stopping, causing the entire circle to glow. The heroine remembered all the words by heart and was ready for the destructive force of the summoning. As soon as she finished the text of the spell, the outlines of the circle began to gradually become more illuminated. The lady could not even imagine that the energy inside him would be so strong for her body. But the little girl did not give up, because right now only she had the power to save her beloved brother. Her efforts were not in vain, for the spirit of the middle class finally answered the call. Aisha couldn't believe her eyes when she realized that her spell had been completely successful. In the smoke from the manifestation, the middle-class spirit appeared before the girl in its human form. It turned out that his name was similar to Little Rue, because this spirit was called Remy. The heroine's joy knew no bounds, because she had enough strength for such a difficult call. The little girl immediately asked the spirit to confirm the contract so that they wouldn't get lost. And Remy was ready for this, since she herself finally wanted to acquire a mistress. This is how the heroine acquired another spirit, who was an order of magnitude higher than Little Rue. So now the chances of saving the prince have increased significantly after receiving a new contract. Remy seemed to be the complete opposite of Rue, as she even behaved very calmly. So the presence of the strange creature did not frighten the relatives much, although it did worry them. Aisha was only too happy to finally introduce the spirit she had summoned to her parents. Previously, the heroine had not told anyone that she was actually the summoner of these creatures. But the lady had long known that the higher spirits possessed powerful healing abilities. But the priests had no idea that there was someone who could replace them. However, the princess was going to save Isis, because she had everything ready for this. The girl saw that she could not hesitate, so she did not doubt even for a moment. Only Remy could have told Aisha how to properly use the power of the spirit. This is because the spirit and its owner were connected from the very moment the contract was signed. But the heroine did not expect that the newly summoned girl would be worried about her condition. The whole point was that Rima knew how weak her young mistress was now. This made everyone in the room nervous, although no one stopped the lady. In a few moments, the spirit transferred all her knowledge to the princess so that she could take advantage of the healing. The priests never dreamed of such powers, although they had seen the abilities of the priests many times. But now, Aisha seemed to them like a real saint, because even her eyes temporarily changed color. At that moment, the heroine had so much self-confidence that she simply could not lose. With the help of Remy's power, the lady began treatment, as her brother's condition was not getting better on its own. Quite quickly, the little girl realized that her energy was being spent on treatment too quickly. But Aisha saw that the prince was gradually beginning to come to his senses, so her treatment was working. But soon the lady's strength completely left her, since Remy's summoning was not enough. But Isis never opened his eyes, because there was still a lot of deadly poison left in his body. Suddenly, the heroine remembered the past, when the prince constantly came to play with her. Then the little girl found it strange that the eternally busy Isis found time for her. In response, the boy honestly admitted that he was with the girl not because he had nothing better to do. He visited her so often only because he sincerely wanted to be near her as often as possible. But now the guy's face remained just as emotionless, as if he was about to die. No matter how much Aisha tried to delay this moment, her strength was gradually running out. Vian was the first to notice that something was wrong with the baby, as she had lost her balance. Only after this did the lady's parents notice that she had completely lost all her strength. The heroine had never been so exhausted by trying to cure another person. Belmort saw perfectly well that if it had gone a little further, the princess herself would have lost consciousness. That's why the boy began to beg the girl not to use her abilities anymore. Irene and Tyrion supported the knight's words, because they did not want to lose two children at once. The lady herself felt as if her whole body was being torn to pieces due to the overload. She wanted to save her brother so much, but all her efforts still seemed insufficient. Suddenly, the emperor noticed movement from the side of the bed where his son was. It turned out that Isis was still able to come to his senses, because the treatment from his sister helped him. The boy didn't really understand what exactly had happened, but he was glad to see his beloved family together. Aisha did not immediately believe that the heir's health was finally out of danger. Tears welled up in the heroine's eyes, because she had been worried so much about her brother lately. But the heroine no longer had to worry, because everything was finally okay with the guy. Although the heir was still too weak, he did not refuse the strong embrace of the family. The guy was sincerely glad to see that Aisha was also able to recover from the terrible poisoning. At that time, he had no idea who exactly had just saved him from such a painful death. All that mattered to Isis was that their entire family was together again, and everything was very good. A little later, the heroine finally confessed to her brother how exactly she had saved him recently. Isis immediately guessed that it was the books about spirits that the girl had been hiding from him all this time. Now, Aisha didn't have to hide anything from her brother, because all her secrets were revealed. But it didn't end there for the little girl. As the priests remembered her actions, one of the church's followers did not believe that the lady possessed so much healing power, so in his eyes, she was a real saint. Although she stubbornly denied this fact, the priest refused to accept that the girl was not actually related to the saints. The whole point was that Aisha considered herself a summoner, not a worshipper of God. And this time, the baby was ready to show everyone around her her first spirit. The lady's parents had no idea that she was even smarter than they had imagined, and the spirit that the girl summoned seemed to everyone to be a surprisingly pleasant and sweet creature. Naturally, the parents were surprised by the spirit's appearance, but they were delighted with the lady's skills. But the father had previously promised his daughter that he would support any choice she made, so he wasn't going to change anything. The heroine was pleased to realize that no one in her family was afraid of her incredible abilities, and only the priest continued to argue with the little girl because he saw the similarity in their powers. But the whole point was that King Rumias gave his powers not only to spirits, therefore, some priests could also use them, which is why they were similar in strength. For the first time in his life, a simple priest was overwhelmed by so much incredible information. Although the lady explained everything clearly, he could not help but consider her a saint due to her powerful abilities. In fact, the heroine initially suspected that she would fall under such a status if she showed her skills. She knew that her father would support her decision to go to the temple if the princess showed such a desire. But Aisha would like to continue to stay close to her beloved family, which she liked. Even Vian, who was not related to the emperor, shared the lady's humble wish. During this day, the boy became so close to the family that they entrusted him with the secret of Aisha's abilities. Although everything ended well, the heir had no intention of relaxing after his recovery. He understood perfectly well that the criminals had not yet been caught, and this issue remained urgent. For the first time in her life, the heroine saw her brother so seriously minded. Even the assistants felt uneasy, although the prince's anger was not directed at them at all. It became clear to all those close to Isis that he would never leave the culprits unpunished. The emperor fully supported his son's wishes, and therefore promised to avenge him. And the prince needed to focus on his recovery so that he could return to training soon. The boy didn't mind leaving all the questions to his father, since he was really too weak. Instead, he would like to spend time with his little sister, since they both almost died. Only Vian understood how many more times he would have to listen to the persistent heir. While Tyrion supported his son's desire to make all his opponents suffer, a little later, the princess began a full course of treatment, which she was not at all happy about. Only Rue was content with being able to eat whatever she wanted throughout the day, while the lady had to reject the care of the maid, who was very eager to help her. In the end, the princess quickly gave in and allowed her assistant to take full care of her. The priest, who was urgently called back from his journey, treated the baby with the same care. What Aisha was most tired of was the incredibly bad-tasting medications she was given every day. But the heroine listened and fulfilled all the demands in order to quickly recover in the eyes of adults. She heard from her brother that her father quickly caught the criminal because he left evidence. It turned out to be Count Mirim, who had long hated the heir, considering him unworthy. The aristocrat was not as stable as he would have liked, so under torture, he told everything. His eyes gleamed with rage at the thought that Isis had somehow miraculously managed to survive. But even such a cruel story from her brother did not frighten the girl who was living a second life. She believed that her father had finally dealt with all the traitors in the empire. So the little girl could only focus on her tedious recovery. There was just one thing in this story that bothered the lady, because everyone around her had previously loved Isis. So Aisha couldn't find answers to the main questions that interested her in this story. This is because she had only heard of using poison once in her life, and this incident was connected with her past family, in which Marianne framed her sister. Therefore, the heroine was constantly worried that this poisoning was not just a coincidence. The girl was so deep in thought that she didn't notice that she had frightened the maid with her appearance. The woman immediately decided that the princess was ill and therefore began to take action. A couple of days later, the baby was allowed to go out for her first walk, as the weather was good. Aisha was genuinely happy about her freedom, even though it was temporary due to her recovery. But the heroine did not despair, enjoying the few moments she had. She made a lot of efforts to persuade the nanny and parents to let her go outside. So this day promised to be great, because Miss did what she wanted from the very morning. Soon she noticed a familiar figure, and a happy smile lit up the princess's face. The brother was also on the mend, so he joined his sister on this walk. The first thing the guy did was to find out if everything was okay with his beloved little sister. It turned out that the lady was experiencing the same anxiety, so they began to speak at the same time. For quite a long time, the brother and sister did not spend time alone due to the huge number of things to do. So now they finally had the opportunity to talk alone about anything. Aisha smiled sincerely at the prince, who had long ago proven to her that he could be trusted. And even now, the guy's face retained an expression of devotion, which captivated the lady even more. The heroine could talk for hours with her brother about all sorts of trivial things, enjoying his company. But it turned out that this time, Isis didn't just come to his sister for no reason, because he had an important conversation. The princess initially suspected that her father had not told her all the information about the assassination attempt, and the brother confirmed these guesses since he managed to find out that someone was behind the count. He immediately understood that Aisha would not be surprised by such news, since she always thought ahead. The guy sincerely could not understand why his sister seemed so mature and wise to him. After all, she was only 7 years old, but the girl behaved as if she were much older. Due to her age, the prince wanted to protect the baby so that she would not worry about anything. But he needed advice from her, since only Aisha could calmly accept any news. Isis was still upset that he and his father had different views on methods. That is why the prince needed support so much, even from the little princess. The heroine saw that her brother really wanted to talk, so she couldn't refuse him. True, the guy doubted it until the very end, since the whole truth could be too hard. But Aisha demonstrated all her maturity to him so that her brother would share the information with her. A bitter smile appeared on the prince's face, because together with his father, he was hiding something important. The whole point was that the count did not decide to commit the crime himself, but was pushed by another person. As Isis expected, the new enemy turned out to be an incredibly cunning and powerful opponent. The conversation was about the Edenbell imperial family, which had already fought with the Elmir family several times. The heroine was ready to hear anything, but not that her past had caught up with her again. And the prince was sure that their rival had not just organized the terrible poisoning. Within the Edenbell Empire, chaos was constantly growing, brought about by rumors about the rulers. The heroine's insides sank when she heard her brother mention Princess Alice. The girl's legs gave way because she was not ready to listen to a story about herself. Aisha plunged into those dark memories that she had so carefully hidden all this time. Seeing the baby's condition, the prince immediately called for a doctor, although he understood that he would not be able to make it in time. But right now, only the complete truth could calm the heroine, whose heart was beating rapidly. Isis was very frightened by the state his younger sister had suddenly fallen into, but the girl demanded an explanation, as she could no longer suffer from uncertainty. In fact, the prince had no exact evidence, but he was sure that the lady had been hurt accidentally. Aisha was just unlucky enough to drink the same tea that was poisoned for her brother. In this way, the ruler of Edenbella wanted to create unrest in the empire with which he was competing. Isis felt guilty that his little sister was involved in this unpleasant matter, but Aisha didn't even think of blaming her brother, because he hadn't done anything bad to her. While the guy was ready to constantly ask forgiveness from his beloved princess, the heroine was overcome with insane rage because her past family tried to harm her in this life. She could not forgive Marianne, no matter how good she had seemed to her in her distant childhood. The prince interpreted the lady's silence in his own way and decided that this news was too much for her. Therefore, he hastened to end such an unpleasant conversation, which he already regretted. The maid was always close to the princess and was ready to fulfill any of her requests. But this time, the little girl asked the assistant to go away, as she needed to talk alone. The girl did not dare to argue with the lady, although she was worried about her emotional state. The prince had no idea what it was that Aisha wanted to talk to him about that was so important that she behaved like that. No matter how scared the heroine was, she had to tell her brother the whole truth about herself. Previously, Isis believed that he knew every detail about the girl he had raised since childhood. But it turned out that Aisha remembered her past life, which still haunted her. The truth was that the lady had once lived as the Princess of Edenbell, but she had been executed. But Alice always remained a kind and decent person, so she didn't deserve this. The heir couldn't believe his ears when he heard this whole sad story from his little sister. She told him about her feelings in the dungeon, when no one came to her aid, and about the cruel words of her own family, who did not believe her, no matter how hard the girl tried to achieve this. The heroine did not hide how exactly her execution took place in her past life. Isis didn't expect that the truth from the princess would be much harder than all his news for her. Aisha had not been able to hold back her tears for a long time, and they completely flooded her sweet face. More than anything in the world, the little girl was afraid that her brother wouldn't believe a single word she said. She kept this secret to herself for so long that the reaction of those around her was more terrible than any death. Now, much depended on Isis's answer for the heroine, who had accepted her cruel past. In fact, the lady herself would hardly have believed it if she had heard such an incredible story from someone. Never before in this world has there been information about reincarnation immediately after death. So the memories only tormented Aisha even more, who was forced to hide her identity. The little girl's heart beat with joy when she heard that her brother believed her completely. The prince's love was so strong that he never doubted his sister's words for a moment. For the first time in her life, the heroine encountered such unconditional trust, which she did not expect. For a long time, she did not believe that the guy had not abandoned the lady, considering her words a blatant lie. The whole point was that Isis saw how sincere the little princess's tears were. At this moment, the guy once again reminded that he would always believe the lady, no matter what happened to them. The princess needed the prince's strong embrace so much that she completely gave in to her emotions. Aisha was glad to finally be free from the enormous burden of her cruel secret. And now there were no more secrets between the brother and sister that they would not talk about. The girl had no idea how much she needed acceptance from at least one person. Only now has she begun to live a full life, without looking back at her crazy past. But even such a warm conversation did not save the heroine from disturbing dreams in which she was lost. She herself could never have imagined that she would see such strange and incomprehensible dreams. At that moment, the little girl felt like someone was following her, constantly following her. But when the lady turned around sharply, she could not recognize the dark silhouette that stood behind her. True, by the time of the heart-rending conversation with her brother, she had completely forgotten about this dream. So the little girl's tears flowed without stopping, just because the prince accepted her. The heroine had long dreamed of someone accepting her completely, without questions about her strange past. It was Isis who turned out to be such a person, for which the lady was infinitely grateful to him. She could never have imagined before that the prince would consider her enemies his own adversaries. Now the princess had the final say, because her brother would fulfill any of her wishes. Of course, after everything that happened to her, the girl only wanted revenge on the Edenbell Empire. More than anything in the world, she wanted to prove her innocence, so that no more questions would arise. And now, on the lady's side, were not only the spirits, but also her older brother, who was ready to protect her. The guy didn't want to see any more tears on the little girl's face, as he was also upset along with her. Therefore, Isis did his best to console the princess in this difficult moment. In fact, the heroine still thought that this whole story about her brother believing her was a dream. The prince understood perfectly well why his beloved little sister continued to experience such fears. It was not in his power to save her from her worries right now, but he was ready to continue trying. Isis gave Aisha as much time as she needed to get used to the new situation. As a result, in that terrible dream, the figure of her older brother suddenly appeared next to the little girl. At the sight of him, the lady immediately cast aside all her fears, since she had never been afraid of her beloved prince. Her face blossomed into a joyful smile from the fact that she was no longer alone in this darkness. The prince, with his mere appearance, was capable of saving anyone from even the most terrible catastrophe. And so, together, they left the dark depths of Aisha's subconscious, which she no longer feared. At this time, no less important events were taking place in the rival empire of Edenbell. The heir to the throne, Lachias, visited the temple of the great goddess in search of his younger sister. He had no doubt that he would find her in this very place at this time of evening. On the way, the boy constantly thought about the unsuccessful poisoning of the prince, on which he had bet a lot. Lachias had a hard time collecting his thoughts to confess everything to his younger relative. However, he was the heir to the throne, so he could not doubt such matters. As he expected, the girl's blonde hair immediately caught his eye upon entering the temple. For a long time, Lachias hesitated to call out to the lady, who was so intensely focused on prayer. No matter how terrible Marianne was inside, she successfully pretended to be a good person. In fact, the princess had been waiting for her older brother for a long time, as she wanted to hear news from him. Lachias was still surprised by the fact that his younger sister did not use the temple at the palace. But the girl loved to follow all the rules when it came to her prayers to God. It was this temple that allowed Marianne to be completely immersed in an atmosphere of sacredness. It wasn't hard for her to guess that the heir hadn't come just for the sake of meeting her. But the lady was playing the role of a peace-loving aristocrat, so she pretended not to understand anything. Seeing his happy sister, the guy couldn't help but smile back at her, because he loved this girl. But he was instantly overcome by painful memories of his other sister, who was already dead. Until now, the guy couldn't shake the thought that many years ago he had made a cruel mistake. After all, if he had acted differently, Alice could have been alive. But now nothing could be changed. So Lacheus had to put up with the absence of the girl he missed so much. For some reason, these memories constantly caused the prince terrible pain somewhere inside. Although the heir believed that he was morally stable enough, he encountered the opposite. The most offensive thing was that the heir could not talk to anyone about his strange condition. Even when Marianne asked about his well-being, the prince imagined the dead Alice. Of course, the guy wasn't going to admit to his sister what had been happening to him all this time. The lady had once almost died at the hands of that girl, so it would be cruel to discuss it with her. As soon as they started talking about Elmire, Lacheus was surprised by Marianne's reaction. It was the first time he had heard the saint regret that any people had survived. Even at this moment, the prince's thoughts returned to the story of Alice, who had been condemned long ago. The aristocrats did not appreciate the outcome of her execution, as it cast a shadow over the entire imperial family. And now Lacheus had to go out of his way to prove to everyone that he was worthy of the throne. He was simply lucky that none of his other brothers wanted to take the place of their weakened father. But people around were still spreading gossip that the prince was not fit for this place. Every second, the guy felt that all the aristocrats' gazes were directed at him. Everything can only change if the prince finally conquers the Elmire Empire. But this turned out to be not so easy to do, since very powerful people lived in the empire. Lacheus had long since grown tired of the number of problems he had to constantly solve. For some reason, it seemed to him that his deceased sister could support him during this difficult time. So he couldn't stop feeling the pain of remembering Alice. For this reason, the guy began to consider his memories to be simply useless things. Now he had to focus all his attention on his sister, who was very much alive. However, something constantly repelled the guy about this girl. Although he could not find an answer, Lacheus literally forced himself to reach out to the lady who was the only one supporting him. Meanwhile, from time to time, Marianne looked as if she could frighten even the dead. Therefore, the guy was not completely honest with the princess. Although he consulted her about everything, what bothered him most was that the girl's hands were always icy and therefore unpleasant. But Alice's touch always brought him joy, bringing with it only warmth. Doubts constantly tore at the prince from within, but he consistently chose Marianne's side. In fact, the princess saw perfectly well what state her brother was in, and the girl was incredibly amused by his lostness, which seemed to feed her strength from within. So, although the guy was ready to do anything for her, the lady was constantly hypocritical in his presence. She would have chosen only herself without hesitation if someone had put her before such a choice. But until then, the girl was willing to go alongside her brother, who helped her achieve her goals. At this time, extremely difficult thoughts visited the prince, who suddenly remembered the past. When his mother died, all the aristocrats happily consoled the young heir to the throne. But not a single word of theirs reached Isis, who was immersed in deep sadness. As a child, the boy blamed himself for a long time for the fact that his mother became ill after his birth. The little prince spent all his free time near the bed of the empress, who was ill. The boy tried to smile happily at his mother, although inside, he was constantly eaten up by fear for her. The guilt inside him grew stronger every time the empress's life became more difficult. No one explained to the little prince that Madame had always been in poor health, even without him. When his mother died, his relatives placed all responsibility for the throne on the boy. As much as he didn't want to cry, Isis was forced to hide his emotions from everyone around him. In fact, the prince could understand why his grandfather was pressing him especially hard. Now he was the only heir to the throne, so the adults took such good care of the young prince. After the death of his mother, Isis' position in the palace was shaken. Although the emperor approved his candidacy, the prince did not get involved in all the adults' squabbles, only obediently meeting their expectations. But everything changed in his life as soon as the new empress appeared in the palace. The grandfather immediately warned his grandson that the woman could be dangerous to him because of her treachery. So the child obediently tried to avoid Irene, although he saw only good qualities in her. No matter how much the heir wanted to communicate closer with the lady, he tried to obey his grandfather. Therefore, the boy constantly avoided any conversation with the empress, sitting in his room. But what surprised him was that Irene was the first to write him a kind letter. Other letters followed, but Isis never responded to any of them. In fact, it was disgusting for him to ignore such a good woman, but the prince could not do otherwise. But at one point, everything went wrong, because the boy accidentally met the new empress. At the sight of the young heir, Irene blossomed as if he were the best thing in her life. The prince immediately felt his wounded heart tremble, so he ran away. At that time, the emperor's wife sincerely did not understand why his son was running away from her, and the boy was afraid more than anything in the world of becoming attached to a person who would abandon him. So it was terrible news for him that Irene had finally become pregnant by her husband. The woman herself had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so she was only happy about the successful conception. Everyone around was ready to congratulate the empress, as this was great news. Tyrion had no doubt that his second wife would be able to bear him a beautiful child, and only Isis was not happy that he might have a rival on the throne. At that moment, only the empress noticed that the front door quietly moved because of the child. She immediately guessed that the prince had heard about her pregnancy, but he never came closer. The boy meanwhile retired to the garden, as this was his last walk in this place. He knew that soon the empress would be constantly walking here, and he did not want to see her. But the prince could not have imagined that a woman would come to the beautiful garden so soon. The empress had been consciously seeking a meeting with the boy, who had been avoiding her all this time. And this time, Isis was not ready for conversation, because he did not want to get attached to this lady. He honestly admitted that he would leave the garden only because Irene came to it. But what happened next made the woman turn white with fear for her young heir. The prince was in such a hurry to escape that he accidentally tripped and tumbled down the hill. After the fall, all thoughts except his own condition flew out of the boy's head. So he realized too late that the empress had run after him in panic. Despite her pregnancy, Irene did not spare herself in order to help the fallen boy. It was clear to the heir that he could not let Madame near him, lest he fall in love with her. But the woman proved more persistent than the feeble attempts to drive her away from the wounded child. Isis was unable to object as the empress confidently began to examine his body. Even with the naked eye, it was clear to the woman that the boy was quite badly injured. She was such a good person that she couldn't just forget about this situation. But it was precisely the lack of emotion on the part of the empress that the boy needed so much. Irene had never encountered children who were so hysterical around her before. Despite all the lady's kindness, Isis tried to cruelly push her away until the very end. It was hard for the woman to realize that this child was so lost in life. The boy himself understood perfectly well that his stupid words could greatly offend the empress. Anyone in Irene's place would have given up all attempts to get closer after what they told him. The prince felt like a real coward, but he saw no way out except by rejecting kindness. But the boy didn't expect that, even after all this, Irene would affectionately call him by name. It constantly seemed to him that one day the empress would give up all attempts at rapprochement. But deep down, the heir wanted to continue to see the beautiful smile on the woman's face. Despite his attempts to be an adult, deep down the boy was still a child, so he couldn't say anything back when Irene suddenly picked him up to help. Surprise completely overwhelmed the boy, who did not expect such actions from the empress. She confidently sat him down on a stone to at least treat the nasty wounds a little. The woman did not even feel sorry for her beautiful dress, if only to ease the child's pain. Isis still couldn't get a single word out of himself due to the shock he was experiencing. But what surprised the boy most was Irene's question about why he was so merciless to himself. The empress felt like she was the only one upset by the sight of blood on the body of a small child. But the prince refused to believe that the woman's emotions towards him were sincere. Before, he hadn't thought about the fact that he subconsciously compared his father's new wife with his mother. But now Irene reminded him of this, so the child's soul became heavy again. The empress was wise enough to understand that Isis needed time. So from that day on, only the emperor communicated with his son, briefly informing him of the news. Although his ceremony was just around the corner, the boy could not find joy within himself about it. He was sure that his grandfather would be happy with the emperor's decision, but he himself felt nothing. In fact, the heir felt that he had no reason to live in the palace. But Isis had nowhere else to go, so he had to play his role. Lately, the only thing that kept the boy warm was a scarf from Irene, who had accidentally forgotten it. At the moment of their farewell, the woman gave this thing to the child, since he was still bleeding. Despite the enormous help he received, the prince did not change his silent decision. The empress only prayed to the prince that he would pay more attention to his health. And now the heir was unconsciously sad, because from that day on, he no longer saw the woman. In fact, the boy was eager to communicate with Irene, which only made him avoid her even more. And exactly at that moment, he heard a familiar, pleasant voice, which he had been waiting for a long time. It turned out that at this very time, the empress was making her morning tour of the palace. She was glad to see Isis after so much time, so much so that she even congratulated him on his coronation. In fact, the lady already had a plan for the boy, and she would like to talk to him about it. As a result, this time, the heir did not have time to refuse the tea party, which would take place in private. As much as the boy wanted to run away, he obediently followed the wise woman. Irene continued to smile tenderly at the child, hoping that he would not change his mind about going with her. The grandfather had long warned his grandson that the lady might have a request, so he was not surprised. But this did not mean that the boy's heart did not tremble in disappointment because of this. The relative was afraid precisely that this lady would demand something from his grandson, but Irene only wanted Isis to become a good older brother to her newborn child. The prince was surprised that of all the requests he was given, it was precisely such a simple one. The empress was already confident that she would give birth to a girl in a couple of months, and that is why she so hoped that the emperor's first son would be able to become friends with the second daughter. Isis was very surprised, as it was the first time in his life that he was asked to play a different role. Seeing the boy's silent reaction, Irene decided that it was too much for him. In fact, the prince was only glad that he was offered such a simple task. So it was the woman's turn to be surprised when the child promised to think about her request. Her happy smile helped the heir make a final decision right now. Since then, the palace of the emperor's wife has become a true home for the previously lost Isis. He devoted every free minute to spending time with this sweet lady. The boy couldn't wait for his little sister to be born, and he had to look after her. He enjoyed the role of the older brother, although the prince himself did not want to admit it. Even the month-long banquet in honor of his coronation did not please the boy so much. But Isis's grandfather was very pleased with how the succession to the throne was progressing. Since the boy's soul was filled with joy, he greeted his grandfather with a contented smile. The adult had no idea that this smile was not at all addressed to him and the coronation. Only now did the prince gather the courage to tell his relative about his true emotions. The boy never wanted to be an heir in his life, but the adults decided everything for him. The old count was noticeably surprised that his wishes diverged from his grandson's dreams. The prince had no idea whether his grandfather would be able to understand the depth of his experiences and pain. But his connection with the empress showed the boy that he could not hide his emotions. It was Irene who brought Isis to the realization that it was wrong to lie to everyone around him. The heir did not expect that the count actually knew about his feelings, and therefore felt sorry for his grandson. This confession surprised the child more than anything that had happened to him before. It turned out that the grandfather was so desperate that he shifted a lot of responsibility onto his grandson. It was clear to the old man that Isis was still a child, and therefore would be tossed about by unsuitable roles. All this time, the count tried to protect the title of crown prince for the sake of his future beloved grandson. But now it became clear to him that he was driven only by incomprehensible greed and avarice. Having lost his daughter, the old man could not lose his grandson as well, which is why he behaved this way. But Lady Irene opened a completely different world for Isis, and he could no longer forget it. In fact, the count only wished the best for the prince, which is why he was nervous at that moment. He was quite happy with the fact that the boy was already secured on the throne, so he suggested taking a walk. For the first time in his life, Isis was able to smile sincerely at his grandfather, whom he had always been afraid of before. From then on, his visits to the empress became even more frequent, despite his training. One such day, the prince met his father in the corridor, who was also on his way to see his beloved wife. Isis felt awkward admitting to his father that he wanted to see Irene alone. At this point, Tyrion admitted that after the death of his first wife, he had not paid the boy due attention. The prince had indeed suffered for a long time because of this, but now everything was completely fine. The emperor did not miss the influence his new wife had on not only his behavior, and he was glad that Isis's eyes were shining with joy again, as they had once before. They both considered Irene a good person because she gave no reason to doubt herself. That is why the prince was in such a hurry to see the lady who turned his whole world upside down. This time, his visit had a slightly different character, because the boy remembered something. Only now was he ready to return to the empress the handkerchief that she had recently lent him. Irene had already forgotten about this thing, since she already had a lot of things to do. But she was pleased to see that the child had tried to return the scarf safe and sound. The woman did not take back the scarf she had once given away, because it was a good reminder of her. Instead, she suddenly started talking about her dream, in which birds were flying across the blue sky. For Irene, this was a direct sign of what exactly she needed to name her little daughter. The woman dreamed that even the name would perfectly suit the young Princess Elmir. But most of all, she wanted Isis and Aisha to be good brother and sister. But Madame didn't expect that all her words would bring tears to the little prince's face. The boy himself could not explain why the Empress's reasoning moved him to tears. He was willing to take on any role if Irene would finally become a mother to him. None of the palace assistants suspected that the fate of the Emperor's family was now being decided. As soon as Isis voiced his desires, he himself became afraid that he might be refused. But the Empress responded with mutual tears, since she herself was glad of this. Without hesitation, she promised to love the prince as she would love her own son. In her warm embrace, all the boy's doubts were finally dispelled, and he stopped being afraid. From then on, he only looked forward more and more to the birth of the baby, whom he had obviously loved before her arrival. The prince's expectations were met, and he devoted all his free time to the young princess. The guy couldn't even imagine a life in which he didn't have the lovely Aisha. Time flew by quickly, and now the maid was waking the heroine up on an important day for her. The assistant was no longer surprised at how sleepy her little mistress was every morning. All the girl's whims brought only a gentle smile to her face, because the maid loved Aisha. Therefore, she was ready to endure anything from the princess who was the birthday girl today. This is all because the heroine's 14th birthday has arrived, which she had been waiting for a long time. During this time, a lot has happened in the peaceful life of the gradually maturing girl. Aisha grew up to be a person who was mentally prepared for any difficulties along the way. The girl was looking forward to turning 18, not 14. Until then, the lady enjoyed the company of her parents, who loved her madly. It so happened that Miss had to unpack gifts from the very morning, so she was already tired. But, despite all this, the smile on the heroine's face when she saw her parents was quite sincere. The girl couldn't even imagine what gifts her relatives had prepared for her. While Irene knew in advance that many people would congratulate her beloved daughter, the Empress often worried about Aisha's precarious position in the powerful Elmir Empire. But exactly 7 years ago, when the girl first showed her strength of spirit, everything in her life changed. No matter how much the heroine refused, she had to accept the title of saint so that everyone would accept her. From that moment on, many aristocrats did nothing but speak politely about her. This news even spread throughout all the common people's newspapers, which the lady did not expect. It wasn't easy for her to accept such popularity, but the girl tried to get used to her new role. Before the lady had time to finish her thought, it turned out that her father wanted to give her a gift. The man, with a mysterious look, took out of his pocket a map that would help him. His smile did not bode well for Aisha, who wanted to receive modest gifts, but from the expression on her father's face, the princess guessed that he was not giving her the map itself. Suspicions overwhelmed the girl, and she turned out to be right in her incredible assumptions. The whole point was that the emperor gave his beloved princess a real island. Until recently, this would have been impossible, but the heroine was lucky that her brother managed to make an agreement. Tyrion was very pleased with the work of his son, who demonstrated all his diplomatic skills. As soon as they started talking about the prince, the heroine heard familiar footsteps nearby in the corridor. Isis appeared in the room with a joyful smile on his face. Although he was quite late, the guy devoted all his free time to training, which is why he stayed late even on such a day. But Aisha was still glad to notice that Isis now addressed Irene as his mother. But the guy beamed even more because the princess liked his incredible gift. Lately, the lady was finding it increasingly difficult to bear her brother's stunning beauty. As he grew older, he looked more and more like a prince from a fairy tale. Only Aisha had the opportunity to constantly communicate with the most eligible bachelor in the empire. But then Mother delicately drew attention to herself because she had not yet given her gift. The whole point was that Madame had come up with the idea for her daughter to take her first trip in her life. The heroine couldn't believe her ears, because in fact, she had long dreamed of something like this. So she couldn't hold back her emotions when she realized that Irene wasn't playing a joke on her at all. Aisha's happiness knew no bounds, because she had such a good and loving family. Each member of the Elmire family loved each other, and therefore tried to take care of their relatives. So, no matter what rumors the aristocrats spread, these close people didn't care. However, in the evening, doubts still overcame the young princess, who had a lot of responsibility. So the girl secluded herself with a sweet spirit who could support her in any situation. Rue had no doubt that her owner was up to absolutely any task. The whole point was that the temple obliged Aisha to heal people every year on her birthday. So the lady had to live up to her title of saint, because she wanted to show everyone Rumia's powers. The heroine considered this her duty, because it was the spirits who helped her in this life. But at that moment, the girl was distracted from her thoughts, as she heard footsteps behind her. It turned out that Vian, who had grown up just like the prince, had come to meet the girl. The knight was now no less an enviable groom, although he did not pay attention to the ladies. The lady did not expect to see the duke at such a moment, but was still glad to have the opportunity to talk to him. The guy, as usual, was not sure that he could keep the girl company, but he sincerely sought communication with her, since the lady was a good person in his eyes. His desire was mutual for the girl, who was always happy to communicate with the knight. Until now, Vian had undisputedly held a place next to the heir as his best friend. Aisha would never forget the boy's help when he shared the magic stone with her. Of course, 7 years ago, the girl made several attempts to get him back, but each time Belmort rejected her words, which surprised the young princess. Vian was pleased that the girl would have at least some memory of him. That's why he insisted back then that Aisha keep his magic stone. This is how the lady's collection now included 2 magical items that she had been protecting. Until now, Miss was glad that both of them came to her from good people. In fact, the knight had a lot to say to the girl who was his friend's sister, but he understood that all his words would only add extra responsibility to the princess. Therefore, the guy just silently watched her back, surprised by her straightened shoulders. This time, Vian decided to offer the lady his help if she ever needed it. He understood perfectly well that the girl had other people who supported her. Therefore, Belmort could not hope that Aisha would agree to his help in difficult times. But surprisingly, the heroine did not reject the guy's offer, although she did not need it. Soon the main part of the event began. As the princess was supposed to conduct the ceremony, every time before this event, the girl's heart beat excitedly, although she was ready. It was no longer difficult for her to summon Remy, although she required a large amount of energy. Until now, aristocrats were delighted to see a real spirit next to them. The spirit truly amazed not only with its appearance, but also with the powerful aura that emanated from it. Only with Remy's help could the heroine easily help the people around her. The spirit's healing abilities were at the level of mature priests, so she was able to cope with the tasks. Each time, Aisha was surprised to feel the enormous power that passed to her from the spirit. This is how the girl this time easily cured the sick woman whom no one could help. Immediately after this, the crowd roared with delight, as everyone was amazed by the princess's powers. Of course, after what they saw, people were ready to glorify the saint as much as they wanted. Although the lady did not agree to this title, she still enjoyed everyone's attention. But in the end, the heroine spent so much energy that she spent the entire next day lying in bed. It cannot be said that the girl regretted missing out on some of the communication with people. The energy was still seething inside the princess, so she decided to channel it in another direction. She only just got around to the gifts that her relatives had recently given her. The lady was already impatient to explore the Diamond Island and to go on a journey away from her mother. Even seeing all the evidence of gifts before her, Miss did not believe that everything belonged to her. The girl knew very well how hard it took her father and brother to give her the island. After all, in the past, few people paid attention to the Elmire Empire thriving in the shadows. What worried the heroine most was that there had been no news from Edenbell for the entire 7 years. All this time, the prince trained diligently in order to defend himself from the enemy if necessary, and the heroine herself constantly studied everything about spirits in order to master magic even better. They did all this so that they would no longer be defenseless against their enemies, So Aisha wasn't surprised that her mother had arranged a change of scenery for her birthday. The journey that Irene gave her promised to take the girl to wonderful lands. Therefore, the lady was already impatient to see the beauties that awaited her soon. As soon as Miss voiced her desire, no one from the family tried to stop her from going. The princess was so excited about the upcoming adventure that she wasn't even upset. She was eager to experience the new experiences that awaited her along the way in the future. The girl would never have given up her first trip in her 2 entire lives. Little Rue was no less delighted with the mistress's adventure than the heroine. This only made the princess even happier that she had made such a good decision. The girl didn't yet know what awaited her on this path, but she was ready for any difficulties. Aisha's journey promised to be easy because her father had taken care of all the details in advance. He had long understood the importance of magical transport, so he invested large sums in it. And now the lady could get to her mansion in much less time. But the girl met even small bumps in the road with a smile, considering them part of the adventure. As a result, the lady was so drowsy during the trip that she didn't notice how she arrived at the mansion. But the estate that the heroine saw instantly captivated her to the depths of her soul. The girl had no idea how much she would enjoy the adventure at its very beginning. The faithful maid could not help but smile at the joy on her little mistress's face. Aisha no longer doubted for a second that she would remember this pleasant trip for a long time. No matter how much the princess looked around, she still considered the mansion to be the best. It seemed that both the surrounding nature and the servants of the estate wished with all their hearts to please the lady. That's why the heroine couldn't stop rejoicing that all of this belonged to her. Even as a child, the girl believed that her family sincerely loved her for her very existence. But now she felt especially strongly that she could trust all her relatives. Even the maids did their jobs properly, without arousing any suspicion in the ladies. But the girl didn't think that they would bring her letters at the very beginning of her arrival. What surprised Aisha most was the number of letters from people who wanted to see her. The lady was only very interested in the invitation from the Blyme family, which was well known. This was all because they had a daughter named Rose, who was the same age as the princess. The heroine had previously been interested in girls with whom she could become friends for the first time. So the princess was only glad of the opportunity to meet her peers. She had no doubt that nothing bad would await her at this event. The lady was full of hope that many good things often happen during travel. The maid could clearly see the princess's excitement, so she silently supported her. But even from one sly glance from the assistant, the lady was covered with an embarrassed blush. In fact, the lady was grateful to her mother for the opportunity to be alone with herself. Although Irene had tried to make friends with her daughter before, Aisha wasn't interested in it at the time. Although the heroine periodically remembered her best friend from her past unsuccessful life, only now the girl was finally ready for friends, so she was looking forward to the meeting. The lady didn't even think about how sad she really was to live without friends. Although Rue was the girl's friend, she was merely a disembodied spirit. However, the princess still had hope for the baby and was ready to serve her for eternity. Aisha would never change the past in which she successfully summoned this sweet girl. After all, Rue had waited too long for her man, who would need her so much. So the spirit was very happy that he finally had such a charming mistress. But the heroine's evening didn't end there, because that night she saw a strange dream. It had such beautiful nature that the lady could admire the surroundings forever. But what interested Aisha most was the modest male silhouette that stood nearby. The lady could not even guess who this tall and handsome young man was. As soon as she reached out to the unknown guy, a majestic eagle appeared around him. The man's eyes were the color of his hair, and he himself was incredibly handsome, like a true aristocrat. The girl had never met such beautiful people before, even though it was just a dream. She woke up in a panic in the early morning, not understanding why she was overcome by such emotions. Although the lady jumped up sharply on the bed, nothing else in the room moved. Rue was sleeping soundly, as if even a cannon couldn't wake her up. The heroine was haunted by her strange dream, the remnants of which she still remembered well. It was not in the lady's nature to remain sad for long, so she soon prepared for her walk with a smile. The maid had found an interesting place for the young lady in advance, which was a canyon. The girl had never visited such beautiful places before, so she was very intrigued. For some reason, when the rock on the canyon was mentioned, she remembered that beautiful rock from her dream. But the princess didn't plan to confess to anyone what happened to her that night. Instead, she gave herself over completely to the emotions of the picturesque natural places around her. The rock was truly impressive in its size, as it was one of the highest places in the empire. But this was not what struck the girl so much when she found a reminder of her dream. The thing was that she had seen exactly the same flower when she was fast asleep at night. This fact greatly puzzled Aisha, who no longer understood what was happening in her life. But the maid was so delighted by these views that she did not notice her mistress's condition. While her voice sounded in the background next to the heroine, she remembered the face of the strange guy from the dream. The princess was ready to swear that everything that happened that night was not an accident at all. Unlike the emperor's daughter, the assistant lost interest in the rock much more quickly, but the lady herself only became more and more eager to climb to the very top of the cliff. But the lady had to postpone this adventure until better times, so as not to frighten anyone. Next, according to the plans, the maid took the young lady to a reception at the famous family of the Marquis of Blime. Aisha had no idea what to expect, as she hadn't interacted with her peers for quite some time. But the assistant was confident that the princess would be liked by everyone at first sight. But even before leaving the carriage, the lady noticed that something was clearly wrong with her spirit. In fact, Miss initially did not plan to take Rue with her, because she might be afraid of people, but they hadn't yet managed to enter society, so that was clearly not the problem. With great difficulty, Rue admitted to the lady that something bad was about to happen at the event. The heroine had never encountered such predictions from the spirit before, so it alarmed her. The girl couldn't even imagine what exactly Rue, who was sensitive, felt. But at that moment, the maid suddenly burst into the carriage, as she had urgent news for the princess. She heard this information from other assistants and was seriously scared by it. Aisha was shocked to the core when she heard of another summoner's presence. In all this time, the heroine met only one person who would fit this description. But the lady was not ready to see Marianne, who was the cause of so much terrible pain. So unpleasant emotions overwhelmed the princess that she could not control herself. This girl could scare the ex-Alice to death with just one memory. That is why the heroine refused to believe that such a dangerous person was somewhere nearby. In a panic, the lady lost control of her emotions as thoughts devoured her from within. Even Rue at this moment could not help the young lady who was not paying attention to her. Fear consumed the princess so much that she forgot how she should behave. Only the appearance of two young aristocrats reminded Aisha where she was now. The girl immediately recognized Rose, since the color of her hair left no doubt about the lady's identity. Aisha confirmed that she was a princess from Elmir, although she did not understand the meaning of the question. She alone was the true heir, and there was no one else like her. For some reason, the aristocrats were alarmed, although they were noticeably pleased with such a meeting. As the heroine expected, the red-haired miss was Rose Blime, and she introduced herself as such. And next to her was the daughter of Count Diamond, and this calm girl's name was Chloe. The princess responded in full accordance with the formalities to her new friends, whom she would like to consider friends. They knew best about the summoner's appearance in the main hall, which nothing foreshadowed. Chloe was the first to admit it, as she didn't feel she had the right to lie to the princess. But Rose could not speak calmly about this topic either, because she was worried about something. Blame accidentally mentioned that only Aisha was the emperor's true daughter. The heroine didn't like such conversations, since she didn't understand what was going on at all. Instead of discussing everything on the street, the girl decided to see everything in person. The lady immediately noticed the scale of the event in which she found herself an uninvited guest. She could only think of Marianne, who probably knew how to summon spirits in her past life. Until now, the relationship between the Elmir Empire and Edenbell has been poor, as if they were enemies. But the lady felt that if her former sister came to Elmir, she would be quickly caught. However, the aristocrats continued to rejoice over the princess who had summoned the spirit in their presence. They didn't even pay attention to Aisha, because they didn't know her real identity. Rose felt offended for the guest, whom everyone avoided due to their ignorance. But the princess acted wiser, as she decided to hide her origin for a while. She understood perfectly well that her confession about her gender would heat up the whole atmosphere in the room. Moreover, this action will put Rosa, whose parents organized this banquet, at risk. The heroine had just met these girls, but she didn't want them to get hurt. It is for this reason that the lady temporarily asked not to be called Princess Elmira. It was a difficult task for two aristocrats who did not consider themselves close to Aisha. But the girl had no other choice if she wanted to save this ball through peaceful action. She even ordered her favorite servant not to reveal the fact that she was Princess Elmira. For the first time in her life, the heroine had the chance to study the aristocrats in the hall from the outside. Although Rose was genuinely alarmed by what was happening, Aisha had no doubts about her decision. She had a hard time keeping a smile on her face because she was afraid she would meet Marianne. However, the lady demonstrated incredible courage to help her new acquaintances. Now her fate had to be decided, because much depended on the personality of the summoner. So Aisha breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't recognize the young summoner's face. The heroine couldn't understand what kind of girl it was, and this even made her happy in some ways. The princess's young companions explained that Ashley Rowland had succeeded in summoning the spirit. Rose sadly recounted that it had quickly become popular in the Empire to try to summon the spirit. So all three of them carefully studied books on magic so that they could succeed. Previously, the girls communicated closely and shared all their secrets and mysteries with each other. But everything changed when Ashley suddenly had an unknown magic mentor. And so the efforts of the Marquise of Roland's daughter bore fruit as she succeeded. Aisha found it hard to believe that someone else could summon a spirit, especially in front of people. She was not surprised only by the fact that many aristocrats tried to follow in her footsteps, but this whole business with the calls had gone too far and was now causing problems for the lady. The lady should have guessed right away that Marianne would never show herself off. Meanwhile, everyone around admired Ashley's skills in demonstrating her beauty, so the heroine had no choice but to continue watching the girl in the shadows. Roland left no one in doubt that she was a true summoner. But Aisha didn't understand why this girl was pretending to be her, even if she had summoned a spirit. But what worried the lady most was that Ashley had increased her strength in a short period of time. She was sure that Rose and Chloe had noticed something strange about their friend lately. It turned out, however, that the aristocrats could do nothing to help the princess in her investigation. They met Ashley the other day, and she was acting the same as she always did around their group of friends. Only now did Aisha realize why Blyme had told her about Roland with a heavy heart. They were friends, so Rose was worried not about her status, but about the actions of a stupid girl. Only a spirit could tell something about another spirit, so the lady urgently called upon Rue. Although the heroine remembered that she didn't really like crowds of people, she had no other choice. Until now, Ashley had been happily showing off her lesser water spirit named Neos to everyone. But something in this whole story stubbornly haunted the princess, although she could not find the answer. Rue obediently soared up to the very ceiling to get a better look at the happy girl. It took the spirit a few seconds to understand what the Marquis's daughter's call was. The last thing the heroine expected to hear was that Ashley had some kind of artifact. Everyone knew that these things were banned because they only temporarily increased strength. Only now did the princess realize that all this time, she had not felt the power of spirits in Ashley. She actually noticed an object on the Marquise's daughter's hand that was emitting dark energy. It was not without reason that these things were banned within the Empire, as they caused harm to the owner. When used for a long time, even the most powerful magicians would fall into madness and rage. The princess herself would not have guessed this so easily, so she sincerely thanked Rue. But even the spirit couldn't explain where Ashley got such a dangerous magical thing. Suddenly, in the crowd, the lady saw something that made her forget about the summoner for a moment. The girl couldn't believe her eyes, so she suddenly froze in place, as if struck by lightning. The whole thing was that she noticed the guy she saw in her dream near the wall. There could be no mistake, because the princess remembered that beautiful and majestic face well. But before this, the heroine believed that nothing from a dream could be true in reality. But now she saw with her own eyes the guy she had already met a few nights ago. However, Aisha did not have time to approach the unknown handsome man, as Ashley finished the performance. Roland still pretended to be a powerful spirit summoner, but she had no right to torment her new girlfriend, because she also needed rest. The princess understood that Ashley's words made sense, but she still watched her warily. So she was able to notice that the girl's artifact began to emit unpleasant magical energy. An unpleasant premonition overwhelmed the heroine again, so she hurried after Ashley. But this mansion was so big that the princess quickly lost the girl she needed. Rose quickly came to the aid of the heiress, although she did not understand what the matter was. But the red-haired lady was distracted by her parents, who were horrified that Ashley was considered a princess. The young aristocrat had no excuses for her friend, whom she loved very much. So Aisha drew all the attention to herself, because this was the only way she could save Rose from questions. Chloe politely introduced the real princess, who was secretly present at the banquet. The Marquise and Marchioness of Blyme turned out to be unusually intelligent and kind aristocrats. In fact, the heroine did not even think of punishing anyone for what happened in the main hall. She understood perfectly well that Ashley was now in bad shape, because the powers of the artifact were affecting her. And the lady turned out to be right, because the daughter of the Marquise of Roland could not find a place for herself. What scared her most was seeing the real Princess Elmire in the hall. There was such a commotion in the hall that Roland didn't immediately notice Aisha appear. But the powerful energy that emanated from that girl left no doubt about her lineage. And now Ashley thought with horror that she could receive serious punishment for everything. Only Nia supported the young lady in this difficult and incomprehensible situation for her. The little spirit wanted Ashley to stop using the magical artifact for summoning. But Roland couldn't do that, because then she wouldn't be able to call the spirit with her own powers. What worried her most was that she had no idea how to fix the whole situation. Initially, Ashley didn't try to pretend to be a princess, but when she saw the spirit, people decided everything for her. And the girl, who had been scolded all her life, could not refuse attention from others. She was delighted when one of the magicians noticed her abilities and agreed to help. The girl was not even embarrassed by his sly smile when he offered the lady help from his master. Ashley was so determined to summon the spirit that she didn't care about any consequences. And now difficulties have overtaken her, and the lady could only quietly hide from everyone around her. She knew perfectly well that artifacts were strictly prohibited throughout the empire. But at the moment of meeting with the master, the girl simply did not have time to refuse, so she accepted him. However, inside Ashley was afraid to even pick up an object that was considered forbidden. But she was pushed to do this by her stern and cruel mother, who didn't care about her daughter. The girl was always frightened at the sight of this woman, whose love she had tried unsuccessfully to earn. When Ashley tried to tell her mother about her successes, she didn't receive even a drop of praise. Instead, the Marquise humiliated her daughter, reminding her of what she had still failed to do. And this cycle of insults and humiliations was constant, no matter what heights poor Ashley reached. Meanwhile, the girl just wanted her mother to praise her just once for everything. This is how the lady came to the idea that her mother would praise her if only she would call upon the spirit. But the fears inside Roland were so strong that she did not dare even approach her mother. Instead, the girl continued to run away from people, even if they tried to help her. Ashley didn't want to think any longer about her shame, which would lead to more insults from her mother. Meanwhile, the heroine unsuccessfully searched for Roland throughout the entire estate, which was huge. Even Ashley's best friends weren't quite sure where she went right after the main hall. It was only a little later that Chloe realized that they had a secret place. The heroine immediately latched onto this idea, as she sincerely wanted to save Ashley. The young friends used that place so rarely that Rose would not have remembered it. But the princess's eyes were already lit with hope that she would get to Roland in time. However, she was forced to stop by a handsome guy whose name she didn't yet know. He didn't take part in the search for Roland, but for some reason, he asked a question about her. This made Aisha think that the guy could very well have seen Ashley running away somewhere. The princess was in a great hurry, because using the artifact could put Roland in danger. The lady could not have imagined that this man would not even try to help poor Ashley. He looked like someone who might own an artifact to give this item to the girl. But during the conversation, the heroine forgot that Rose and Chloe knew nothing about the artifact. Blame was truly scared when she realized that her friend had summoned the spirit for a reason. At that moment, Rumias, who was indeed the Spirit King, rejected the idea that he possessed the artifact. However, the heroine could not believe the guy, whom she did not remember at all due to her memory being erased. What bothered her most was that this aristocrat always tried to keep his distance. While the rest of the people were admiring the call, he didn't even look at the fascinating Ashley. The lady was even more surprised when she heard that the guy really knew a lot about spirits. She no longer doubted that he was an unusual person, since he came to her in a dream. But Rumias did nothing to stop Ashley's spirit summoning, so now the girl was probably suffering, because she could no longer be without a spirit. As cruel as it may have been, the king did not interfere with the choice of the Marquise of Roland's daughter, while the princess refused to believe that this man did not want to help the girl. But their argument was stopped by the fact that a powerful negative energy thundered throughout the entire estate. This only meant that Ashley had even less time than the heroine had originally thought. If you look at Roland, it becomes clear that she is not in the best condition. At that moment, the girl encountered the person she least wanted to see right now. It turned out to be her own mother, who never praised her daughter, no matter how hard she tried. The woman's face didn't show anything good from the very beginning when she saw Ashley, but the girl still tried to please the Marquise, because she had finally managed to summon the spirit. She hoped that at least this would be the basis for the long-awaited praise from her mother. But the woman, without thinking, hit her daughter, who became the center of unpleasant rumors. The Marchioness considered it a disgrace that Ashley had accidentally passed herself off as Princess Elmira. Even Nias was trembling with fear of the aristocrat, although she was only a disembodied spirit. What can we say about the horror that visited Ashley after meeting her own mother? The girl could not even imagine that the Marquise would not praise her, even after all these achievements. But her mother left no doubt that she still hated her own daughter. So no matter how hard Ashley tried, she would not be able to win this woman's love. It was at this terrible moment that the girl met an old acquaintance who gave her an artifact. The wicked smile on the man's face widened when he saw the spirit near Roland. Ashley instantly recognized the cloaked figure that always found her unexpectedly. Nias didn't feel anything good from these people. Even though they helped her mistress with the call, only this man praised the girl for her efforts, which made her feel at least a little better. But then the lady had to justify herself, because everyone knew that she had been mistaken for a princess. Ashley didn't plan on letting this happen, but she didn't stop the rumors in time. It was hard for the girl to give up everyone's attention and praise. She had no idea that the magicians actually didn't care about her emotional torment. These people were only concerned about the artifact they gave to Miss, even though it was forbidden. So Ashley's bitter tears only irritated the people who weren't her friends even more. Roland herself saw no way out of the difficult situation that had arisen solely through her fault. But the magicians unexpectedly reported that the lady could very well become a real summoner. However, Ashley did not believe their words, because she knew perfectly well that her strength was not enough to summon the spirit. And even the presence of the artifact will not change anything, since such help was only temporary. The master was so fed up with all this that he could not restrain himself and shouted rudely at the girl. His assistant repeated the master's voice, and with the same intonation ordered the lady to be silent. All this greatly frightened Ashley, who had become completely confused in her feelings. The mages didn't care about Roland's condition, because they were hunting for her energy, so they planned to take the artifact from the girl after they used her. It was only now that Ashley realized that these people had never actually tried to help her. All this time, they were pursuing only their own goals, which is why they laughed at her so cruelly. Once again, Roland's expectations were betrayed, something the girl was not prepared for. It wasn't hard for the magicians to guess that the lady had managed to become attached to the summoned spirit, all because Nias was ready to support her mistress in any situation, who needed love. But this did not stop the terrible magicians, who hastily filled the things with their energy. The gang leader was determined to get the artifact back, no matter how much pain it would cause young Ashley. Roland had no chance to dodge the blow or even defend himself. But at that very moment, a bright energy appeared in the air, beginning a confrontation with the dark magic. The girl did not expect that someone would manage to save her from the painful blow of magic. But the heroine appeared nearby in time, and even managed to call upon the majestic Remia for help. Ashley froze in shock, because she thought that the princess would now hate her. But Aisha's gentle smile proved otherwise, because the heroine wasn't even offended by Roland. Who would have thought that the emperor's daughter would arrive in time and be able to save the stupid girl? The magicians clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and were therefore unprepared to confront the forces of light. But Remy's power was enough to defeat the disorganized opponents. The gang leader was the first to realize this, and he could not afford to lose in such battles. Salvation came unexpectedly for the magician himself, because he heard female voices from the side. Aisha realized too late that the next blow would be aimed at Rose and Chloe. The girls came closer at such an inopportune moment that the heroine would not have had time to save them from the magic. The magician did not hesitate, since he wanted to inflict damage on at least someone during his presence. Only Rumius protected the girl, because this attack was accidentally directed at him too. So the enemy suffered a defeat that was difficult for him to accept in this situation. Therefore, the opponents had no choice but to run away in disgrace. Before the heroine could do anything, the enemies disappeared as if they had never been there. As soon as the threat disappeared into thin air, the girls ran up to their friend with concern. Rose refused to believe that Ashley had accepted help from terrible people. Roland wanted to get sympathy from her friends, but instead she heard more curses. Aisha did not interfere in the squabbles between the aristocrats, as she managed to save Roland. Even Chloe couldn't stop Blyme from losing her temper in fear. So Ashley didn't get any of the sympathy she needed after everything that happened. The girl was unable to bear the feeling of guilt, so she only escalated the conflict with her friends. Neither Rose nor Chloe had any idea how much Roland had suffered all this time. Only the heroine could understand the feelings of the girl who fought so hard for love. In her past life as Alice, the lady also did not receive support from her parents. So Aisha could see very well how hard it was for Ashley all this time without love. However, the most important thing now for the princess was the presence of the artifact, which needed to be taken. But Roland refused to part with the only thing that connected her with the spirit. In her emotions, she said so many nasty things that she herself realized how far she had accidentally gone. So, out of shame, the girl ran away again, without even thanking anyone for saving her. Aisha was horrified to realize that the lady was still willingly in danger. The lady was so focused on Ashley that she didn't notice Rumius's attentive gaze from the side. So the heroine didn't expect that this unknown guy would suddenly attract her attention. It seemed natural for the girl to help others, but the king did not understand the reason for her actions. Rumius believed that Ashley herself was to blame for the consequences that she personally allowed to happen. But he was wrong when he thought that the princess was looking for her own benefit in helping others. The heroine didn't have any particular reason to help the people around her. That's why it was difficult for her to understand the guy who asked such strange questions. Before, Rumius had never thought about the fact that he could help people since he had the strength to do so. The girl reminded the guy that before this, he had automatically protected himself and the two ladies. But the unknown person still maintained the opinion that he would not interfere in anything. The king himself did not understand why he saved the aristocrats, although he could have easily protected only himself. And the lady found an answer for him, because then the guy had enough strength to help Rose and Chloe. The princess was able to prove to Rumius that no reason was needed to help people. Only after this did the girl return to the question of how she could now find Ashley near the estate. The surrounding area was so vast that the saddened Roland could have run anywhere. Due to stress, Aisha began to get increasingly angry with the guy who was constantly distracting her. But this time, it turned out that Rumius had not called the girl to solve his stupid questions. It was not difficult for the heroine to sense the powerful energy from the bird that the guy summoned. She couldn't believe that anyone had the power to summon this animal. But what surprised the lady most was that the Spirit King allowed her to ride on an eagle. Now, Miss had no time to think about the guy's identity, because she needed to save Roland. But deep down, she was grateful to the unknown, because he made her search much easier. With such air support, the princess will instantly find Ashley, who was hiding from people. In fact, although the lady said she had no reason to save Roland, it was a lie. The heroine wanted to help this girl because she reminded her very much of her in the past. As the Princess of Edenbell, the girl also did not receive love from anyone close to her, so she understood perfectly well how much Ashley wanted to be understood by at least someone. Unlike Roland, in this life, Aisha had a wonderful family who loved her. Therefore, the lady was ready to share this love with a man who really needed it. So the heroine was ready to sacrifice herself without hesitation, just so that Ashley would be okay. At this moment, the remorse within Roland reached its highest point. Because of this, the girl could no longer stand on her feet, because she blamed herself for all the failures. She never hoped that her mother would ever sincerely praise her for her achievements. Instead, Roland sank deeper and deeper into despair, finding no support for herself. Never before had the lady felt so lonely and terrible as at that moment. So when she heard a gentle voice addressed to her, the miss could not believe her ears. Ashley felt like no one else would want to smile sincerely at a girl like her. Tears of gratitude welled up in Roland's eyes as she finally lost herself. At that moment, she accepted help from the princess, as she needed it more than anything in the world. Only thanks to the sacred bird did the heroine find the girl so quickly that she was hiding from her. Now the lady had to correct all the mistakes that the Marquis's daughter had managed to make. The aristocrats were already in full swing, discussing the incredible appearance of the lady with silver hair. So Aisha delicately announced to everyone that she was the real Princess Elmira. This news surprised people who mistakenly thought it was another girl. Ashley winced in horror as she realized the truth about her accidental lie had finally been revealed. She never managed to figure out how to resolve this extremely unpleasant situation in front of people. But Aisha found a solution for her, and she did not blame the lady for making any mistakes. The princess pretended in front of everyone that it was she who gave her powers to the daughter of the Marquis of Roland. So now, no one was surprised that many took Ashley for a real princess. The young aristocrat could not believe that no one would talk about her behind her back anymore. Thanks to just a few words from the heroine, she corrected the situation as if there had been no problems at all. Moreover, people perceived it as if Aisha had bestowed a great honor on the Marquis's daughter. The princess confirmed all the aristocrats' guesses so that no one had any more questions. Even Rose and Chloe couldn't have come up with a better excuse for their beloved friend. That's how easily and naturally Ashley's honor was saved. Even though she didn't put any effort into it, people were filled with respect for the girl with whom the princess herself shared her powers. But they could not forget the situation that had happened in the main hall not long ago. But no one dared to discuss that awkward mistake around the heir to the throne. So the lady interrupted all conversations with her appearance alone, as she proved that she bears the surname Elmire. Just in case, she called on Remy to finally convince everyone of the truth of her words. Aisha had no doubt that all of Roland's fears were finally behind her. The girl's tear-stained face spoke volumes about how grateful she was. Of course, Ashley apologized, but the heroine no longer needed them. As the interesting performance ended, people began to return to the main hall. As soon as she was left unnoticed, the confident smile disappeared from the princess's face, all because she understood perfectly well how difficult it was for the Marquis's daughter now. However, Aisha could not help but remind her that the time had come to say goodbye to the summoned spirit. The lady wasn't sure she could refuse the little friend who had been summoned, but Roland needed to gather strength and courage to call the spirit himself next time. Neas watched her mistress with a smile, because she was ready to wait for her as long as it took. Although the spirit said goodbye to Ashley with tears in his eyes, he believed that the girl would succeed. So the Marquis's daughter was once again left without a spirit, since she could not yet summon it on her own. But this time, the girl understood that she could find solace in her faithful friends. Although they did not fully understand Ashley's emotions, they were ready to share all her sadness with her. The heroine happily watched the reunion of her friends, between whom there were no longer any conflicts. The lady herself could only communicate with spirits, since she was unlucky enough to find friends. This day exhausted the heroine so much that she began to yawn in the evening, although there was still time before bed. Only after a little massage from Rue did Aisha feel a little better, after everything that had happened. No matter how hard the princess tried, sad thoughts still overtook her at the end of the day. And the little spirit was there to support the owner if she suddenly needed it. The girl could not understand why there were people in the world who distributed artifacts. Even after being removed from Ashley's hand, the item still emitted negative energy. As soon as Miss started asking about this moment, Rumius appeared to explain everything to her. The princess did not expect such an appearance from the guy with whom she had an unclear relationship. Aisha never found an answer to the question of who this strange and beautiful man actually was, but she clearly felt the powerful energy that constantly emanated from the noble guy. So the lady no longer doubted that the King of Spirits himself had been in front of her all this time. The girl's assumptions were confirmed by Rue's behavior, which made her unable to stand still. The girl happily snuggled up to the ruler, who always tenderly cared for all the spirits. The princess felt awkward, because she still hadn't recognized Rumius during all this time. Although the king himself did not think of accusing the girl of anything, since he himself did not have time to introduce himself to her. The lady did not miss the opportunity to apologize for having behaved rather rudely during the day. In the heat of the moment, she didn't pay attention to her speech, so she used informal words. Rumius had a wisdom that allowed him not to dwell on such trifles. The girl was surprised by the fact that the guy only thought about her well-being after wasting his energy. This was all because the king could clearly sense how unstable the princess's energy was now. In fact, it was precisely because of the expended energy that the heroine wanted to sleep so early. But they knew each other so little that the lady did not even think of admitting her condition. She was much more interested in what the king knew about the dark magic in the artifact. Aisha had no idea that the magicians were using the good spirit merely as a tool. She didn't hide her emotions, so Rumia saw how worried the girl was. Since childhood, the heroine perceived spirits as her friends, and therefore treated them like people. And only the king knew that only one princess was so worried about invisible creatures. This is all because, as a child, the heroine often shared all her sorrows and joys with spirits. So Rumias had no doubt whatsoever about the sincerity of the feelings the lady was showing. He only just now confessed to the girl that he descended into the human world because he felt something was wrong. And in the end, the princess, whom he had already seen once, only interested him more. So the king was not at all upset about wasting time in the real world. To make amends for all the troubles that had happened between them, Rumius materialized a bouquet for the girl. He would like for only good relations to form between them from now on. Aisha immediately recognized the very same flowers that she had seen in her dream on the top of the cliff. This gave the heroine the feeling that everything that was happening now was like a dream. Rumius's entire appearance resembled a creature from another world when he didn't hide his energy. So the princess felt delighted to be able to meet the king in person. She was even overcome with anxiety about whether they would ever meet again. The girl had no idea that Rumius was genuinely interested in communicating with her. So the heroine was in for more than one conversation with such a great creature from another world. Literally, the next morning, the girl was faced with the need to return home. Since this was the first time she had left home alone, she couldn't keep her family worried for long. The saddest thing for the lady was that with all her adventures, she still had no time to make friends, and Rue didn't count, since she was a spirit, not an ordinary person from the real world. At this moment, the maid informed the princess that her acquaintances were asking for time for an audience, but the heroine was completely lost in her thoughts, so she had no time to communicate with them. Aisha would have decided to postpone this meeting if it weren't for little Rue. The girl could not allow her mistress to return home without saying goodbye to the aristocrats. So, although the princess had not planned it, the spirit confidently sent her out for a walk. The heroine arrived just in time, before her three friends had even left the confines of her estate. Aisha was genuinely delighted to see her peers, who themselves wanted to talk to her, but the lady had to upset the girls with the information that she was leaving tomorrow. It was for this reason that the princess could not devote even a little time to the young aristocrats. But it turned out that the girls had a plan in advance, according to which they could at least take a walk. Rose, Chloe, and Ashley planned a trip to the city and were happy to take Aisha along. This is how, unexpectedly for herself, the princess found herself in the very center of a busy city. Never before had the lady experienced so many intense emotions of happiness and joy at once. The princess was happily having fun with the girls, whom she increasingly took for her friends. Most of all, the ladies wanted to find books about spirits in order to study this difficult art, and the heroine fully supported them in this matter because she herself had studied a lot. She happily agreed to help the aristocrats with their choice because she knew much more than they did. This day was already liked by the girl, who had not initially placed good bets on it. But in such pleasant company, the smile never left the heroine's face because she had never spent time like this. In just a few hours, the princess managed to give a good lesson in magic to her new friends. They had a great time, as if this day was the last in their rich and happy life. Right now, no difficulties could spoil the mood of the four aristocrats, so even when a stranger from the street tried to scare them, they didn't stop smiling. Although Ashley remembered this adventure for a long time, everyone else just laughed merrily. The girls got along so well with each other that they could talk for hours about anything. So soon, the three friends brought the princess to their secret house in the middle of a beautiful forest. The ladies were not afraid to say anything to Aisha, as they knew that she would be able to understand them. At first, the heroine didn't even understand what an honor the aristocrats had shown her by bringing her into this house. They didn't visit it often, but the building retained all the memories and a cozy atmosphere. The emperor's daughter would never have thought that her short trip would result in such a meeting. She no longer doubted that these ladies were worthy friends for her. That's why the girl even decided to call on Rue in front of her friends, who were only too happy about it. After the ordeal, a mutual understanding quickly arose between the aristocrats and the princess. Moreover, they could not help but be touched by the spirit, who possessed excellent manners. Only Ashley felt a little sad in this situation, because she still missed Nias. Only now did the girl find the strength to admit that she had been wrong at the banquet. Roland was still tormented by the realization that her own mother would never acknowledge her. Aisha remembered that the lady in front of her was still a child, so she was not angry at her mistakes. The heroine was well aware of this deep feeling of loneliness that weighed on young Ashley. That is why the aristocrat's eyes sparkled with happiness when she saw understanding in the princess. Aisha only wished that next time, Roland would summon Nias with her own powers. After all, the little spirit protected the girl all her life, without her even suspecting it. Meanwhile, Rue could confirm the fact that there were always other spirits around Ashley. So the heart of young Roland was finally filled with the love she had been searching for so long. Already in the evening, at the moment of parting, the heroine still did not hide her happy smile. Despite the fact that their acquaintance was short, all the girls became attached to their new friend. The hardest part of all was saying goodbye to the princess for Ashley, because Aisha had supported her so well. Although the heroine acted sincerely, she did not expect the ladies to accept her as their friend. In fact, even in her past life, the emperor's daughter dreamed of having such people around her, so she was happy to know that she was no longer alone outside her home. Now the lady had friends to whom she could come in moments of sadness and loneliness. Only after saying goodbye did the heroine think about how much she would miss her new friends. But it was time to return back, because imperial affairs awaited her at the palace. The last thing Aisha expected was to suddenly find Rumius in the carriage. However, for some reason, no one else saw this handsome guy except the girl herself. The maid looked around the carriage several times, but did not notice anything suspicious. So the princess had to return home in the company of the king of the spirits of light himself. The heroine could not believe that Rumius's next appearance would be so unexpected. The spirit himself admitted that he was so interested in the lady that he would like to become friends with her. But the lady was not ready for such confessions, although she had communicated with spirits since childhood. While talking with the king, she didn't even notice how one of the enemies was watching her rich carriage. All the magicians had already managed to report to their master about the defeat that had recently overtaken them, so Marianne was eager to meet Aisha in person, which got in her way. But the heroine herself did not even suspect the impending rebellion on the part of her former sister. Instead, the girl focused on the fact that Rumius wanted to be friends with her. It was clear from the spirit's face that he was not hiding anything from the lady at that moment in time. But the princess understood that the king knew nothing about how to live in the human world. She was afraid to even imagine what would happen if she returned home with this unknown man. The heroine was sure that the family would not leave a single trace of Rumius, even though he was the king. So the lady was forced to remind the guy that they didn't have to be together everywhere. Rumius immediately realized that people were much more complex than he could have imagined. However, this did not diminish the Spirit King's desire to be near the girl who sincerely attracted him. Aisha had no idea that even all her horror stories wouldn't be enough for this guy. However, the lady quickly realized that she had better draw up a list of restrictive questions for the king. As a result, Rumius concluded that it would be easiest for him to create an identity for himself in the human world. At this moment, the servants informed the girl that they had arrived at the border of the mansion, where they were already waiting for her. The heroine immediately guessed that it was her brother who found the time to meet her upon her return home. The girl herself was already impatient to meet her relative, whom she had missed greatly. Rumius did not miss the fact that the princess became more emotional when her brother was mentioned. The king still had difficulty understanding even such simple human emotions. But the lady didn't expect the guy to ask her how dear her blood brother was to her. The princess didn't doubt the answer for a second, because she wasn't ready to exchange Isis for anyone else. This answer interested Rumius, who was increasingly trying to delve into human relationships. But Aisha had already forgotten about the king, because the meeting with her dear brother loomed before her eyes. The prince specifically cleared time in his schedule to meet his beloved sister back from her trip. The guy was delighted that he could finally hug the girl, and she was completely fine. Nothing much happened during these couple of days, except for daily fencing training, but the heroine could hardly find the words to tell her brother everything at once, because there were so many events. The lady did not expect that her brother would want to ride in the carriage with her in order to spend as much time together as possible. Fear overtook the girl, because Rumius was now in the cart, and it was unlikely that he could have managed to disappear. But arguing with the prince would be useless, as it would only arouse further suspicions about her. Therefore, Aisha could only hope that her brother would not see the guy, just like the maids before. But everything didn't go according to plan from the very beginning, because Isis froze right in front of the entrance to the carriage. The heroine shuddered nervously when she realized why the prince could have suddenly frozen. It turned out that Isis had gotten a good look at Rumius, and this fact made him look angrily at the stranger. All this time, none of the assistants even noticed that there was more than just the princess riding in the carriage, so the girl could not even imagine that her brother would be able to see the king of spirits himself. In this case, the princess carelessly did not have time to come up with any excuses, because she was not prepared for something like this. But she didn't want Rumius to think badly of her relatives at the very beginning of their acquaintance. So the heroine stood up for the unknown guy, having difficulty coming up with a short and catchy name for him. Now Rumius became Rune for a while, because only this person would not bother his brother. The girl herself understood perfectly well how pathetic all her excuses for the Spirit King looked. But in the few seconds she had at her disposal, the lady could not come up with anything better than what was said. The princess did not expect that Isis's first thought would be that his sister was riding in a carriage with her lover. Of course, there could be no talk of any love between a man and a spirit, but how could one explain this to the prince? So all of Isis's suspicions made sense, although they were incredibly far from the real reasons. So Aisha seriously rejected the possibility of love, because she did not even consider such an option. While the brother and sister were arguing with each other, Rumius was quietly watching them the whole time. He liked this lively guy, who, by coincidence, became a brother to the princess. Rumius introduced himself as a novice of the church in order to dismiss all unnecessary questions. Aisha found this option quite logical, since only a priest could ride in a carriage with a saint. So the idea of the Spirit King turned out to be surprisingly strong, and he successfully created a personality among the people. But even after all this, Isis did not begin to treat the guy riding next to his sister any better. In this regard, the brother turned out to be so jealous that until the very end, he asked Aisha many questions. If there had been such an opportunity, the prince would have dropped Rune off at the very beginning of the trip. The guy was so serious that he was ready to offer the novice a completely different carriage. But the King of Spirits did not allow himself to be offended, because he still did not have enough communication with the beautiful princess. The invisible struggle continued between Isis and Rumius, and there was no winner in sight. In the end, the prince had no choice but to resign himself to the fact that they would deliver the boy to the temple. No matter how much Isis wished for something different, he did not want to needlessly offend his sister's friends, whose choice he always respected. Only one heroine understood the absurdity of this trip with 3 people instead of just her. She looked in horror at Rumius, who successfully hid his true identity from all people. And at that moment, the girl was no less afraid of her brother, who had disliked Rune from the very beginning. Surprisingly, the entire company reached the temple the king needed to get to without incident. The whole time on the road, Aisha was on pins and needles, because Isis and Rumius kept arguing with each other. During the entire trip, Isis never stopped staring suspiciously at the guy who dared to ride next to him. But Rumius was tactful enough not to get involved in the clearly brewing conflict. The heroine had no idea when their next meeting would take place, so she was somewhat upset. But the king, with a dignity that only he could have achieved, quickly left the ill-fated carriage. The assistant was clearly shocked that a previously unseen and handsome gentleman appeared in the carriage. The princess watched the king with concern, not knowing what he would do next. The brother's sudden actions diverted all the ladies' attention to him, because she did not expect anything good. Contrary to the girl's expectations, the guy only apologized for the way he had behaved with her guest all this time. In fact, all of the prince's reactions were caused by genuine concern for his inexperienced sister. Only now did he admit how dangerous he considered traveling with little-known people. The prince would never have allowed such a thing even to himself, let alone Aisha. From all the guy's words, the lady concluded that he was truly sincerely concerned about her well-being. So the girl didn't take offense, because the prince had recently behaved in a less than stellar manner. The princess had never encountered her brother's jealousy before, which is why she found herself in this situation. But her parents were even more surprised when they saw how much Aisha had brought home. The heroine tried her best, so she arrived with a huge pile of various gifts. She specially selected an individual surprise for each one to repay them for their birthday gifts. Although Isis was riding in a carriage with his sister, he had no idea of the scale of the gifts she had brought. The emperor was one of the first to discover, among the things, something that instantly reminded him of himself. The lady took the opportunity to present the family with gifts that she associated with them. The princess was delighted to see the sincere smiles on the faces of her relatives, for whom she had worked so hard. Of course, the lady could not remain silent about the fact that she had made her first friends on the trip. One of them, with her character and enthusiasm, was capable of inspiring anyone to great deeds. The second one seemed so calm and wise that in any situation she was a lifeline for everyone. And the third one reminded the girl of herself so much that she was unable to pass by her. But now the heroine had to prove to her family that she had chosen worthy people as friends. But it turned out that all the princess's worries were in vain, because her relatives believed her. Mother had no doubt that her daughter had chosen good friends for herself. Irene had once gone through something similar herself, so she supported Aisha by default. The heroine's cheeks turned an embarrassed blush from the support her family gave her. Even her usually strict father had nothing against the princess choosing her own social circle. What can we say about the brother, who would not have approved of anything except a friend for a lady until he had tested him himself? During the trip, Aisha managed to forget how loving and understanding her new family was. This only made it more pleasant for her to receive words of approval from wise adults. The lady was most reassured by the emperor, who perceived his daughter's every choice as law. This is how the heroine's adventure ended, and preparations for the summer festival began. The girl took on the priest's invitation because she had the most contact with them out of her family. But even for Aisha, who usually knows everything, the appearance of a new powerful priest came as a surprise. At the sight of his name, the lady immediately guessed that it was Rumius, who had created a human personality for himself in this way. Miss could only rejoice for the King of Spirits, who was clearly making progress in his career. But when he left her carriage, the princess was worried that the guy would not be able to fit into society. However, the rumors about the new priest were so good that the heroine had no doubt about her friend's success. It turned out that this man was able to appear when someone thought about him, because at that very moment, Aisha noticed Rumius outside her window in her private room. This situation seriously scared the girl, because she had chosen a place for herself on the 3rd floor. So the lady had no idea how the Spirit King managed to pull off such an incredible climb. But what bothered the princess most was that there were too many people in the room besides her. The maids hadn't noticed the uninvited guest yet, but it was only a matter of time. So Aisha quickly attracted the attention of her assistants, informing them that she wanted to be alone. For the first time in their lives, the maids were faced with the fact that their mistress wanted to be left alone. However, the assistants never argued with the princess, because there had never been a need for this before. The heroine herself felt uncomfortable about kicking the girls out, but she couldn't do otherwise. As soon as the maids left, the lady rushed impatiently to the window, behind which Rumius was waiting for her. She was in a panic because the guy showed up uninvited in her chambers during dinner. The king himself saw no problem with the meeting, as he remembered that Aisha had promised him a private conversation. His face lit up at the sight of the girl, who reacted so violently to the appearance of a friend. Due to stress, the lady did not immediately remember that she had spoken so disrespectfully to the Spirit King himself, so the heroine quickly corrected her behavior so as not to appear impolite to the guest. It turned out that Rumius was quickly advancing among the priests, although he made no effort to do so. The guy was surprised that people reacted so enthusiastically to even a small part of his real power. But Aisha found it strange to hear the spirit calling the venerable priests ordinary children. Although the lady understood that the age difference between the priests and the king was indeed great, Rumius was serious about becoming the princess's friend, so he came to visit her on a weekday. He remembered well the girl's words, that they only needed to see each other a couple of times a week. The heroine was not against meeting once again with the gentleman, who could tell her a lot of things. Right now, the lady was interested in why the spirit had appeared to her brother in the carriage back then. Although Rumius caused problems with this, his curiosity was stronger than any precautions. He was genuinely interested in Aisha, so he decided to study the people who surrounded her. The girl was once again embarrassed by how much attention the Spirit King was showing her. The lady was saved from further conversations on this topic by the awakened Rue, who could not ignore the king. The little girl jumped up suddenly when she realized that Rumius had been in the room the whole time. Her swift movements would be the envy of any spirit of a higher class. But the boy responded with a smile to the commotion that Rue had caused, since spirits often resembled their owners. These words visibly embarrassed the princess, because she really did constantly forget about her manners around the master. At this moment, the guy surprised Aisha by saying that he urgently needed to go back. The lady would have argued with this if she had not heard her brother's voice hurrying into her room. Of course, the princess would not want the prince to know about her secret meetings with Rumius. And this time, the king understood the girl a little better, so he himself began to get ready to return to the temple. Until the gentleman materialized himself, his energy was weaker even than that of little Rue. But as soon as the king laid claim to the real world, the powerful energy emanating from him became impossible to miss. The heroine didn't want any problems for herself, so she remained grateful to Rumius for his understanding. Just like last time, the spirit promised the girl that they would definitely meet again. The guy left Aisha's chambers just in time, because her brother was already knocking on the door of her room. The boy had never experienced his sister's desire to be alone before, so he was scared. But most of all, the girl did not expect that the prince would show miracles of true attentiveness. She herself did not find anything suspicious in the room, although for some reason the guy fell silent. It turned out that Isis was embarrassed by the presence of 2 mugs for one Aisha, which was not done according to etiquette. The heroine barely managed to come up with an excuse, lying that they drank tea with Rue so often. The heir knew better than anyone about his sister's gluttonous spirit. But still, the princess was tense at that moment, because her brother could think anything. However, this time, the girl was lucky, because the guy suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't escape Aisha's notice that her brother had not invited her to visit him in the middle of the day without a reason. The lady was absolutely sure that Isis had some special news for her personally, and the miss turned out to be completely right, since the prince really knew a little more than she did. The princess would never have guessed what kind of surprise was going to happen during the festival. Her acting was not long in coming, because the girl was interested in knowing the details. Until now, the prince had difficulty containing his emotions when he saw his sister's sad face, so he reluctantly asked the princess to wait just a couple of minutes before confessing. The surprise turned out to be beyond praise, as the parents decided to announce their daughter's debut. Of course, Aisha planned to hold it, but she didn't expect to combine it with the holiday. The mother insisted on this decision, because then the princess would take the leading role at the festival. Of course, the family gave the lady time to think, because the debut could be postponed. But every girl dreamed of such an honor, since it was her official presentation. Therefore, the heroine agreed without hesitation, since she was only glad about this circumstance. The emperor breathed a sigh of relief after his daughter's words, as he was worried that she might refuse. But the surprise that the brother promised turned out to be better than any praise, which made the heroine happy. Moreover, a new priest was chosen to bless Aisha in public. The parents agreed with the choice of the sage, who usually performed this ceremony for everyone. But the princess had no intention of being upset by the change of person at her sacred ceremony. She knew very well how important the blessing was for everyone who lived in the empire. So it is not surprising that the mother and father tried to find the best priest for their daughter. But they had no idea that the wise priest had been replaced by the king of spirits himself. Therefore, Aisha now awaited the moment of her debut with even greater impatience. Seeing such a sweet smile on the girl, the family's hearts trembled with love for her. They even considered not showing the princess to anyone, if possible. So Aisha had to urgently remind her relatives that it was unfair to take away the surprise. That's how Irene finally came to the conclusion that from now on they would all prepare for the lady's debut. Each member of the emperor's family was ready to provide Aisha with all the help she needed. Therefore, the heroine had no doubt that her debut would go as planned. Even little Rue wanted to help, even though she was just a sweet and fussy spirit. At that moment, the princess's happiness knew no bounds, because she received everything she had ever dreamed of. This made the girl's heart sink even more when, a little later, her brother called her to talk. Aisha immediately realized that the conversation would be about the incident with the artifact during her journey. It has already been established that this item came to Elmir via the enemy empire of Edenbell. Initially, the prince refused to believe that their opponents were engaged in such things. But the heroine was not surprised, since she knew that Marianne was ready for anything. If the brother had not listened to his sister's words, his investigation could have reached a dead end. But a few days ago, the princess insisted on talking to her relative alone. At that time, Isis was too busy to listen to his sister, but he still made time for her. The guy immediately noticed that the girl was not ready to talk to him, even in front of one witness. So the prince let his bodyguard go, so that Aisha would not be afraid of anything around him. The boy immediately became wary, because the princess usually did not behave so carefully, all because the lady was forced to tell her brother about the incident with the artifact. At the sight of the object, Isis was speechless, because this thing was strictly prohibited in the empire. At that moment, Aisha defended Ashley just in case, so that there would be no questions for her. The heir understood the girl's emotions perfectly, so he decided to take a different path. He promised to conduct a thorough investigation to get to the truth without Roland. But during this time, the guy only came to the conclusion that the artifact had arrived to them from Edenbell. Aisha herself suspected that the prince might not have enough evidence for this matter, so she needed to invite Ashley to her debut to make sure of everything. But the lady would like to keep secret everything she can learn from Roland. As much as the prince wanted to make the research public, he did not want to contradict his beloved sister. The girl's actions were justified by the fact that the truth could be shocking for young Ashley. It had long been clear that the peace agreement between Elmir and Edenbell was falling apart. So the enemy empire was simply waiting for the right moment to sink its claws in. That's why the heroine planned to behave as carefully as possible. She was surprised when her brother admitted that the girl again seemed much older to him. The truth was that this was the case, but it had never bothered either of them before. Knowing about his sister's difficult past, the guy wished her to successfully survive her 14th birthday. Isis was ready to support the princess at any moment, no matter what decision she made. The heir's words alarmed Aisha in earnest, as she saw the seriousness in his eyes. But even if the prince had some kind of business to attend to, he didn't want to tell the lady about it. So all the girl's desires to come to her brother's aid made no sense. Isis grew up to be the kind of person who will take full responsibility until the very end. So a gentle smile lit up his face, although inside the guy was feeling very hard. This reticence weighed heavily on the heroine, but she did not dare ask her brother any questions. During their time growing up together, Aisha managed to get to know all of her relatives' actions well. Therefore, it was obvious to the lady that Isis was hiding something from her right now. But if the guy wanted to remain silent, the girl was not going to beat the answers out of him. Besides, the lady had enough of her own problems, since Rumius's visits had become almost constant. Each time, the princess had to lie to the maids that she wanted to be alone. Although in reality, Aisha was having a pleasant time talking with the Spirit King. But all this led to the fact that some not very pleasant rumors about the girl began to spread among the assistants. The maids did not know the whole truth, and therefore drew incorrect conclusions about the princess's growing up. They increasingly noticed how Miss was constantly sighing thoughtfully about something, looking out the window. So it was obvious to the assistants that Aisha was only now entering puberty. But as soon as the heroine appeared next to the maids, they immediately returned to work. Of course, the lady did not miss the changes in the assistants' behavior, which seemed strange to her. But the girls stubbornly refused to admit to the young lady that they might have seriously offended her. So Aisha was unable to know in advance about the gossip that was constantly being spread about her. Only a few days later, a faithful servant hinted at the rumors in a conversation with the princess. Initially, the heroine had no idea that her conversations with Rumius would lead to such a catastrophe. However, the assistants were finally convinced of the emperor's daughter's adolescence. And only Aisha knew nothing about the kind of person she seemed to be from the outside. Even in her wildest fantasies, the girl could not have imagined such a turn of events. Of course, as soon as the princess heard the truth, she immediately rejected all the gossip. But her words were no longer enough, because her behavior spoke otherwise. This is how the lady faced mistrust from the maids, who had already drawn their own conclusions. The heroine had no idea what consequences this unfortunate misunderstanding could lead to. But soon the whole family learned that Aisha had entered puberty from the maids. The assistants were only indirectly guilty, so the lady could not blame them for anything. However, until now, her words have not been enough to prove the truth to her relatives. No matter how much the princess rejected this period of hers, everyone around her only believed in it more and more. So, quite quickly, the lady was left without support, even from her faithful maid. The heroine was unable to bear such shame, because in fact she was already over 30. The princess was only saved from such unpleasant conversations by the need to choose a dress. Aisha had no preference in the color of the outfit, so she calmly tried on everything. But a fierce dispute broke out between the maids over what their mistress would wear. Neither assistant wanted to give in to the other on this fateful question of the debut. The lady did not expect that one argument would move on to another, although she did not even want to take part in it. She had a hard time choosing a dress, because she didn't like any of the options yet. So the princess spent all her last days choosing the style and color of a suitable dress. The girl had become quite tired of the constant arguments between the maids who surrounded her. Only the personal assistants did not participate in this silent competition for the dress. Aisha was already grateful for the fact that her faithful maid constantly took care of her. But it turned out that the girl also brought letters from the princess's dear friends. The heroine began reading with impatience, recognizing the lady literally by the emotions in the lines. As usual, Rosa made Aisha laugh, with her inexhaustible enthusiasm and desire to be at the debut. Chloe's letter was much more reserved. But what else could you expect from this girl? The princess had long noticed that this friend behaved calmly when it came to her desires, but the third letter from Ashley touched the heroine deeply from the very first lines. Aisha still couldn't shake the feeling that Roland was very similar to her past self. But now the girl accepted the fact that she could only receive love from friends and spirits. And Rue was good proof that little helpers will never betray. What interested the princess most was that Ashley wanted to discuss something with her personally. But before the meeting, Roland only wished the heiress a good debut in society. Even the omnipresent Rue couldn't imagine that her mistress's third friend knew something like this. But the heroine was already confident that her reception would certainly be a promising event. This is because all her friends, and even the Spirit King himself, gather at this celebration. So Aisha was already looking forward to the time when she could go out into the world. What pleased the lady most was that it was Rumius who would conduct her ceremony. Although only rumors will reach Edenbell, this will already tell his opponents a lot. However, this time the heroine did not have time to rest properly because the maids brought dresses. During the tea party, the girl completely forgot that she had such an important mission. But the princess was ready to choose an outfit for as long as it took. Just a couple of days later, the high priest personally visited the imperial palace. Tyrion was grateful to his old acquaintance for the great honor bestowed upon his family. But Aisha didn't expect that this time the priest would take another person with him. The emperor was only glad to get to know better the priest who would consecrate his daughter. This is how Rumius first legally entered the palace to speak with Princess Elmira. Naturally, the personality of the young priest aroused the interest of the ruler, who loved his daughter. The only fear that remained was that the Spirit King would answer all of the emperor's questions rudely. Everyone except Tyrion himself knew about Rumius's inability to speak according to the etiquette of high society. So the heroine was seriously scared when she realized that the king could ruin everything with one word. Isis was no less tense than his sister, because he remembered well how this guy spoke to him. The priest was also familiar with the speech of his subordinate, but did not have time to warn him about manners. However, this time, Rumius's words were full of respect and politeness towards the skilled ruler. So everyone around breathed a sigh of relief, because the main danger had successfully passed. At the same time, the heroine did not escape the attentive glances of the wise priest. This is all because, in theory, she shouldn't have known the nuances of the new novice's behavior. However, this did not stop the girl from openly demonstrating her good disposition towards the gentleman. Surprisingly, the Spirit King was now good at etiquette, although before he had not even thought about the rules. Such strong changes in her acquaintance could not help but surprise Aisha, who did not expect this. Now, Rumius spoke so respectfully, as if he was not trying to imitate people in his communication at all, while the heroine remembered very well how ignorantly the king communicated with her brother. The wise priest proved that no one could handle the lady's initiation better than his successor. Rumius performed his role so well that the emperor had no doubts on the matter. But as soon as the king was left alone with the prince, an awkward silence fell between them. In the end, Isis was the first to decide to break the silence, as he had many questions for this man. Even when they met in the carriage, the guy noticed that the priest's energy was different from usual. But Rumius himself was not in the mood to talk about this topic, so he again forgot about politeness near the air. Such abrupt changes in the master's behavior could not help but anger Isis, who had grown up quite hot-tempered. The prince tried until the very end to get at least a drop of politeness from his interlocutor, but it was all in vain. So even such a stubborn person as Isis eventually gave in and stopped trying to talk normally. From Aisha's side, it was perfectly clear how things were going with the conversation between her brother and the Spirit King. The girl didn't even think about interfering, because she wouldn't be able to help Rumius with communication forever. The heroine was relieved by the fact that the priest fully approved of the young master's candidacy. It seemed to the old man that this young man was sent to the princess by God himself for a blessing. The heroine did not tell the priest that, in fact, Rumius was the very god they worshipped. Aisha was already pleased by the fact that the sage had no doubts about his choice of priest for her. The priest could not help but notice the fact that the princess had grown a lot since their last meeting. Once it became known that Aisha was a saint, she refused to accept this title for a long time. The priest would like to stay close to the girl he was attracted to as long as possible. But, compared to her youth, he had much less time at his disposal. So the sage could only hope that everything would be fine for the lady in the future. The princess gratefully received the warm words from the old man, who had looked after her since childhood. She would like to prolong the moments of their acquaintance in order to preserve more memories. At that moment, the princess achieved complete unity with the wise priest. This did not escape the attentive Rumius, who was becoming increasingly interested in the lady. It so happened that due to preparations for her debut, the heroine did not sleep until the night. The girl's eyes were starting to close, but she wanted to finish what she had started. Aisha had always been tenacious, and right now it was showing itself with renewed vigor. As a result, the princess herself did not notice how she fell asleep right at the table, almost hitting it. The king accidentally found the girl in this state and therefore helped her. Naturally, Aisha woke up from such actions and was glad to see her friend. The lady did not expect to see that the spirit would not be sleeping at such a late hour, but it turned out that Rumius never needed sleep at all, so he came to visit. So the lady had the opportunity to give the guy a few compliments about his manners. Although it was unnoticeable to others, the Spirit King tried hard to communicate, all because the ruler wanted to get closer to the lady who had been human all her life. It turned out that Rumius didn't just visit the girl because he had questions, so the princess once again had to listen to questions about whether the people around her were important to her. This afternoon, the king saw that Aisha was constantly smiling in the company of people. It was not difficult for the heroine to confirm that she truly loved all her loved ones. After all, it was they who freed the princess from the pain that she constantly experienced. But the lady didn't expect that, even now, the king would notice the darkness inside her. Aisha sincerely believed that she had gotten rid of all her fears. But it turned out that this was not so. Who, if not the Spirit King himself, could best see the truth about the princess's condition? Rumius understood how hard it was for the girl, so he gave her part of his power. Now, after sleep, the lady should have woken up with a good boost of energy and strength. In the end, the princess was left with questions about the darkness Rumius saw in her. Even when she went to bed, these thoughts haunted the lady until the very end. The girl didn't understand why she couldn't get rid of her difficult past. No matter how much she tried to push thoughts of Marianne away, the girl returned to her. The very next morning, even the maids noticed unexpected changes in their mistress. The heroine felt so strong within herself that she was ready for any accomplishments that day. She could hardly believe that it was Rumius's touch that had had such an effect. Of course, the heroine was grateful to the Spirit King for such invaluable help. She was absolutely sure that the gentleman knew nothing about her terrible past. However, the fact that the guy still saw the darkness inside her scared the princess quite a bit. After all, the lady had been doing nothing but restoring her psyche all this time. But the stress of choosing a dress did not help to improve Mrs. Condition. Aisha was ready to wear anything, just to avoid having to suffer with the difficult choice any longer. The girl felt embarrassed that the maids were trying so hard just for her. The parents even invited the best seamstress for Isha, but the lady was still dissatisfied. The problem was that the heroine herself did not understand what she did not like about the dresses. For final advice, the the princess decided to turn to a man she trusted. The girl had no doubt that her mother would solve all her problems. But even as she approached Irene, the heroine noticed an incredibly beautiful dress in the center of the corridor. Even the empress herself could not take her eyes off this ancient work of art. Aisha couldn't even imagine that this dress was once worn by her mother on her debut. The woman still kept these memories because that time was important to her. Surprisingly, the dress looked like new, even though so many years had passed. Irene was pleased to know that her daughter was interested in her story after so many years. The heroine really wanted to hear a story that concerned someone close to her, so the empress had no choice but to pour out her soul to her own daughter. She was born in the north of the empire, and her debut also occurred at the age of 14. But something went wrong from the very beginning, because before this holiday, it rained in the city for the first time. Moreover, Irene's brother was unable to return in time for her debut, so the lady was left without a partner. Everything was falling apart right before the girl's eyes, and she couldn't even influence what was happening. Rescue came unexpectedly, because at that very moment, the miss noticed a handsome guy in front of her. It was impossible not to recognize the prince, who had arrived in advance for the debut of Count Roussel's daughter. His young face was already beautiful at that time, so Irene smiled tenderly at the boy. The future emperor himself offered the girl to become her partner for the duration of her important debut, and the count's daughter was in no position to refuse such a wonderful guy. So the lady's face lit up with joy, because the sad day suddenly became happy. That day became a real fairy tale for the girl who never dreamed of becoming the emperor's wife. But Aisha was sure that it was then that her mother first fell in love with Tyrion. But it turned out that at that moment, Irene did not even dare to think about feelings for such a man. However, she remembered for the rest of her life the kindness of the guy who easily helped her in difficult times. Listening to the empress's story, the heroine noticed that she thought about the dress with warm sadness. It was clear to the lady that no one would dare to wear it unless she took the initiative. This is how the princess chose for herself an outfit that could be called royal. Surprisingly, the maids quickly came to terms with their mistress's decision, although they were very worried about her. But in this dress, Aisha looked so fabulous that no one could take their eyes off her. The girl herself felt great in the outfit, which perfectly emphasized her appearance and status. She was glad that she had finally made her choice after so much torment. Soon, the long-awaited day of the princess's debut arrived, combined with a general celebration. From the very morning, Aisha participated in all the activities, as she was interested in everything. Miss was looking forward to the ceremony, which would be entirely dedicated to her. With Rumius by her side, the heroine was not afraid of anything, even though she was excited about her debut. But the guy found a few words to support the girl, so her face lit up with a grateful smile. However, as soon as Aisha was left alone, she again thought about the incredible responsibility. This time, a man whom the princess knew well from childhood came to her aid. It turned out to be Vian, who could not help but congratulate the lady on such an important event in her life. With this reliable guy around, all the lady's fears always disappeared, as if they had never existed. But this time, Belmort's face showed signs of thoughtfulness at the sight of the girl. The heroine would never have guessed that even this quiet knight was smitten by her appearance. All because today, the princess looked better than everyone who was in the hall by invitation. But Aisha never thought about it, as she did not strive to become the most beautiful lady. So she was struck by Vian's confession that the emperor's daughter was incredibly beautiful that day. The surprise the girl felt could only be compared to the happiness inside her. Since this was one of the knight's few compliments, the lady was pleased with her outfit. The guy himself looked his best, as many were getting ready for the holiday. Due to his attentiveness, Vian quickly noticed that the lady was not feeling well. It turned out that the girl's jewelry was too heavy, although Belmort could not understand her. But it was within his power to save Aisha from a situation in which she would suffer all evening. The boy had been studying magic since childhood, so he could do some small things, but even this amount of magic was enough for the young heir to the throne. Soon the princess met with her friends, who were eagerly awaiting her in front of the main hall. Everything was ready for Aisha's initiation, so she saw no point in waiting any longer. Next to Rumius, the heroine walked to the right place, feeling delighted with her wonderful debut. Everyone around was happily discussing the girl, but she even liked this attention. As soon as the emperor saw his daughter, He immediately recognized the dress she was wearing. The ruler would never forget the day he first saw his future wife in it. Irene was touched that it wasn't only she who found those old memories important. Although Tyrion seemed to many to be a cruel ruler, at heart he was a kind man. So the Empress fell even more in love with her husband, who took care of every little thing. In fact, this idea was entirely Aisha's, and she asked her mother about it. At first, Irene was worried, because she wanted the princess's debut not to resemble anyone else. But at that moment, the heroine was confidently determined to revive the memories of her father and mother. She knew full well how important this outfit was to Irene, so she intended to take care of it. What the princess didn't expect was that the Empress would end up giving her the dress, all because the Emperor's wife saw that her daughter would sincerely cherish such a gift. That's how a small agreement regarding the outfit was born that day between daughter and mother. And now the heroine joyfully sparkled in a dress that reminded her of her parents. Tyrion and Aeryn watched with pleasure as Aisha, who had just recently been a baby, looked on. And now she has become a real lady, although there was no talk yet of marrying an aristocrat. During her life, the princess learned all the important rules of etiquette and manners. So the Emperor was openly proud of his daughter, who only glorified his honor. Tyrion was pleased to realize that the girl did not feel nervous at such an important moment. Aisha's face remained calm, although her eyes sparkled with incredible joy. It was difficult to say exactly how long the heroine had been waiting for such a gift from her parents. In her past life, she would never have believed that she could achieve such unity with her family. But now, nothing repelled the lady in the faces of the adults, who had sincerely loved her since childhood. Since everyone present was there, the main event of the evening soon began. The princess obediently bowed her head before the priest, accepting his blessing. All the girl's senses were heightened at that moment, as she was already in anticipation. The fact that it was Rumius who was supposed to give his blessing to the lady made her even happier. The Spirit King had so much power that he instantly illuminated the entire space of the main hall. The aristocrats watched in shock at the beautiful spectacle that unfolded before them. Rumias maintained the calm that was characteristic of this moment, although he was a little excited. The princess humbly bowed her head before the king, who was supposed to share his power with her. When the guy spoke words of good luck and success, he sincerely wished all this for Aisha. So the girl responded to him with a grateful smile, because she herself hoped for a good future. From now on, everything was within the heroine's power and depended on how hard she tried. Unexpectedly, the king blessed all those who came to support the princess. His strength was more than enough for the people in the hall, who felt a piercing warmth. No one in the imperial family could have predicted such a turn of events, even though they had chosen this priest. Aisha watched for a long time, with her mouth open, as the beautiful power spread throughout the hall. Rumias, with his blessing, exceeded all the ladies' expectations, as he did more than was necessary. Although he belonged to the spirit world, he tried to do his best in the human world. Therefore, the king treated even the worst aristocrats favorably, forgiving them for everything. The ruler of the spirits himself had no idea how much his powers went beyond the ordinary. As soon as the ceremony was over, Irene remembered that her daughter did not have a partner. When his mother mentioned the dance with Rumius, the prince was the first to react negatively. The heroine herself was not prepared for the fact that she would find herself so close to the Spirit King. But the Empress had no idea what a huge step she was accidentally pushing the princess to take. In fact, Aisha didn't have anything against dancing with her friend, although she was very embarrassed. So the final word remained with the powerful and young priest. But at that moment, Isis loudly objected to such a possibility, because he himself wanted to dance with his sister. No one could object to the wishes of the heir, who always took care of the girl. This is how the first dance partner was quickly chosen, although they had not yet managed to find him. The prince had not enjoyed the company of the princess so much for a long time, although they communicated often. He was glad to see that the girl was gradually becoming like a respectable lady. The brother could only hope that his sister would continue to be drawn to him in the future. Aisha also wanted to spend all her time with the prince while they had the opportunity, but for some reason this time, the guy didn't promise to always be by his sister's side. But she didn't have time to ask anything more, because the music suddenly ended. The heroine was greatly troubled by the fact that she again could not hear an answer from her brother. To avoid his sister's questions, the prince shifted all responsibility onto Vian in time. Belmort didn't expect to come into such close contact with the beautiful princess. But the guy was not mentally prepared to accompany the lady he had feelings for. But it was not in the knight's nature to refuse friends, including the crown prince. That's why he stood shyly next to Aisha, who attracted him with her whole appearance. The girl was not at a loss, unlike the guy. And so with a joyful smile, she invited him to dance. It was beyond Belmort's strength to refuse such a beautiful lady, so he bowed his head before her. It turned out that the guy was constantly making mistakes in his hat due to embarrassment. The knight only got worse after making mistakes, so he became even more confused in his movements. But Aisha greeted with a smile all the clumsiness of the boy who helped her a lot in childhood. She wanted the knight to enjoy his time with her, even if he was bad at dancing. It turned out that Isis had no idea that his friend had always avoided dancing for a reason. But at this moment, nothing could spoil the lady's good mood at her debut. Everything only became more magical when Miss received another offer to dance. It came from Rumius himself, who was not averse to spending time with the princess. The girl could not believe that the Spirit King was seriously giving her such an honor. All this happened at the moment when the prince was momentarily distracted by his friend, so he did not have time to prevent his sister from meeting the priest who blessed her. The princess had no idea that dancing was the main entertainment for the spirits, so the king skillfully led the girl in the dance, and it was no trouble at all for him. Now, the guy only wanted the lady to boldly call him by his short nickname. Only Aisha knew Rumius's true identity, which made it difficult for her to call him anything else. The king understood that it would take the girl a long time to get used to him, but he was proud of the name that Aisha had given him among people, and so he wanted to hear it. The heroine was a much more important person to the king than she could have imagined. Now the girl was completely satisfied with her life, which she could enjoy to the fullest. As soon as the dance with Rumius ended, the lady was surprised to discover that her brother was missing. Just now he was here and watched with anger as she got so close to the priest. But now the princess could not find her brother anywhere, although she desperately turned her head from side to side. She noticed how the handsome Rumius was quickly surrounded by a crowd of curious aristocrats, so the lady was glad that she had escaped from the priest and the attention directed at him in time. With all her affairs, the heroine managed to forget about the main people she was waiting for at the banquet. Therefore, at the sight of these misses, the girl's face lit up with incredible delight and joy. It turned out that Rose, Chloe, and Ashley did accept the invitation to the princess's debut. During the time that they had not seen each other, the friends had managed to miss the emperor's daughter very much. The girls had accumulated so much information that they were not shy about talking about each other. It seemed that their secrets would have no limits, because a lot had happened during their separation. But at that moment, Rose's stomach made such a loud sound, as if she hadn't eaten for a week. Although it was a breach of etiquette, Aisha only laughed at the awkward situation. Of course, a lot of food was prepared for all the invited guests at the banquet. The aristocrats could hardly drool at the sight of the luxurious dishes they could try. The princess happily spent time with her friends, whom she had not seen for quite a long time. She was interested in every little thing, even concerning the lady's training in magic with spirits. Since the library was nearby now, Aisha could lend books to the girls. Ashley was most pleased about this, as she was finding it increasingly difficult to find new material. The heroine was most worried about Roland, since it was she who was affected by the artifact. Only now the girl admitted that a strange master from the past put her on this path. It was hard for her to remember the moment when she gave in to emotions for the sake of incredible power. But Ashley agreed to meet the unknown master in person, just to summon the spirit. At that moment, the lady did not think about who the master was, whose identity was hidden from her. But Roland immediately noticed that this man was clearly not much older than her age. The female voice revealed the girl hiding under the hood, but she couldn't hide everything. The master promised the young aristocrat that she would share with her the power to summon spirits. This brought Ashley into indescribable delight, because at that time, she was still chasing her mother's love. Roland's aspirations did not escape the girl, who only laughed at the sight of her joy. This moment greatly confused the aristocrat, but she was afraid to retreat in such a strange situation. At that time, Ashley was only concerned with thoughts of how to quickly summon at least one spirit. And if this unknown master could help her, then the lady was ready not to be afraid of him. For Roland, there was no right or wrong action at that moment, so she was glad to hear that she could achieve anything if she put her mind to it. The unknown master had chosen his first victim in advance to give her the artifact. Of course, it was Marianne, and she wasn't going to tell anyone about the danger of this thing. It was much more important to her that this lady use the artifact she received. Ashley immediately suspected something was wrong, because some kind of dark energy was emanating from the thing. But Roland didn't have time to ask the questions she was interested in, because the master suddenly disappeared. This is how the lady remained with the artifact, although she did not know that it could not be used. But this meeting allowed the girl to remember the appearance of the master, who scared her to death. Roland herself had no idea that at that moment, the princess of an enemy country was speaking to her. Instead, the girl regretted angering the teacher, who ended up attacking her. Aisha had no idea that this whole story could be so complicated. The teacher's identity was still in question for Ashley, as his voice sometimes changed. But she was seriously alarmed by the fact that the teacher needed some kind of fuel from the artifact. Although Ashley knew nothing about the story she was drawn into, the heroine understood everything. The princess changed the subject to the library, since this was the only way to avoid her friend's questions. As soon as Roland found herself in the cherished place, she forgot all about her past. While Ashley was looking around the library, the princess was busy looking for the book she needed. But the aristocrat was interested in Aisha's actions, and she didn't explain anything to her. The heroine was so carried away by her experiences that she completely forgot about her friend next to her. She remembered reading somewhere about fuel from artifacts and found it in the tab about demons. Fear overwhelmed the princess, who had no idea how serious things were. Only now did the heroine realize that even as a child, Marianne had occupied a position that was comfortable for her. Not only could she retrieve the artifact herself, but she could also easily recruit people to help her. This is all because the girl was a black magician and had successfully hidden this fact until now. Before, Aisha thought that her sister had been connected with spirits all this time, but she believed in demons. The heroine turned noticeably pale upon realizing this, as the information was too heavy. If it weren't for Ashley, who supported her friend, the princess would not have avoided panic from shock. But now the lady gratefully accepted the embrace of Roland, who remained close by. Although the aristocrat did not understand the princess's emotions, she did not need answers to her questions. It was enough for the girl that a bright smile finally appeared on Aisha's face. After the princess saved her, Roland vowed to help the people around her as well. That is why Ashley did not ask the emperor's daughter a single clarifying question. Such care from her friend did not go unnoticed for Aisha, who needed support. Although the heroine showed her weak side, she did not feel worse because of it. Soon the girls joined their friends, who had been filling their stomachs the whole time. Rose and Chloe were delighted with the food that the imperial palace offered them. But Ashley was glad that the princess lent her a lot of magical books about spirits. Only Aisha accidentally heard a familiar voice in the corridor, coming from the balcony. This circumstance interested the heroine, because the conversation was clearly not for her ears. In fact, the princess wanted to stay to find out better what was being discussed. But for now, the lady needed to communicate with her friends, who would never leave her alone. Meanwhile, the prince secretly retired with Vian to talk about confronting Edenbell. The knight became increasingly worried about the dejected state of the heir, who was his friend. They both knew that the war with the rival empire was rapidly approaching. No matter how hard Isis tried, Lachias, under the influence of Marianne, was not inclined towards a peaceful solution. So there were rumors that Edenbell was already looking for territories to conquer. And more than anything else, the prince was worried that he would not be able to interfere with his rival's plans. If it were up to him, Isis would have wiped the enemy empire off the face of the earth by now. But he didn't have enough army. The boy's thoughts constantly returned to his cheerful sister, who always smiled joyfully at him. The heir would give anything to spend endless time with her in nature. In those moments when Aisha fell asleep sweetly on his lap, Isis felt the happiest. But even then, the prince knew that these moments of happiness would not last long because of the impending war. He dreamed of creating a world for the young princess in which she would not have to worry about anything. That is why Isis began to hide a lot from his sister, although she shared everything with him. Vian silently supported the gentleman, whose decisions he never questioned. And right now, the prince was finally determined to personally go to war with Edenbell. Right after these menacing words of his, the guys heard some suspicious sound. The prince personally volunteered to find out the source of the sound that had so abruptly frightened them both. But the guy didn't expect that the person who overheard them would be well known to him. The heroine still managed to escape from her friends, and therefore heard all the words perfectly. So she joined in the difficult discussions on which the life of the empire depended. Previously, the girl did not know that their territories had already received warnings from Edenbell. What she feared most was that in this war, her brother would suffer from the spells of dark magic. But the guy didn't even suspect the danger that hung over his bright head. Only the princess had the power to save the heir, which is what she intended to do. Seeing his sister's tears, the guy could no longer insist on his terrible decision. The heroine did not want to lose her brother, even if she had to resort to manipulation to do so. Since childhood, Isis had no immunity to the princess's sad emotions. The lady only now realized that the prince was going to fight his opponents alone. But the guy didn't know that Princess Edenbella had already brought artifacts to their territory. Even Vian understood how dangerous his friend's plans were, so he was glad to hear his conversation with his sister. It was important for the girl to convey to the heir that she was able to help him in the war. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in the heroine's eyes when she decided to do something like this. Meanwhile, for Isis, Aisha was still a little girl who needed protection. The princess always knew that the guy would do everything to make her happy, so the prince could very well sacrifice himself if only Aisha could continue to smile happily. But the guy completely forgot to ask what his beloved sister really wants. Never in his life would the prince have had the strength to refuse the help of such a beautiful lady. So from now on, the brother and sister were going to act together to defeat all enemies. Finally, peace came between them, because the princess was able to talk honestly with her brother. Isis felt better, because he no longer had to hide anything from the princess. The one who was most pleased with the reconciliation of the heirs was Vian, who also had to hide everything. Because of the banquet, the heroine tried to put aside all unpleasant thoughts about the insidious Marianne. Only now did the lady realize that Belmort might know something about forbidden black magic, but the guy had barely heard anything about spirits, let alone such information. However, the princess did not become upset because no one could help her with her search. The girl initially understood that only she would be able to cope with Marianne. Vian saw that from time to time, a sad expression would flit across Aisha's face, so he specifically reminded the girl that she would soon see a beautiful holiday. Aisha actually forgot that they were supposed to launch lanterns into the air according to the schedule, but she still hasn't come up with a wish to make during this process. Belmort distracted the princess so well with his words that he himself began to smile back at her. So the lady was finally able to focus her thoughts on the upcoming festival. The heroine knew better than anyone that Rumius would hear every person who would pray to him. Therefore, the lady had no doubt that any wish would be fulfilled during the holiday. Since the guy still had a lot of things to do, he had to leave the princess alone at this point. But before her friend left, Miss became interested in whether he had come up with some kind of wish for himself. It turned out that Vian had just decided what he would wish for when he released the lanterns into the sky. Immediately after this, the guy returned to the heir, who was already impatiently waiting for him. Isis's face was full of worry even after he confessed everything to his sister, and Belmort could not help but worry about his friend, who had taken so much responsibility on his shoulders. Only after Vian's encouragement was Isis able to smile a little as he felt better. Only the knight was now not aware of all the details about the artifact that had appeared, but he was confident that the prince was not yet eager to participate in the war. This was already enough for Belmort, who did not want to lose such a good friend. Before, Isis had never thought about how much pain his decision could bring to his sister. So when Vian reminded him of this, the heir was greatly embarrassed by his actions. Observing everything from the sidelines, the knight saw better than anyone how wrong his relatives were. Therefore, he would only be glad if the prince was not afraid to hand over some of his affairs to him. Isis himself knew very well how good Vian was, unless it came to dancing. Meanwhile, sadness washed over the heroine, who secluded herself to talk with the spirit king. Rumias just happened to be nearby, as he tried not to move away from the princess. Although so much had happened to him during the day, the ruler looked quite calm. Unlike him, the lady's soul was torn apart by doubts and fears after everything she had experienced. Until now, the heroine considered herself not strong enough to fight her dark past. Therefore, she decided to do everything to summon Rumius himself in the future. The lady was not even embarrassed by the fact that until now no one had succeeded in summoning the king. She was going to improve her strength every day, so that in the end she would succeed. Rumius had never met a person so determined to achieve his dreams before. The king believed that the lady was already strong enough to deal with her enemies, but the heroine herself was still afraid that her happiness would ultimately be lost because of her enemies. Rumius would hardly ever have been able to understand the emotions the princess was experiencing, all because the girl sincerely felt that her strength was not enough to protect her loved ones. So she was willing to do anything to summon the Spirit King for the first time, even though no one had done it. This is exactly the wish the girl decided to make during the famous launch of the night lanterns. The heroine's eyes glowed with confidence and fury, because she was destined to defeat Marianne in the future. But no matter how much she had to endure, Aisha was ready for any consequences. Rumius saw how serious the girl was, and therefore did not intend to interfere with her. Instead, he watched the beautiful spectacle with everyone else under the nightlights. At that moment, every inhabitant of the empire enjoyed the beauty without thinking about the future. Everyone was excited about the opportunity to make a wish and have it come true soon. Moreover, the end of the holiday itself could attract anyone with its spectacular nature. So the young aristocrats did not miss such a wonderful chance to achieve what they wanted. True, they immediately couldn't resist and told each other about what they had dreamed about so much. Since only the princess had not spoken, the girls wanted to listen to her too. But Aisha wasn't ready to share something so personal, even with her close friends. Instead, the girl quickly ran to the drinks that could save her. But unexpectedly, the taste in the glass seemed suspicious to the suspicious heroine. She remembered with horror the poisoning she had experienced several years ago. Naturally, the girl's reaction quickly became noticeable to everyone who was nearby at that moment. It so happened that Isis was just nearby, so he quickly rushed to help his sister. The guy didn't expect to find her in such a bad state after just one glass. Like Aisha before, the first thing he thought about was another poisoning of the princess. In his panic, the prince didn't even notice the liquid that was actually in the glass. Instead, all his attention was focused on his sister, who was clearly not feeling well. But the guy didn't expect that everything would actually turn out perfectly fine with Aisha. The girl smiled at her brother, with the drunken smile she was capable of at that moment. The girl's face completely revealed how much the alcohol had affected her. Isis could never have imagined that he would find himself in such an awkward situation. It was only a few minutes later that Vian discovered that the princess had accidentally drunk the wrong glass. That's exactly why she ended up drunk, even though she had never drunk alcohol before. At this moment, the princess did not feel shame, as she was under the influence of alcohol in her body. All the heir could do now was to take the girl as far away from the crowd as possible. But it turned out that the heroine had completely different plans for the rest of the evening. So, on the contrary, she attracted all the attention to herself by unconsciously talking loudly to people. Rumias and Vian could only watch from the sidelines in silence, as Aisha caused such a disgrace. They didn't dare to interfere only because they had no idea how to help the lady. Right now, the princess was so stubborn that she wouldn't listen even to those closest to her. So when the parents arrived worriedly to the girl, she was not at all embarrassed by this. Aisha was ready to give all the love she could to the people who raised her since childhood. Although the lady was drunk, her relatives still enjoyed listening to her words. Before, the girl never allowed herself to show absolutely all her emotions to her loved ones. So, as wrong as it may seem, the adults took advantage of Aisha's condition. True, for several more days they reminded the princess of her shameful behavior. It turned out that the heroine really wasn't joking when she was going to summon the Spirit King. So, after just a couple of days, the girl took Rue and Remy with her for a quality workout. Only spirits could help the owner to increase the necessary amount of strength in a short period of time. The princess was no longer afraid to infuse herself with the magic of spirits, as she had learned to withstand it. But the girl still needed Rue's help to shoot accurately at the target. This is because the heroine had been shooting magical energy at the trees for some time, as Aisha had promised Rumius before. She did not miss a single day of her hard training, so gradually the girl made progress, although she was still dissatisfied with the scale of her forces. But each time, the magic that the princess released became greater and stronger. This time, Aisha finally noticed the changes that her fruitful training had brought. Any result was very important for the emperor's daughter, who hated standing still. Finally, she achieved the desired effect, because before this, she could not penetrate the tree with a projectile. And now, it had a small hole on it, meaning that the lady had successfully hit the target. The spirits joyfully congratulated the lady on the progress in her training, which she had achieved with difficulty. After her debut, the princess completely changed her schedule, and it turned out to be worth it. She scheduled training every day only so that she could summon Rumius in the future, and the lady's perfume was needed in order to develop a suitable training for her. The main difficulty of the training was that the light was intended for healing, while the heroine stubbornly used it to attack for future use. As a result, the princess got tired even faster than if she had used perfumes of another element. However, for Aisha, this was not a reason to abandon the entire course halfway. Instead, Miss fondly remembered Rumius, to whom she had made a difficult promise. But the heroine didn't expect that the Spirit King would suddenly appear right in front of her. The whole point was that the ruler could read minds, which is why he appeared at such moments. But the princess had not yet had time to get used to the fact that the king could suddenly appear next to her. Aisha's initial fear passed quickly, because she remembered that she shouldn't be afraid of someone she knew. She was in such a hurry to become stronger that she completely forgot about the need to rest on time. Rumias was pleased to see how hard the princess was trying to summon him, so once again he shared his powers with the lady to make her life a little easier. Only this time, the king had a cunning plan for his vacation prepared in advance. Even the princess could not have predicted what exactly was on the mind of the wise Rumius. The guy looked so determined that the princess did not dare refuse him a walk. This is how she found herself drawn into an adventure she had not planned for today. Moreover, Aisha barely dissuaded the Soul King from traveling on his beloved pet. The girl tried her best to blend into the crowd, just so as not to attract attention. But the princess did not take into account the fact that their very clothes marked them out as aristocrats. Rescue came unexpectedly, because the heroine's gaze caught on one of the shop windows on the street. It turned out to be a store that had a lot of affordable clothes for people. Rumias couldn't figure out how to get out of the current situation with attention. That's why the heroine used this idea to blend in with the common people for the sake of a walk. Who would have thought that such a simple idea of a girl would turn out to be so successful in the end? Now the King of Spirits was unrecognizable, so he almost ceased to attract attention. The guy supported any idea of the princess only because he was interested in participating. Even though Rumias had disguised himself, Aisha was still shocked by his beauty, so all that was left was to force the king to put the hood on his head and run away. At that moment, the princess was afraid more than anything that people would start looking at them again. However, the guy suddenly carelessly dropped his cover, although he could easily have been noticed. The lady didn't expect to hear that, all this time, Rumius could refract the light so that he was almost invisible. This ability would have been very useful to the princess when a crowd began to gather around them. But the heroine was distracted from her swearing by the fact that all the children around her were rushing to some kind of performance. Aisha hadn't often had the chance to attend such events, so she was immediately interested. The girl had no doubt that Rumias would follow any of her choices. The princess's eyes lit up with joy as she realized how much this walk promised. So the heroine didn't even try to hold back the happy smile that was bursting out. Rumias watched Aisha with surprise, as humans still remained a mystery to him. But who would have thought that the performance would be about the princess herself? The heroine expected anything but a story about how she successfully summoned a spirit. While the lady was experiencing embarrassment, the common people watched the scene with pleasure. The girl was surprised to discover that many people wanted to become summoners following her example. She had never before thought about how much influence she had had on the opinions of the younger generation. Since the young gentleman and lady had been walking for a long time, it was time to get something to eat. They quickly came across a stall that sold incredibly delicious food. Only Aisha could face the problem that she had a lot of money. But the girl was so hungry that she was not prepared to wait any longer. The saleswoman interpreted Mrs. Reaction in her own way, since many people said that her goods were expensive. But the whole point was that the princess spent all her small coins on clothes. It was at that very moment that she noticed a small silhouette that suddenly appeared to her side. It turned out to be a small child, who was clearly hungry, judging by the way he looked at the food. The saleswoman had noticed this child more than once, who could not bring his parents. the heroine became interested in the little boy, who had already come to the sausage stand several times. It was clear from the boy's face how much he wanted to get this food. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came into the princess's head, because nothing was stopping her from buying a lot of food. The lady had a kind heart, so she could never pass by a hungry child. The boy's name was Karen, and he had no idea how lucky he was now. All because the princess decided to involve the child in eating a large number of sausages. As soon as the boy heard about this, his joy knew no bounds, which was reflected in his eyes. The heroine interacted with children for the first time, but she already liked the stranger's reactions. Karen quickly realized that there was still a lot of food left, and he needed to feed his relatives. Neither the princess nor the spirit king were against helping the child, who was clearly hungry. This is how one boy in the city got lucky, because he came across generous aristocrats. The saleswoman had never fulfilled such a large order for people before, so the woman was touched by how much passersby liked her food. Anyone who looked at Aisha's smile would have their own smile blossoming in response. What bothered the heroine most was that they walked along the almost abandoned streets of the city. Due to stress, she didn't even notice how she lost one of her earrings on the way to the child. Meanwhile, one interesting person was being closely watched by the guards. The guy barely managed to escape from them, although he had not initially planned to attract attention to himself. And it so happened that it was he who found the princess's jewelry, which she had lost through carelessness. After some time, Karen brought guests to his modest home along with his 2 children. The lady realized at first glance that there had never been anything expensive in this place in her life. As soon as the boy entered the house, his little sister immediately joyfully threw herself on his neck. Her name was Rachel, and she had a good character, even though she lived in difficult circumstances. Aisha was pleased to realize that she was able to bring joy to these children who lived quite poorly. It just turned out that there was a 3rd child living in this house, whose name was Eden, and he was naughty. The boy immediately began to scold his brother for bringing uninvited guests to their home. For some reason, the child was sure that no one could do something kind for no reason. No matter how the heroine tried to justify herself in Eden's eyes, it was all useless from the very beginning. He refused to believe that aristocrats could voluntarily help poor children. By doing this, Eden harmed not only himself, but also his relatives, because Aisha came with good intentions. But then the stomach gave away the child, who was actually very hungry. The boy was not ready to admit that he actually needed help from adults. Unlike him, Rachel was more honest with her desires, as she openly demanded food. As soon as the girl tried sausages, her life instantly became better. The little one rarely had the chance to enjoy delicious food, especially in such quantities. Only Eden remained stubborn until the very end and did not want to join the long-awaited dinner. But when his sister forced him to eat, the boy's naughtiness gradually disappeared. Whatever he said, he remained human, and therefore could not resist his instincts. The princess saw perfectly well that Eden was actually a good man, but he was worried about his family. The only thing that bothered the girl was the conditions in which the children had been living for some reason all this time. This house was so small that it barely fit a few sleeping places, and the children behaved as if they lived almost in paradise, although their conditions were far from ideal. Seeing the lady's attentive gaze, Karen admitted that the 3 of them lived here completely alone. The heroine did not expect to hear that these children had long been abandoned by poor adults. Aisha refused to believe that such little children earned their own food. It was at this moment that Eden's grumpiness once again took over his nasty character. The boy looked down on all the aristocrats who had never helped them in their lives. Although the stepbrother and sister believed the guests, they could not get through to the elder. Since childhood, the boy took care of others himself, but he too was cruelly abandoned. The princess clearly did not expect to encounter such strong distrust from the child. The boy's harsh words suddenly plunged the girl into a past that was just as cruel. Then she did not meet with a drop of sympathy in the eyes of Marianne, whom she considered a sister. Only now did the lady find the answer to the question of what feelings had been bothering her all this time. But the girl understood that she would not be able to convey to Eden that he hated her. Although Aisha enjoyed spending time with the children, she didn't want to escalate the situation further. Only Rumius noticed before leaving that the child was actually deeply worried about everything inside. His whole figure expressed deep stress, because the boy did not act this way out of bad intentions. The king's words about how many people can make mistakes had a strong influence on Eden. What the gentleman regretted most was that not everyone eventually corrected their failures. He obediently left the hut with the princess, since he had no right to influence events. But immediately after they left, the boy could not stand it and ran after the two kind adults. But his actions were so abrupt that they accidentally caused the lamp to fall. None of the kids would have had time to save their brother, who had always been very impulsive. Even Aisha was too far away to prevent the inevitable disaster. Who would have thought that this time an unknown passerby would manage to save the child? Eden didn't understand anything, as he was already beyond the possible danger to life. The guy who saved him was actually famous in another country, but he wasn't going to reveal it. At that moment, the heroine ran in panic to the people, who were both lying on the ground after falling. After the miraculous rescue, Eden felt good, although he still couldn't believe it. Everyone understood that if it weren't for the unknown guy, something terrible could have happened. So many are now wondering who the man was, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Of course, the new guest was ready for such questions, because he didn't come here for no reason. The princess didn't even notice that she had lost an earring along the way, which her new acquaintance brought back. The young man's name was Aldi, and he was glad that he had arrived on time only because of his curiosity. But what impressed him most was that the owner of the jewelry turned out to be pleasant in appearance. Aisha was not prepared for such kindness, although Aldi saved the small child in time. Rumia suddenly came to the girl's aid, remembering that it was forbidden to approach the princess. That's why the king demanded that the new guy keep his distance from the lady. Aldi didn't even think that the gentleman, who had been standing at a distance all this time, would still show himself. But the girl was pleased to realize that she had such a good protector next to her. As a result, the new acquaintance quickly apologized for his strange behavior around people. But the apologies and thanks didn't end there, because the children also had something to say. Eden rarely said nice words to strangers, but now his life was saved for no reason. It turned out that the fair-haired guy had managed to get to know the naughty boy well, since he heard everything. All this time he was near the hut, as he could not find the right moment to enter. When the danger had passed, Eden again remembered that he had not run out after the people for no reason. While everyone was dealing with the boy, the princess noticed that he had still managed to get seriously injured. She was immediately concerned about Eden's scratches, even though he tried to keep his distance. The fall left a noticeable wound on the boy's leg, although it was a small price to pay for his life. It was not difficult for the girl to guess at what exact moment this damage occurred. Now she brazenly ignored all the protests of the boy, who remained harmful. The heroine's thoughts were occupied by the understanding that without healing power, he would take a long time to recover. So, to begin with, the lady sent the children to fetch water so that they would not notice her abilities. But Aisha had no idea what to do with the annoying Aldi that was hanging around her. The guy clearly didn't know what distance and tact were, as he acted too impulsively. The lady found salvation in the person of Rumias, because she knew how to communicate mentally with all spirits. This is how the heroine easily and simply asked her friend to distract their interlocutor for a while. At this point, a memory suddenly popped into the girl's head, as if the king was hiding some kind of secret. But the princess was pressed for time, because Rumias could not distract the fussy guy forever. Therefore, Aisha quickly began treatment, trying to act as discreetly as possible. She spared no effort for the boy, although all this time he only swore and rejected her. However, the princess did not need anything from the child, because his heart already had deep wounds. Realizing this, the girl was even more surprised when Eden finally asked her for forgiveness. So it was the lady's turn to admit that she too was once left all alone. Previously, the child believed that all aristocrats were happy people because of their great wealth. But in reality, the heroine was simply lucky that the right people were by her side at the right time. The lady's story sent the boy into a flashback to how he first found his family. Then Eden wandered alone for a long time, so he could not leave two children in trouble. From then on, they shared everything they had, although they could barely survive in this cruel world. But none of the children were sad, because they were filled with love and acceptance for each other. Eden hated pity more than anything, and therefore did not accept any kindness from people. Only now did he realize that all this time, his brother and sister had been helping him solely out of love. So the boy's heart at that moment was ready to burst from incredible happiness. Once he understood simple things, Eden's joy knew no bounds. Although he almost died, Aisha watched with genuine joy the children whose fates she was able to influence. But this pleasant moment was unexpectedly interrupted by Aldi, who did not feel the moment. It turned out that it was pouring rain outside, and all the children's things were just drying after washing. This is exactly what the guy said, which scared the whole small family of guys to death. Nobody expected such a turn of events, as this summer did not promise to be so rainy. The princess always liked precipitation, but now it was preventing her from returning to the imperial palace. For this occasion, attentive Rumius had his own proposal, because he was always full of strength. Therefore, the guy could very well stop the rain if only the princess wished it right now. The lady would never have thought that something like this would be so simple for the Spirit King. Personally, it seemed to her that it would have been much easier to buy an umbrella at any nearby store for commoners. But the girl quickly realized that for Rumius, everything was completely different, because he always used magic. The difference between people and spirits remained just as huge, even though the heroine became friends with the king. At that moment, the princess was distracted by a noisy Rachel, who rushed past her like a whirlwind right into the rain. Eden rushed right after his sister. Although all his attempts to stop her were still useless, only Aldi watched the children with laughter, while Karen was afraid that his family might get sick. The lady was in no hurry to join the children, although she could have easily supported them in this matter. The kids were full of life and joy, because they still had many good moments to live. The heroine only now realized that, although Rumias was among people, he still remained a king. Therefore, human emotions were alien to him, although the spirit carefully studied everything around him. So the girl was filled with a desire to show as many joys as possible to the Great Spirit. That's why Aisha, with a cheerful smile, pulled the gentleman along with her right into the heavy rain. The heroine had experienced similar emotions before, so she wanted to share them. In the end, only the timid Karen did not join his friends, as he was very afraid of getting sick. Even Aldi couldn't resist such fun, although he didn't want to spoil his appearance, so he easily picked up the stubborn boy in his arms to have fun in the rain with everyone else. Whatever difficulties the company had experienced before, they were now enjoying life. So it was only after several hours that the princess remembered that she needed to go home. The children were also soaking wet, but for the first time in a long time, joyful smiles shone on their faces. Aisha felt sad for just a moment, because she didn't know when she would be able to visit these guys again. During the farewell, Eden no longer spoke rudely to the girl, since he had already accepted her. The princess was pleased to know that today she was able to influence another human life. It was clear from the boy that he had managed to realize all his mistakes and was ready to correct them further. The princess was so accepting and caring that she did not hold any grudges against the child. Soon after, it was time to say goodbye to the adults who had met each other by chance. It was at this moment that Aldi became interested in the name of the girl he had liked so much during their acquaintance. He immediately realized that the lady had given him a false name, but he did not ask her any more questions. This is all because Aldi himself chose to hide his real name, as he was the prince of the Riotan Empire. The heroine did not understand what kind of guy she met on her way, since she had never met such people before. True, the young man turned out to be surprisingly impudent, because he decided to keep the girl's jewelry for himself. He ran away so quickly that Aisha didn't even have time to say anything against this action. This is how Miss realized how frivolous her new acquaintance was, and he quickly ran away. But in reality, all of this was part of the image of a prince who had long served for the good of his empire. This guy was not as simple as he wanted to seem, because he felt the energy from the lady during the healing. Of course, he had too little data to understand what exactly happened at that moment, but the joyful smile of the unknown girl sank deep into the prince's soul. Although his fate was determined, the boy returned home not late enough for his sister to go to bed before he arrived, so he came face to face with the warlike Almina, who had something to say to her brother. The princess was very offended because the guy spent the whole day on the side. After all, she personally was preparing with all her might for the important mission that they had to carry out for the sake of the empire. In fact, Aldi was also constantly thinking about the task, so he decided to have some fun before it. Soon the prince was brought the very cloak that he was supposed to put on before going to visit. It's all because Prince and Princess Riotan decided to visit the imperial palace. But at that moment, no one from Elmir's family suspected that guests would soon arrive. They happily spent time together, enjoying the last days of summer in the Empire. So it came as a surprise to the heroine when her parents found out about the marriage proposal to her. It turned out that this matter concerned the prince too, and he had already reached the age when he could marry. That's why they were both surprised when they learned that Aisha was also invited to marry, despite her age. However, the emperor remained calm, despite the fact that his daughter could leave the empire. This is because he did not plan to marry the princess off without her consent. The children did not expect that their parents had already decided to refuse their request for a wedding so as not to harm anyone. Tyrion believed that this offer from Ryoten was sent only out of interest in the culture of the Elmir Empire. Aisha and Isis guessed that otherwise the emperor would have personally sent the refusal to the neighboring empire. So the prince breathed a sigh of relief, since no marriage was threatening his sister in the near future. However, the empress looked at her son's situation differently, since he was already old enough to marry. The guy himself understood this perfectly well, although he had not previously thought about which bride to choose. The princess was sad even to think that one day her brother would leave her because of the necessity of marriage. But these thoughts could wait, because the girl had to personally accompany their guest. The emperor was counting on the children, so he delegated some of the guardianship of the guests to Isis upon their arrival. The heroine guessed that her father had planned a difficult strengthening of relations between the two empires, and Aisha was ready to support any decision of the ruler, because he would have done the same in her case. So the lady began to prepare in advance for the arrival of Prince and Princess Ryoten, whom she had never heard of before. The lady was interested in any little thing that could tell more about their characters. Miss was lucky and found many clarifications about this unknown person. The girl couldn't even imagine that his family would be so similar to hers in terms of composition. The description of the prince was more reminiscent of a quiet and modest lover of art and culture. But his name reminded the princess of her recent acquaintance, who was so impudent. Although the description was too similar, Aisha refused to believe it. The emperor's daughter was scheduled to go on a trip, so the maids reminded her about it. The princess was so lost in thought that she completely forgot that she had to go to an appointment. As a representative of the Elmir family, the lady increasingly participated in events after her debut. Everyone greeted the heroine with smiles, but from time to time, it seemed to her that people were not sincere. It was the same this time, but the princess had already gotten used to not showing that she was embarrassed by anything. The aristocrats clearly wanted to say something to Aisha, but for some reason, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. For this reason, the girl acutely felt the unspoken words that constantly hung in the air. Suddenly, one of the ladies couldn't stand it any longer and started asking emotional questions about the priest. Aisha was prepared for any questions, but such interest was not part of her plans for the event. It turned out that all the girls were delighted with Rumius, and therefore wanted to know more about him. Those of them who managed to speak personally with the priest attracted the most attention. The ladies had long since realized that the rumors about Rumius's beauty only partially described him, so the girls were dying to meet such a wonderful representative of the temple in person. It was therefore not at all surprising that the princess unwittingly became the center of their conversations. Although Rumius served the temple, he had no prohibitions on love or even starting a family. But the heroine herself had not previously paid attention to the handsome guys around her. So the lady did not think about Vian and Isis, who also aroused the curiosity of the ladies. While aristocratic women treated the guys almost like gods because they were handsome, this reception of the princess promised to be unusual from the very beginning, and its oddities continued. All because the girls began to find out what kind of ladies these handsome guys liked. They were most interested in Isis's preferences, since he was the heir to the throne himself. But Aisha didn't have an answer to the question of what her ideal type of man was. The ladies had already surrounded the heroine from all sides, but she could do nothing to help them in this situation. So the princess had to admit that she had not thought about such things before. But no one could stop the aristocratic women in love, because their curiosity was stronger. When they didn't hear about Aisha's ideal type, they started asking about guys' preferences. Every lady hoped that she could at least somewhat match the descriptions from the princess. After all, in that case, they had a ghost of a chance to please the guy they were in love with. The trap into which the heroine accidentally fell did not give her the opportunity to escape. So the girl felt even more the difference between herself and the miss who was her age. She couldn't find the strength to refuse, so she promised to find out everything, and the ladies beamed. They could talk for hours about their love interests, as it was important to them. Naturally, many ladies also wanted to get to know the emperor's daughter better. The princess did not expect that the aristocrats would accept her into the company, although she had not helped them in any way. The lady had already realized how important such connections were, so she tried to maintain them. However, in reality, any communication drained all the strength out of the heroine, so she ran home early. Although the heroine enjoyed communicating with aristocrats, there was always a little bit of good in it. The ideal type of Vian or Isis did not cause any difficulties for the lady at all, because she could ask. The whole problem lay only in Rumius, because the king was just getting used to human life. Aisha wasn't even sure if she herself had the ideal type of beauty for guys. Previously, the lady did not see any point in this, since her marriage would still be one of convenience. As soon as the girl returned to the palace, the maid immediately met her in panic. It turned out that the guests from Ryoten had already arrived and wanted to meet Aisha as soon as possible. The heroine always disliked sudden changes in plans, but now she had to adapt. For quite a long time, she searched among the crowd with her eyes for the figure of the prince who wanted to meet her. As soon as the lady saw the guy, she immediately recognized him as the stranger from the street. Luckily for the girl, Aldi himself did not recognize her as the aristocrat with whom he had recently communicated. The heroine was sure that Rumius's magic had worked perfectly to cover their appearance. But the guy didn't use anything like that. But his behavior was very different from what was seen. Although Aisha knew that the prince did not recognize her, she still shuddered at every question he asked. Ryoten was an honest man, so he immediately admitted that the girl's beauty had struck him. Although not immediately, he noticed one of the pieces of paper that the princess had dropped earlier. Naturally, curiosity got the better of the guy, so he quickly picked up the document from the floor. The heroine immediately guessed what this paper referred to, since she was organizing a business. After meeting those children, the girl tried to do everything to help the same kids. Aldi did not expect to hear that the emperor's daughter would have such high aspirations, but the lady planned to make all education free for children who were left without parents. If it weren't for meeting Karen, Rachel, and Eden, Miss might never have thought about it. And now she has already given the order to construct a building in which the children will be taught. The girl believed that many homeless people would be interested in getting an education. The princess organized all this in order to help her remembered friends in the future. The prince immediately took a liking to the project, which protected many in the empire. The guy thought many times about how he could help the people in his empire, so he had a million suggestions for the project to improve it as much as possible. Despite all the prince's frivolity, his head was always in perfect order. So Aisha was pleasantly surprised when she realized that she liked Aldi's ideas. She didn't expect anything from this man, but he turned out to be better than the girl could have thought. Suddenly, the lady heard that her brother and Princess Retina were somewhere nearby. All this time, they communicated alone, only because Aldi was bursting with curiosity about the princess, and he didn't regret at all that he met with Aisha before the official time. On the way to his sister, the boy constantly cast attentive glances at the emperor's daughter. But Rumius's magic was flawless a couple of days ago, so the young man did not recognize his acquaintance. But there was so much worry about his empire in his head that he could not remain calm. But the heroine did not notice any anxiety in her new acquaintance, as she was carried away by meeting her brother. But just as she was approaching the table, the lady saw something that made her blood run cold. Almina took advantage of the privacy with Isis, and therefore was already feeding him with all her might from her hands. But as soon as the princess saw the company, she immediately jumped up from the table. This girl tried her best to please the heirs of Elmir, whom she was visiting. Her wide smile would be the envy of anyone trying to establish communication. But she could no longer bribe Isis with this, because the guy was tired of communicating with the active girl. Almina acted so quickly that she was already next to the princess. Before Aisha had time to do anything, the guest began to joyfully admire her beauty. But the heroine couldn't say anything bad to the guests, so as not to let her parents down. However, even she found it difficult to bear the insane energy and activity from the Ryoten. The lady could not have imagined that these guests would turn out to be such noisy and cheerful people. Moreover, Almina was clearly striving towards her goal, as she constantly attracted Isis's attention. Although the girl was clearly cold, she continued to reveal more and more parts of her body near the air. The heroine saw perfectly well that this lady was trying to catch her brother in her beauty trap. But Aisha's attention was constantly drawn to Aldi, who chatted with her about all sorts of things at once. So it seemed to the lady more and more that the marriage proposal from these people was not a joke. According to legend, it was a representative of their country who first created an empire, but then disappeared. So now these guys will take advantage of any opportunity to get a blessing. And the lady saw no better options than imprisoning her political brother, with her and Isis. Prince Elmira probably understood this too, and therefore spoke politely to the guests. But it was he who asked to end the meeting, under the pretext that they needed to prepare for the reception. Only Almina was unhappy that they ended their conversations so early. But as soon as Isis told her that the lady needed to get ready, she immediately changed her mind. Brother and sister Riotin took with them all the noise that constantly accompanied them. So, between Aisha and Isis, there came a long-awaited silence, to which they had already become accustomed. For this reason, the prince found it extremely difficult to communicate with such active guests. Seeing her brother's suffering, the heroine immediately realized that Almina was not his ideal type. The princess's head was immediately filled with questions from the lady about the guy's preferences. The prince was ready to answer any question his sister had, since there were no more secrets between them. Moreover, the guy liked it when his beloved Aisha asked him something out of curiosity, but he didn't expect a question about Vian's ideal type, something they hadn't discussed before. The heroine had no idea how such innocent questions might look from the outside. The girl completely forgot to clarify that she was asking not for herself, but for her friends from the reception. So, with her joyful curiosity, she only further confused the already desperate Isis. For the guy, such interest meant that the princess had something serious in mind for Belmort. But the prince was not ready to perceive his younger sister as an adult. Therefore, the heroine did not immediately hear the answer to the question, because her brother had a reciprocal interest. What interested the heir most was whether Aisha had seen Rumius after the banquet. The good part of the lady immediately reminded her that they planned not to lie to the prince anymore. But the bad part was sure that Isis would not be able to understand all the nuances in the communication between the girl and the spirit. Therefore, the boy never heard the truth, but he easily believed the words of his younger sister. The lady saw that the questions were not over yet, so she prepared to answer again. And this time, the prince was interested in what the ideal type of priest Rumius was. The heroine could not predict such a turn of events, and immediately fell into a logical trap, just like her brother. All the memories of the friendship between the spirit and the brother instantly flashed through the girl's head. But she couldn't allow the prince to have any feelings for Rumius. So the lady's reaction was violent, because she expressed all her disapproval openly. But in fact, the emperor's son did not put any personal initiative into the matter. Only now did Isis realize that there was clearly some kind of misunderstanding between him and his sister. It took them only a few minutes to figure it out, and it turned out that they had misunderstood each other. The boy and girl breathed a sigh of relief when all the unspoken words were cleared up. The princess had no idea that her brother was so worried about her interactions with boys. But Rumius was indeed getting closer to the palace every day due to his promotions. Unlike the prince, the heroine had nothing against seeing the spirit more often. Here the brother described the girl that Vian liked as being very similar to his younger sister. The lady listened carefully to her brother, because she needed to convey his words to the girls. But the guy hadn't previously thought about what kind of aristocrat he might like. Miss did not expect that the prince would wish for someone older and much more experienced. It turned out that Isis had too many demands on the future great empress, so the princess had to interrupt the guy, who was getting very carried away in the discussion. It immediately became clear to Aisha that it was unlikely that any of the ladies would be able to live up to her brother's ideal. However, she had nothing against such criteria, because the chosen one would have a lot of responsibility. It wasn't easy being around Isis, who had a huge number of obligations. The funniest thing was that Rumius met every requirement from the heir. The lady couldn't help but joke about this, which once again embarrassed her already restless brother. After lunch, she was scheduled to discuss plans for the future business with her mother. It was at this moment that Irene admitted that the Riotin Empire still insisted on the wedding. The princess was not prepared for this, because it meant that their family would become a little different. The last thing in the world the heroine wanted was to see the noisy Almina as her brother's bride. So Aisha was wholeheartedly in favor of her parents, once again refusing the neighbor's offer. But this time, everything was not so simple, because the empress did not want to decide for her son. The princess always knew that her parents were wise, so she could not argue with her mother. As much as Madame did not like such a union, she left it to Isis to decide for himself, and the heroine had to agree that they could not interfere in the life of the heir. Although the lady was sad to part with Isis, she was ready to support any of his choices. After all, this is what her family has always taught her, so Miss will be glad to see her brother smile. Irene was aware that her daughter was upset about the prince's possible marriage. This is because the girl was so used to her established family that it was difficult for her to think differently. The empress herself had once gone through something similar, so she gave her daughter time to think. She gently reminded the girl that no one could take away their family love. These words turned out to be important for the heroine, who had become confused in her emotions. But my brother always said that Aisha would never cease to be his beloved sister. So, no matter what woman he chooses as his partner, this fact will remain unchanged, and the girl will still be able to visit her brother any time she wants to talk. Only this reminder from her mother helped the heroine cope with the emotions inside her. Looking at the empress, the princess suddenly realized whom her brother had taken as his ideal. After all, her mother was an excellent ruler who skillfully managed all the affairs of the palace. The lady herself could not imagine how it was possible not to fall in love with such a luxurious woman. So that evening, all the maids noticed how serious the princess was. None of them suspected that the girl had planned to carry out a large-scale test on Almina. It was all because Aisha wanted to personally make sure that the lady was right for her brother. Although Aldi was visiting the Elmir family, heavy thoughts did not leave him. The guy kept thinking about how he had to save his empire from destruction and famine. A few weeks before this trip, the aristocrats of Ryoten held an important meeting. The prince was only a guest at this meeting, since no one would have taken his opinion into account anyway. But the adults were genuinely concerned about how they could protect the empire from war. In the end, they all came to the conclusion that a political marriage of a prince or princess was necessary. Then, Aldi realized again that he was just a tool in the hands of an unloved father. It was the emperor's children who were the last hope for the gradually fading empire. But the prince thought it was unfair that he wasn't the only one being considered for marriage. However, the adults were not bothered by the fact that Almina was still too young to get married. Aldi was not satisfied with the decision made by the aristocrats, which was detrimental to the wishes of his sister. But in such a situation, the guy was powerless, because he had no status in the eyes of high society people. Until now, the prince was perceived as an unreasonable child who refused to obey. He was given a huge responsibility, and Aldi was expected to rise to the challenge. Meanwhile, inside, the guy was increasingly resisting the revival of the world in which he lived. But no one cared about the feelings of the emperor's children if the empire no longer existed. So even before the trip, Aldi hated with all his soul the aristocrats who attracted his sister. Almina had always been a sensitive girl, so she guessed that her brother needed her help. As Princess Rayatna, she was willing to do anything to save her country. At that moment, the prince was so deep in thought that he did not notice how Aisha quietly approached him. The attentive princess did not miss the fact that there was a deep sadness on the guy's face, but Aldi quickly switched to compliments, which noticeably embarrassed the girl. So the lady completely forgot to ask about this point, and then it was too late. However, the heroine could not get the fact out of her head that the prince was very worried about something. As soon as they arrived at the main hall, they found many ladies in a moment of great depression. This behavior frightened the prince, and Aisha explained that everyone had found out about Isis's ideal type. So now many aristocrats became even more attracted to Rumius, who was not so demanding. The heroine didn't expect that the craze for handsome guys wouldn't subside, even after strict criteria were met. At that moment, Isis and Almina arrived at the event, both looking gorgeous. The princess was initially confident that their guest would never leave the heir's side. Moreover, Almina began to shower the lady she wanted to befriend with compliments. What surprised the heroine most was that all the princess's words were embellished. The girl desperately pretended that she wanted to stay in this beautiful empire forever. But Aisha didn't feel a drop of love in her words for Isis, around whom the lady was spinning. Judging by the heir's reaction, he was holding on with all his might in the company of the restless girl. So the heroine attracted all the guests' attention to herself in order to save her poor brother. The lady promised that next time she would be the one to accompany Ryotain so that the prince could study. She specifically hinted to the guests that her brother had no plans to get married recently. It did not escape Almina's notice that Elmir read all of her intentions extremely easily and naturally. So after her speech, Aisha was sure that her guest would behave much more quietly. The lady's reaction was not long in coming, as she pretended to suddenly feel ill. The girl was skillful at lying about her condition in order to make others worry. She hoped that Isis would not leave her in trouble and would take a walk alone so that she would feel better. Before they left, the princess used every opportunity to get closer to the guy. Even Aisha was surprised that the heir insisted on Almina's return to the room. The guy knew how to play with emotions no worse than his foreign and noisy guest. So the heroine was able to watch how skillfully her brother escorted the girl away. The princess was overjoyed at the thought that Isis had no intention of marrying Almina. As soon as they left, it became quiet around Aisha, so she concentrated on her work. A couple of minutes before this conversation, the lady noticed the graceful silhouette of Knight Vian in the crowd. The boy gave the princess a joyful smile as soon as she approached him. They hadn't seen each other for quite some time, and this only made their desire to talk to each other stronger. The heroine was pleased to finally relax, because next to such a strong guy, she wasn't afraid. But Belmort didn't expect to hear praise from the girl, although he really did train a lot. The boy's embarrassed reactions did not escape the prince, who was watching everyone closely. He could not help but take advantage of this, since he wanted to show at least a drop of cunning. So Aldi deliberately approached Aisha during the conversation, even though it was impolite. But the princess had become accustomed to the fact that the guests did not observe most of the etiquette. When Ryotain whispered something in the lady's ear, Vian couldn't hide his confusion. At that moment, Aldi gave Miss the sweetest smile he could muster. He tried with all his might to show his superiority over the guy who was just a knight, and according to the rules, Vian had no right to answer anything to a guest, especially one of such a high status. However, this did not stop Belmort from indirectly harming the person who was not kind to him. Aldi had no idea what a worthy opponent he would meet at this event. In the end, to ensure that the prince and princess were not left alone, Vian assigned Isis to their project. Only Ryotain realized that this was done only to spoil his mood. But as soon as the heroine sneezed just once, the guys instantly forgot about all the arguments. The girl didn't even try to attract their attention, but quickly found herself in the center. She herself felt awkward because of how worried the two guys were about her well-being at the banquet. Aisha saw that they didn't get along with each other, so she tried to distract at least one of them. Luckily for the lady, Aldi noticed that the dancing was about to begin. The guy couldn't miss the opportunity to dance with the princess he wanted to be his bride. In fact, he was initially afraid that this empire would be hostile to their small country, but Aisha treated the heir so well that he no longer worried about anything while visiting. The heroine was pleased to hear that their hospitality was at its best for people. What she didn't expect was that while they were dancing, Aldi would get closer and closer to her. The brother returned to the main hall too late to prevent this unpleasant encounter, but he immediately noticed the situation his younger sister was in at that time. It so happened that Vian also only now noticed this circumstance, which angered him. Therefore, both guys ran towards the couple at the same time to stop the active prince. Aldi knew in advance that his actions would only provoke these guys further, but his desire to somehow show himself turned out to be stronger than the possible consequences. It so happened that Aisha took all of Rayatna's actions as innocent and kind. Therefore, unlike Isis and Vian, who were burning with rage, the lady did not have any complaints. That's why the heroine was surprised to see her friends trying to save her. She had always suspected that Aldi was unpredictable, but she hadn't thought about these consequences. At that moment, sighs were heard throughout the hall, which attracted the princess's attention. The whole point was that Rumius finally showed up at the banquet, although he was very late. The priest's handsome face immediately attracted all the glances of the aristocratic women. Even Aisha couldn't resist such a smile, even though she knew this spirit well. To the heroine's surprise, this time the king communicated so well with everyone that he did not arouse suspicion. The lady had planned to teach her friend something else, but there was no longer any need for that. During its entire stay in the human world, the spirit managed to learn a lot from people, but there were still many things he didn't understand, so he said whatever he thought. Of course, Rumius recognized the prince, although he did not suspect that their meeting had previously been secret. Only now did the heroine realize that all her painstaking cover could quickly be blown. So the girl had to urgently take the priest with her for an important conversation. But Vian didn't let Aisha just leave, as he threw his cloak over her shoulders for warmth. In return, the heroine gave the guy her beautiful smile, full of gratitude and happiness. Until now, the knight had not even admitted to himself that he had feelings for the lady. From the outside, the guys saw this perfectly well, but they did not dare tell Belmort about this nuance. As soon as the princess was alone with the spirit, she told him about their secret walk. While the heroine was worried about this secret, Rumius had no idea that it was a secret. So the king remained just as unperturbed, despite the fact that he almost gave them away. Since Aisha had nothing to say to the guy, she remembered that she didn't know his ideal type. But the princess had no idea how to explain the essence of such a complex issue. Miss herself had not yet decided on her choice of love interest, and that was why she was confused. But it turned out that Rumius already had a ready answer, because he liked Aisha the most. The lady was not ready for such a confession. Although she always knew that she interested the king, the spirit himself did not understand why he was not allowed to experience such feelings for the princess. Only now did the lady realize that the king had taken all her previous words too literally. He knew so little about the human world that it was useless to explain anything to the guy. So Aisha gave up on the ideal spirit type, because it was impossible to convince him otherwise. But the lady didn't have time to return back to the hall, because Rumius suddenly started talking about the summoning. He felt perfectly well all the girl's attempts to call him, so he knew about her failures. This topic was so painful for the heroine that she froze in place from shock. All this time, the lady had indeed been studying ancient documents in order to summon the Spirit King. She made many attempts, but never came close to figuring out how to do this. Rue supported her owner in everything, but even she couldn't help with her difficult case. A couple of days ago, the princess decided to summon again, as she had greatly increased her skills. Just like before, the magic circle filled with the girl's magic, responding to her call. The heroine's entire body tensed in anticipation, because now her fate was practically being decided. The princess put all her strength into the summoning, feeling the energy filling her body. The lady was ready to squeeze herself to the last drop, just to achieve her cherished dream. But even at that moment, only silence became the girl's answer, because again, nothing worked out for her. Aisha took every failure hard, as her powers were sufficient for the summoning. But for some reason, the Spirit King did not answer her call, because not all the conditions were fully met. So the room that Miss had prepared for the summoning remained just as empty. In desperation, Aisha tried again and again, but for some reason, the result remained the same. Rumius felt every call from the girl perfectly, because it concerned him directly. Only to him did the heroine confess that she was ashamed to talk about her failures to her loved ones. She had set such a high plan for herself, being confident of victory, and now she was constantly losing. But even in such a situation, the princess was not going to ask the Spirit King for advice. From the first moment they met, the lady tried to do everything herself, and now nothing has changed. It was precisely this trait of the girl that attracted Rumius, so he was ready to wait for her for an eternity. This support from the king greatly encouraged Aisha, who had become upset. So a happy smile blossomed on her face again, because not all was lost yet. If Rumius himself believed in the princess's success, then she should not doubt herself either. Throughout this conversation, the guys continued to eagerly await Aisha in the main hall. It turned out that by the time the princess returned, her brother had urgent business. But the lady could always talk to Isis a little later, so she wasn't too upset about it. It was much more important for the girl to return Vian's cloak back, so that it wouldn't turn out like with the stone. At this moment, Belmort still could not contain his feelings for the lady. True, the guy didn't have time to put his emotions into words, so the princess didn't understand that this was a confession. Vian himself denied to the very end that he was head over heels in love with the emperor's daughter. Instead, he admitted that he could recognize a lady in any crowd. Aisha knew so little about love that she didn't even guess that the conversation had been about it all this time. Since the knight was very embarrassed by his words, he hurried to run away. That's why the princess didn't understand anything that the guy was desperately trying to convey to her. The heroine already had enough headaches, so she quickly threw this moment away. But her companions immediately realized that they had almost witnessed a declaration of love. The very next morning, Aisha had to smile from ear to ear at a meeting with Almina. This is all because the guest herself was acting out in order to maintain good relations. But the girls' smiles were so forced that they clearly felt awkward. Elmir's daughter had no reason to help Almina win her brother. The princess of another country understood this herself, but still could not help but ask for help. This is because the entire life of the empire, which was gradually collapsing, depended on its success. Almina constantly reminded that there had always been an agreement between Elmir and Rioten. However, the princess did not agree that this had to be achieved through marriage. This is all because the guest's words still did not contain a drop of love for Elmir's heir. That is why the heroine only became more angry when she saw that the girl was trying to get married. Almina couldn't argue with such a statement, because she really wasn't driven by love at all. It was for this reason that the heroine felt uncomfortable communicating with a lady who was insincere. So, at this point, the princess decided to end the conversation, which was unpleasant for her. But the girl's sudden story about her country stopped Aisha, who had almost left. Almina loved her empire so much that she feared losing it more than anything else. Therefore, in the face of Aisha, she saw her last chance for salvation. Although she did not love the prince, the heroine did not miss the fact that right now the guest finally spoke to her sincerely. Even before the trip to Elmir, the brother and sister had a difficult conversation about the future. The boy and the girl constantly took care of each other, but the older one did it many times more often. That is why he was so reluctant to have Almina involved in a political marriage. Although the prince had not yet come up with a way to save his sister, he was going to take care of this issue. So he was surprised when the princess announced that she was going to go with him to Elmir. All his life, Aldi wanted Almina to choose her own man for marriage. But now the girl saw nothing wrong with trying for her empire. She had much more feelings for her homeland than natural human egoism. So the brother shared the feelings of his sister, who wanted to do everything possible for their state. Looking at the beautiful views from the palace, Aldi also wishes they didn't lose all of that. Thus, on that day, a silent agreement about the arrival was concluded between the brother and sister. It was for this compelling reason that the princess could not back down when it came to her empire. Almina would never have forgiven herself if she had not even tried to get married. The despair in the girl's eyes reminded the heroine of her own incredible aspirations. Therefore, she pleased her guest by saying that she would no longer interfere with the fulfillment of her wishes. Aisha's weakness was her kindness to people who clung so tightly to difficult dreams. So from that moment on, Almina no longer seemed to the lady to be an unpleasant and noisy person. The heroine could not even imagine how important her support was for the princess. But Rioten had no idea how she was supposed to please the prince. So this time, it was Aisha who became the person who pulled the lady along with her. Although it was not her job, she completely changed the style of the foreign guest. And now, Almina almost completely corresponded to Elmir's ideal type of heir. The girls had a surprisingly good time together, even though they hadn't been able to be together until recently. But when all the secrets between them were told, Aisha was no longer afraid of the guest. At that moment, Aldi just arrived at the princess's chambers to spend time with her. The sister did not bother her brother, so she ran past him so quickly that he did not recognize her. The main topic for this meeting was actually to discuss business for educating children. The heroine was so carried away by this activity that she completely forgot that she was in the company of a guest. Seeing such thoughtfulness, Rioten felt awkward about drawing the girl's attention to himself. But before, the prince had never thought that he would try so hard for another person. He prepared for this meeting in advance so that the princess would be satisfied with his proposals. In fact, Aldi didn't think about whether he would like to marry this girl. In this matter, the guy was greatly helped by memories of the children with whom he had walked. But the most inspiration came from the stranger's face, which sank straight into the prince's soul. So, overnight Rioten managed to come up with many points for improving the business. And now he was very worried, because he was worried that the lady might not approve of them. But Aisha was one of those who always accepted other people's ideas, and these were such good ones. The delight on the face of the emperor's daughter calmed the prince, who had already become noticeably tense. He was pleased to realize that he had become the girl's source of inspiration. The heroine was so passionate about this matter that she was ready to discuss its details for hours. But the heroine still hasn't figured out how exactly she'll implement such a complex plan. That is why she needed the help of the prince, who sincerely wanted to participate. Only teamwork could bring success to the cause of homeless children. In fact, the princess did not expect to find a like-minded person in the person of such a noisy guest. But now she was completely convinced that this active guy could be trusted. Aldi was pleased with any progress in his work with the lady, so he smiled sincerely at her. Things were a little different for Isis, who also met with the guest. The guy didn't miss the huge transformation that had happened to Almina in just a couple of days. Now she acted as if she had always been a quiet, calm, and obedient aristocrat. What surprised the heir most was that the girl was able to support any of his conversations. However, he was haunted by the fact that the princess was clearly behaving this way on purpose. No matter how much Isis got tired of the lady's activity, she frightened him in this form. Only after a few questions did Almina admit that she was trying to match the prince's taste. When the heir told his sister about this, he could not have imagined that everything would lead to this. And in the end, he was communicating with a girl who completely changed herself in order to attract him. And this was not to Issa's liking, although he sincerely confessed to Aisha in all respects. But the heir did not want to deal with insincerity as long as he liked something. He already remembered Almina as a cheerful and active lady and would like to see her like that. It wasn't even that he didn't like the princess as a future empress. Isis tried to convey that he would like to see next to him a lady who does not pretend to be different. So, with her transformation, Almina only made things worse, even though she tried to please. But the prince wanted the princess to always feel free in his company. This is how the guest admitted her defeat, which she later told the emperor's daughter. None of the lay could have predicted that Isis would react so wisely to the transformation. But now Almina could become herself again, which was a pleasant bonus for the girl. Aisha immediately realized that all was not yet completely lost between this lady and her brother. So the girls concluded that the heir had grown up to be a truly noble man. But immediately after this, the princess had to accept compliments directed at herself. Although Almina had no idea what to do next, she had no intention of giving up. The guest was full of enthusiasm to see things through to the end in order to ultimately charm Isis. The heroine completely shared the lady's thoughts, that it was better to try and fail. She herself had encountered something similar, because she was never able to summon the spirit king. At this point, the lady's conversation turned to magic, so Aisha confessed her failures. Although Almina had heard about the princess's abilities, she was still surprised. For the first time, Aisha told another person how hard it had been for her all this time, and the princess of another country supported her friend who had previously helped her. So the heroine now has even more reasons not to give up on this matter. While they were talking, Almina kept trying to think of how she could help the girl. As a result, the princess brought into the room something that the emperor's daughter could not even dream of. It turned out that the guest had with her a huge number of all kinds of books about spirits. But even in the imperial library, the heroine had not found anything like this before. Almina carefully prepared for the trip to Elmir, which is why she brought books with her. In fact, she hoped that they could help her brother, which is why she insisted on the luggage. But in the end, everything turned out much better, because now Almina could help the princess. Moreover, the guest was ready to help the girl with her studies, since reading took a lot of time. The princess knew the ancient language well, so she could translate from it freely. The lady was full of desire to help Aisha, who had finally accepted her true identity. This is how a little help turned into a real salvation in reading for the heroine. From that moment on, the girls spent a lot of time together, constantly studying literature. Because of their mutual efforts, the work went much faster and more cheerfully than it otherwise would have. During the reading, both princesses became very close, so they became real friends. But even all these hours of study did not bring the long-awaited answer to the heroine. But the girls managed to discover something important that could help the princess in the future. Before, Aisha had no idea that it was possible to summon a spirit using magical engineering. This opened up so many new possibilities for the lady that she could never have imagined before. But the ladies didn't stop there, because they still had many books to study. As a result, the heroine noticed too late that she had once again spent the whole day reading. But what surprised her most was that the guest unexpectedly fell asleep right while reading the book. She didn't know exactly how long the princess had been in this sleepy state, The lady guessed that Almina had never spent so much time trying to help someone before. So the girl tenderly covered her friend, who tried so hard for her. At that moment, the princess resembled the most ordinary girl who was sleeping so peacefully. The heroine was pleased to see this side of the lady, who usually tried to behave noisily. Aisha had no doubt that Isis would also have liked to see Almina like this. But then her attention was caught by a small letter sticking out of one of the books. Due to the princess's actions, the guest suddenly opened her eyes, as she heard an incomprehensible rustling sound. But the girl was not offended by Aisha, because she was also interested in the contents of the envelope. Both princesses stared at the paper that was so carefully tucked inside, but they couldn't understand a word, because all the information was written in the language of spirits. So they had no choice but to turn to these creatures for help. Of course, Rue was only glad to somehow help the mistress, who had studied so many books. It was no trouble for the spirit to read the letter, although some of the words were difficult for her too. Aisha's joy knew no bounds when her faithful companion began to translate the essence of the text. But the meaning of the letter frightened the lady, because it spoke of a conflict between two forces. So there was a high probability that the princess had only a few attempts left to summon. But the lady never had time to understand what exactly she had been doing wrong during the calls all this time. Almina didn't have answers to these questions either, although the girl had managed to study a lot. It turned out that the owner of this letter also faced the same failure that haunted the heroine. It was only in the evening that the girls went to their rooms, but the princess noticed her brother. Despite the late hour, the boy was still studying materials to help Aisha with her business. Almina had no idea that she would not be the only one who would try so hard for the sake of the emperor's daughter. The brother and sister didn't even notice how attached they became to the girl, who always greeted them with a smile. But before, both of them were afraid to go to the empire, which could well ruin their lives. But now the heirs of Rioton saw that Elmir would not bring them any problems. Aldi initially hoped to attract the attention of the heirs, but ended up getting drawn in himself. His sister wasn't far removed from her brother, having become very attached to Aisha over the past few weeks. Only now did the girl notice that the guy didn't have any candles for reading, but she just had with her the item that the heroine generously shared with her. This magical thing could illuminate everything around it brighter than other objects for a long time. So Almina was only too happy to share the borrowed item with her diligent brother. As long as magical energy remained inside the object, it could glow for as long as it wanted. Since the princess was tired from the whole day, she left Aldi in silence. But the lady had no idea that the prince would recognize the magic that emanated from the lantern. The next morning, both girls went to the temple to find answers to their questions. The priests joyfully greeted the saint and her friend, who came to them for a walk. The princesses were led to a part of the temple that had been abandoned by people for a long time. But Almina was only more inspired to perform feats at the sight of the beauty that surrounded her. This is exactly the kind of short walk that the heroine, who was mired in her studies, was missing all this time. Suddenly, she felt a subtle energy of power coming from somewhere nearby. The source of magic seemed so pure to the lady that she immediately became interested in it. That is why Aisha deviated from her intended path in order to satisfy her curiosity. She eventually led her friend to a sacred place that was still full of power. The heroine had never encountered such powerful energy before, which was concentrated in one place. One glance at the altar was enough to understand that it was burning because of magic. Suddenly, the princess realized that this was exactly the kind of strength she had been lacking all this time. Aisha was so inspired that no words from Almina could stop her. So, in just a couple of minutes, the girl had prepared everything to summon the Spirit King. The princess's intuition told her that this time everything would definitely work out for her. The light from the magic circle was many times brighter than during all the spirit summonings before. Almina couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the power that came out of her young friend's body. It was the first time in her life that she had encountered such a powerful source of magic in one place. The heroine felt with her whole body the vibrations of the power that she was collecting from the entire temple. In response to her call, a huge column of bright light burst upward from the magic circle. This action did not go unnoticed throughout the city, as the flash was too bright. But only the prince guessed what exactly had happened, since he was in close contact with Aisha. For some time, the bright glow did not dissipate, as if it was diligently fighting for its life. Almina was almost knocked off her feet by the magical power that spread throughout the place. But the lady was seriously scared when she didn't hear a sound after the call. The light gradually began to fade, taking with it all the smoke due to yet another failure. The guest desperately searched everywhere for the emperor's daughter, who did not respond to her call, all because this failure finally broke the girl who tried her best. So from the moment of the summoning, the lady did not find the strength in herself to lift even a finger. Her entire consciousness was filled with pain, because even with such power, she couldn't do anything. Because of this, fears crawled out of Aisha's subconscious and covered her head with horrors. The illusions showed the heroine the most terrible images that she would like to avoid. The princess was completely immersed in the realization that her family was dead and forgot about reality. At that moment, she only thought about the fact that she had never been able to save anyone in this life. No matter how much the lady reached for the hands that were nearby, they did not bring comforting peace. Instead, the heroine sank deeper and deeper into the depths of horror, completely forgetting about herself. Aisha had almost completely come to terms with the idea that from now on everything was lost for her. If Almina had not brought the girl to her senses, the mist could have disappeared into oblivion forever. The princess couldn't even look her friend in the eyes, because she had failed once again. But the guest didn't even think of blaming the girl for anything, since she believed in her strength. Almina's words reminded the emperor's daughter that she was not alone in this situation. The girl still had close people who always brought her back to light and warmth. The realization struck the princess more sharply than all the pain she had experienced before. The guest's chance words brought the long-awaited answer to Aisha, which she had been searching for so long. This time, the lady used only the light that was always within her to summon. And finally, the King of Spirits answered the call, for that was the condition of his appearance. After so many days of torment, the heroine achieved what she wanted and was the first to call Rumius to her.